We are just hours away from the start of the NFL season, but plenty of headlines happening all around the league. First up, New York Jets guard Elijah Vera Tucker is out for the season after suffering a torn tricep during Tuesday's practice. Vera Tucker was injured during a one-on-one drill, according to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. This is the second time that Vera Tucker has missed time due to torn triceps. In 2022, he played only 7 games after injuring his other tricep, and when he returned the following season, he missed 12 games after tearing his Achilles. Vera Tucker is the Jets' first-round pick in 2021, and he's currently in the final season of his rookie contract, which includes $15.3 million fully guaranteed. Not great timing for him. But also not great for the Jets. He's a key part of their offensive line, and now they're going to have to shift around that unit that's protecting quarterback Justin Fields. And tonight's matchup between the Cowboys and the Eagles could have been very different. The Eagles made a strong push for Micah Parsons this summer, according to Adam Schefter. Philadelphia called Dallas to try to acquire Parsons, but the Cowboys had no interest in trading the 2-time All-Pro pass rusher within their own division, let alone to the Eagles. And you might think, well, obviously Dallas didn't want to do that, but despite their heated and historic rivalry, the two teams had actually previously agreed to a high-profile trade during the NFL draft back in 2021, when Philadelphia moved up 2 spots to select wide receiver Devontae Smith with the 10th overall pick. So I guess never say never. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
My man.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west, and we made it, B.
Yeah.
We have made it. I love college football with my whole heart, my whole soul, but there is nothing like knowing it's week 1 of the NFL.
Yeah, we going. It gets a little.
We made it, B.
Yeah.
I
love it.
Freaking made it.
We made it, and it's time to rock, and we have a game tonight. You and I are going to be over at TAP checking it out with some folks. And,
yeah, man, come through.
It's going to be fun, man. It's going to be fun.
It is going to be fun. Eagles-Cowboys tonight. That spread keeps going up. I think it's up to 8.5 at this point. I got good advice from a buddy of mine that's quite a gambler. Said the best you can hope for in this game is Dallas scores first, and then live bet the Eagles. Because it's hard to think in a game like this, Philly's not just going to have an incredible emotional response and kind of come out gunslinging.
But when I asked Switchcom the other day, I am a little, because like those type of games, when you have those damn ring ceremonies, the home team normally does some weird stuff, man.
Yeah, there was a streak there where the home team in these rings, because they only started doing the ring ceremony like the Thursday night Super Bowl winner. That's only happened probably for the last 10-ish, 15 years. Like, I remember when the Ravens.
That's a long damn time.
That's true. I remember when the Ravens won their Super Bowl, they got hosed because the Ravens won their last Super Bowl, I should say. They got hosed because the Orioles wouldn't move a game time for them to have the Thursday night opener. So they had to open on the road in Denver. And that's when Peyton had the Broncos offense flying. They got smoked.
My whole thing is, why does the ring ceremony have to be on the night of a damn game?
I don't think they're doing the rings. It's just the banner.
I understand all that, but still, listen. Get the rings whenever. We got ours like in off season.
It's not the rings.
We had a picnic at Old Redskin Park over there by the Hilton, and I saw Russ Grimm's son fall off the top of the little pad on the goalpost twice. He was about 4, and the kid never cried. So I said that dude is crazy, and he grew up to be crazy. But we enjoyed ourselves, and then when the season started, we played football.
Right.
So I think all that stuff like that is for the NFL and everybody else. The players could give a damn about that.
Well, I don't know if you heard or agree with this, but Nick Sirianni said the Eagles won't be out on the field for the banner. He's like, we're going to stay in the locker room. He's like, that was last year. We're on to this year.
That's a mindset to have.
Well, what was really interesting is Dan Quinn got asked yesterday about building an identity and, like, what does last year mean. And he said, he's like, last year's over. We're trying to move forward from that. And I got asked about it. If you think they're looking in the rear view, I know how athletes are wired. Like, at this point, if they're looking back at the successes, you're doing yourself a disservice. Because if you're looking back, let's be real, B, as awesome as last year was, they go 12-5, go to the NFC title game. I mean, there was so much good, right?
Yeah.
If you're really looking back, the last time this team was on the field, they gave up a 50 spot in the NFC title game. Like, that was your last time on a football field.
Yeah,
I imagine that drives them freaking crazy.
I understand what the coaches are saying, but you can also learn from the successes and the players of the past. And players do that. But there's not a player in this world, unless one just popped up today, that sits there and only thinks about last time and not worry about what's coming next. You know what I mean? And I understand that aspect of it. But, you know, what happens is once the season is over, you go through everything that happened, and you figure out what worked and what didn't. And like you hear players say how they changed their plan or their routine as they went forward. You get rid of the stuff that don't work. You get rid of the excess stuff, and you begin to add stuff that only is going to be benefiting you as you move towards the goal you want to get to. You know, like Jaden, you watch him. I'm sure the stuff that worked for him last year, he will continue doing. I'm sure it's something that he felt like that didn't really benefit me, and he probably tossed it. And once you toss something, don't go back looking for it. You know?
Totally. I remember being in the locker room after the NFC title game and talking to a bunch of players, and I specifically remember Terry, Revo, and Wiley saying, you know, we got our ass kicked. That hurts. But what's even tougher is knowing this group will never be together again.
Yeah.
And that's what players recognize.
Yeah.
As much as Jaden's back and Bobby's back and Luvu's back and Terry's back and Ertz is back and Quan is back, like there's a lot of people back.
A lot of people gone.
But for a team, for a locker room, it's entirely different.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people gone. And they knew that what they had last year existed in the bubble of last year, and it is changed.
Yep.
It is different. Now, do they have a ton of continuity, particularly on the coaching side, all of that? Hell yeah. And that could be a very, very big deal and a very, very big positive. But it does not guarantee that it's all going to work out.
Totally.
You know?
See,
there is
you
nothing guaranteed.
You got to put the work in, man. You know, you can't assume anything. You have to put the work in. And I think a lot of times people don't understand how much work players put into this stuff. You know, they see the game and they see a result and they judge everything based off of that. But, hell, the team that lose by 20, they worked their ass off that week. They probably didn't do it efficiently or they didn't get the right things working, but they worked. And a team that normally wins by 20, that's a team that went out there and everything worked in sequence. And just like when they start off their practice with that little drill, remember that? You say, B,
Bags.
Are they going to keep doing that? I say, hey, if the coaching staff keep it and they keep presenting it, and then the veteran players or the leaders of the team
buy in,
understand what it is, everybody's going to buy in. And you watch guys who jump in here for the first practice, they get right into it and they know what the hell that's going on because that is something that they see as a sense of pride for them.
Totally. One thing I was telling you I was interested in yesterday was seeing the first injury report. Mm-hmm. We've now gotten the first injury report. Let's run through it because I think a lot of it is largely pretty irrelevant, but there are a couple things I want to zero in on. We do have a packed show coming up today. I'm really excited. Boomer Esiason is going to join us in about 20 minutes. NFL preview going around the league with Boomer. 11:30, Maryland football coach Mike Locksley is going to join us. Terps have a big game tomorrow night. They got a freshman quarterback that looks like the real deal. Excited to talk to Coach Locks. 1 o'clock, the voice of the New York Giants, Bob Papa, will join us. And then at 1:30, our boy Peter Rosenberg on the show from New York City. So we'll get plenty on what the Giants are expecting, what the Giants will be rolling out. Are they actually a different team with Russ Wilson at the helm?
We will see.
Injury report from yesterday. Things are real now. Like I could feel the difference talking with players yesterday. Things have changed. This is real football time. Zach Ertz, DMP, veteran rest day. I'd have to go back and check, but I think Ertz at one point this offseason told me, I don't know that he practiced a single Wednesday last year.
Mm-hmm.
Ertz getting a Wednesday off is entirely normal. So I would, for those that are concerned, in one of my fantasy leagues, Zach Ertz is my starting tight end, and I'm not stressing it. So if I feel good, I wouldn't have any concern. Do you agree with me there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Marcus Mariota, with that Achilles tendonitis, was a full participant in practice. Any concerns about Mariota?
Nope.
Matt Gay, kicker, was on the injury report. I guess he was sick. He was a full participant in practice. I don't think they kicked live yesterday, so it's pretty easy for a kicker to be a full participant in practice.
Yeah.
You got to just stretch and hang out.
Play hacky-sack.
Right. The three things that I think have some relevance, because this is the first time we're getting to see an injury report.
Mm-hmm.
Corner, Jonathan Jones, hamstring, limited in practice.
Yeah.
He's their fifth corner. You need all five of them. Speed guy. Don't love to see a hammy. 3 out of 10?
Yeah, I'll put it about that. 3.5.
Jones, we didn't see a ton of during camp and preseason. Like it seemed like they were kind of watching things. Now it makes more sense. Now we kind of know what's up. Dorrance Armstrong, a guy that I thought had a really good camp, showed up on the injury report, limited with a knee. Level of concern there.
It's Wednesday. I'm not concerned right now.
I'm not concerned about him missing a game.
No, I'm not. I mean, to be honest with you, Jay, they've had 2.5, 3 weeks, 4 weeks of training camp. Everybody can have something. You know, the great Bill Belichick, everybody was on the injury report. And guess what the league never did? They never fined him for it. Because you know why? Once you go through it, everybody hurt.
Well, no, he started putting everybody on because at first he didn't, and then they fined him.
Yeah, but
then he's like,
but I'm saying,
bleep it, everybody's hurt.
But when he didn't put people on, he got fined because he was hiding something. But if he says everybody hurt, you can't say everybody. You can't tell a guy and somebody's not hurt because everybody that played football is hurt somewhere.
Sure.
Yeah.
I got to talk to Noah Brown in the locker room yesterday. He seems pretty locked in, ready to go. He also showed up on the injury report with a knee.
He's had that since we saw him in
I think it was minicamp or
yeah,
OTAs when he hurt it.
Yeah.
I believe that's all the same injury with Noah. I believe he will be out on the field. Of the concern levels here, Noah and Jones are at the highest for me. None of this is very high. You said 3.5 sounds about right to me. The issue with Noah Brown is you'd really like him to be a major contributor for this team throughout the season, right?
Mm-hmm.
But staying healthy throughout a season has been hard for him. So that's what, like, you can never get a player to 110%. They can either play or they can't, but you'd like Noah Brown to be able to go all year for you. I got to talk to Commanders wide receivers coach Bobby Ingram yesterday, and he talked just about all the things Noah does beyond
blocks.
Yeah,
he beats people the hell up.
Dude, he forces every corner, every safety to commit to every route.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that, like, people are like, oh, he's so good at drawing pass interference. He's not drawing it. It's not like watching SGA play basketball where he's able to bait people into fouls because of his ball handling. There's no baiting. He just plays so physical and is so committed to running his routes and obtaining the space he's allowed to get that often defenders aren't used to that level of commitment from a receiver. A lot of receivers will round stuff at the top of route trees and stuff. And that's where it comes from. It's not like to act like it's like, oh, he's tricking guys is inaccurate. It's
totally.
that he's so damn physical that it forces the issue. So you'd love to see Noah Brown there. But by and large, going into week one, not too concerned about the
they're
injury
relatively
report.
healthy. And let's be real. We've heard injuries about certain people in the Giants. They didn't show up on the injury report. Does it mean they're 100% healthy? Not very seriously.
I think, going into this, one of the biggest questions is Terry McLaurin's health, where's his wind, where's his ability to play a full game. Terry spoke yesterday at length, as Terry does. He's always very thoughtful and gives good answers. I think Terry's like, I feel great. He said that over and over again, right? I feel great. So then you wonder, okay, is there a pitch count? He's like, listen, man, these guys do a great job of monitoring us. I think I'll be in contact with AP. I'll be in contact with DQ. I'll be in contact with the training staff, Al Bellamy, whoever it is. I don't particularly see a significant pitch count coming Terry's way. Now, maybe, if the offense is on the field a ton, he needs a little bit of rest.
But the thing,
I
asked this question, okay, and I don't know who's overly concerned about that. You think just because he wasn't practicing with the team, he wasn't running, he wasn't practicing, he wasn't working out?
I do not think that.
Okay, and I know I said myself, you got to go through football stuff to get ready for football stuff. And Terry was the trainers were taking him through workouts when he had that supposed ankle injury or whatever it was. But I asked the question. If you're asking about Terry, shouldn't you be asking about the whole damn team? When the hell did they really play?
Dude, I had this conversation in the locker room yesterday. You had the Bengals game, which maybe the starters played a quarter, and maybe the contributors played a half, right? But B, outside of that, just try to think of padded practices. You had the Patriots joint. You had the Brotherhood Bowl.
Yeah.
That's 2 where they went relatively hard without tackling people to the ground.
Yeah,
so they went relatively hard without really playing football.
Yeah.
Outside of that, there were maybe 4 pads are on. We're kind of going here practices.
Yeah.
And
then some of those worth rather quickly.
Dude,
I mean, remember when we blink our eyes and they were done.
These guys have a very thorough plan for both conditioning, preparation, all of it, customized to players specifically. This was not the most rigorous training camp. And keep in mind, for all the concerns about who played when in the preseason game that some of these dudes played in will be
3 weeks prior to when they play.
Yeah, it was the 18th.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's going to make much of a difference come Sunday.
I just think, back in the day, and I'm going to explain to people, before I got into the league, guys did not train in the offseason because training camp was about 7-8 weeks. So you had 2 months to get ready for the football season. When I got into the league, our training camp was anywhere from 4 to 5 weeks, somewhere around that. But guys would come into training camp already in shape, per se. Today, they're around all the time. They work out all off season. When they come into the training camp, most guys are already in shape, okay? And now they try to build this thing up to football shape and build it up to be able to play 4 quarters of football. So it's different than what it was. But I think the covering of it is based off of the past. Because right now when you look at this, guys don't come in here 20, 30 pounds overweight, 40 pounds overweight. No. They used to do that back in the day. Talk to Doc about when guys would come in. Guys came in and you go, damn, he got a whole inner tube around his waist. You know what I'm saying? And then by the time the season come, he no longer had that. So it's a different era, man. And I just think that the guys that have always been your workers, they're going to be ready to go, point blank.
Yeah, I think it's entirely different. You could look around the league. There were some teams that took preseason more seriously this year, probably 5 out of 32. So getting to this point in the season, it's easy to be like, oh, man, they didn't take it seriously enough. The whole league doesn't. So it's going to
I just think, the wear and tear is going to happen whether you come in shape or not. It may be a little less on you, but there are some of those injuries that happen.
Sure.
No matter if you come in tip-top shape. Best shape in the world. The freak accidents that happen, they happen. Ain't nothing you can do about them.
Injuries can get a 23-year-old in Week 16, a 32-year-old in Week 3. Injuries are injuries.
Right. You're walking down the stairs, it can get you.
Yeah, totally.
How many healthy professional athletes have gotten hurt walking down the stairs?
It's a dangerous game. It maybe some of these pro athletes should consider moving to a rancher. Then they wouldn't have to deal with stairs. It's one floor living. If you are a pro athlete thinking about moving to a ranch style home, call John Leahy.
Yep, just like a recent seller who was thrilled to receive an offer which was $20,000 over asking price for their Silver Spring property. Everything went smoothly. There was no stress, no setbacks, and the sale closed right on time. The client had previously been told by another agent that he wouldn't be able to make any profit at all, but he ended up earning exactly what he wanted. Who says there are no guarantees in life? Check out John Leahy's guaranteed offer right there on his website. You can get the ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Here's the thing with John. Whatever is going on in your life that you need to move, it's going to cause stress. But John Leahy and the Fine Living Group have the options and strategies you need to take care of things quickly for the most money possible and with the least amount of stress. They've got buyers waiting to buy. You know how much that helps? They got mortgage people they can set you up with, and they have the local expertise to figure out the best way to market and sell your home. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
Week 1 of the NFL officially kicks off tonight when the Eagles take on the Cowboys. Now, while that rivalry doesn't require any more added juice, the Eagles tried to give it some this summer when they made a, quote, strong play for Micah Parsons once the Cowboys began entertaining trade offers, according to Adam Schefter. Now, obviously nothing came of it. Owner Jerry Jones said the Cowboys weren't willing to send Parsons to their NFC East rival, understanding that as unpopular as it was trading Parsons to the Packers, could you imagine how much worse it would have been had he sent him to the Eagles? And after dealing with an upper body injury, Travis Hunter is not on the Jags injury report and is on track to make his NFL debut on Sunday when they take on the Panthers. Hunter, who was the number 2 overall pick in the draft just earlier this year, is listed as their starting wide receiver and a backup cornerback in Jacksonville. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley fired up. Get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome in Boomer Esiason. Hear him on WFAN. Follow Boomer at 7 Boomer Esiason. Boomer, what's up, man? Thanks for making time for us. Boomer, you there?
I am here, yes.
Right,
I had to unmute my microphone. Sorry about that, guys. As I said, JP, great to talk to you. Brian, great to talk to you. And hopefully you guys are ready for a great season down there in Washington.
Oh, yeah. We hope we can get a repeat of last year, Boomer.
That would be
you know
unbelievable.
how tough that is, huh?
Yeah, but, think about everything that Washington went through, right? They got the new owners, they got the new coach, and then, of course, they got the most important ingredient, and that is the quarterback that is super special, seems really dedicated, and I would expect that there's not going to be any letdown in Jaden Daniels this year, much like C.J. Stroud went through last year. I would think that the way that this kid goes about his business, that we should expect exactly what we saw last year, if not even better.
I tend to agree with you, Boomer. What do you make of Jaden's game? And after watching last year how good he was, what areas do you think he can even grow this year?
Whatever his mom tells him to do. You know what I mean? That's going to be the most important thing. Seems like she's the most important person in his life. But, the things last year that, he probably will not do as much this year is he probably won't rely as much on the athleticism. He'll see the defenses. He'll read the defenses. He'll feel more comfortable in the pocket. I'm sure that his communication, as Brian knows, is going to be a lot better and a lot stronger, a lot more demanding. I mean, it's his team. And, he may not have realized that immediately simply because he was a rookie and wanted to be somewhat respectful to everybody, because he really seems like a respectful young man, which is great. But now it's his team, so he can be more demanding, and he can be even more leader-like than he was last year. And it's not always about the way you speak. It's more about the way you play, the way you go about things when things don't go well, how you pick up your teammates. And, this is what every NFL team wants. They want the next Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow. And Washington's fortunate enough to be able to have one of those guys who really, honestly, I don't really see him in a lot of commercials, don't see him doing a lot of off-the-field stuff. I see him really, hopefully, honing his craft, which is a man who is committed to becoming great. And he sees the numbers out there. He knows the amount of money that's out there for him to get it when it comes his time. So I would think that he is going to be focused on being great, and that's all you could ask for.
Boomer, you named those 4 quarterbacks, and we know that that's the upper echelon, and those guys are good every year. So I hear people say, well, you know what, now the defensive coordinators have film on that quarterback. When you get guys like that, they have film on those defensive coordinators too. And just as much as the defensive coordinator can figure out something to mess with them, they can figure out something to circumvent that. How do you keep that going? You play quarterback, and you understand that next year they come with different wrinkles, and you got to bring a different wrinkle.
Well, I know one thing. The Giants tried to get faster on defense. They tried to bolster their secondary and their pass rush. And the reason that they did that is because when you look at the quarterbacks in their division, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott, and Jaden Daniels, those guys have been running roughshod over the Giant defense for the last 10 years. So the Giants have gone out of their way to try to get faster on defense, try to get their pass rush to be more explosive, and try to get their secondary a lot better in coverage. And if they do have the pressure that we all expect that they will generate with Abdul Carter and Kayvon Thibodeau and Brian Burns and Dexter Lawrence, then the back seven should definitely benefit from that. So that's, for me, I mean, that's from the Giants' perspective. They know they're playing three athletic quarterbacks, three tremendous quarterbacks, so they had to do everything they possibly could to improve their defense first and foremost. And then secondly, for the Giants, what they have to do is they have to stay away from the turnovers. They barely got any turnovers last year, and they were turning the ball over consistently every week, which was just basically putting them in a hole from the beginning. So they're going to be a much more competitive team, I believe, this year, and one of the reasons for that is trying to match the speed that Washington has, especially with Jaden Daniels and the secondary playmaking abilities that he has.
Boomer, what do you think they'll get for the Giants out of Russ Wilson this year?
Well, I think what they're hoping for is just stability. I mean, Daniel Jones, he was here, for 6 years, I think, and it was flatline. He never really took a leadership role. As I was just talking about Jaden Daniels growing into being a leader, Daniel never really had that gene in him. That he wasn't a boisterous guy. He wasn't a guy that, it's not that they didn't respect him. They loved him, but he just wasn't a guy that was making plays at the right time. And I think what they want from Russell Wilson is they want the deep ball, because he does throw a very good deep ball, and they do have Malik Neighbors, who's one of the best wide receivers in the NFL, especially going deep. So they want that, but they also want somebody who's not going to turn the ball over and kind of settle things down and keep the game close in the fourth quarter and then go and win it in the fourth quarter. And the Giants lost a bunch of one-score games last year, and it was just mind-numbing how they would lose in the fourth quarter, or the other team would pull away because the quarterback would either fumble the ball or throw it away or make a bad play, and due in large part to injuries. But I think they want stability from Russell. I don't think it's going to be 350 yards a game. I think it's going to be 210 to 230 yards a game, maybe 2 touchdowns, an interception, and maybe they score 24 points and they try to win 24-21. That's what I think is the roadmap for the Giants this year.
That's it adds up because there is talent there. We're talking with our friend Boomer Esiason. You can give him a follow at 7Boomer Esiason. Listen to him on WFAN. Watch him on CBS Sports Network. Boomer, I want to ask you about the game tonight because we're all fired up just to have NFL football back on our televisions, a big NFC East battle, Eagles-Cowboys. But before we do that, I want to check in on all the great work you do with your foundation. I know how busy you are just with the media stuff, but you always make time for the Boomer Esiason Foundation, just trying to help where you can.
Well, thanks for asking. My son Gunnar is 34 years old now, and when he was diagnosed with CF back in 1993, he wasn't expecting to make it to 19. So the fact that he's 34, he's living life, he has 2 children that he's the biological father for, is nothing short of a miracle. And that miracle basically came in 2018 when finally the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation, in conjunction with our foundation and others around the country, was able to raise enough money to find that drug that was going to unlock the life of a CF kid, and 90% of the kids are benefiting from this drug, and Gunnar is proof positive that their miracles can happen. So I always say that Gunnar's my hero. My grandson, the firstborn grandson, Casper, is our miracle, because if we didn't do and people around us weren't doing what they were doing to raise money for CF, it would never happen. So we are flying high. Gunnar is flying high, and we're still doing all the things that we've done over the last 30 years, and we'll continue to do that.
Love that, man.
A lot of players do a lot of work and do a lot of charity work, but when it's your kid that's benefiting off of it, first of all, you have to be very, very proud of that as well, man.
Yeah, Brian, he, in the NFL gave me an unbelievable platform. So I was still a player in 93, retired in 97, and then went into the media. The media gave me the amazing platform as well to tell the story. ESPN did an E60 on Gunnar on Christmas Eve this last year, and that was Casper's 3rd birthday. And, the E60 captured who Gunnar is, the patient, and then the kind of man that he has grown up into. So I always say I never won a Super Bowl, had a chance to win one. Unfortunately, Joe Montana beat us at the end. But in the Super Bowl of life, the fact that my son is a father himself, 34 years old, there's no greater feeling than the feeling that I had when he got married and he told me that his wife was pregnant. That was a feeling that I don't think I'll ever forget, and I would imagine that's what it feels like winning 5 Super Bowls. So that's my Super Bowl, and I'm certainly very proud of it.
It's funny, we had Solomon Wilcots on maybe last week or 2 weeks ago and asked him about that Super Bowl, and it was still very fresh in his mind, I would say.
It's fresh in all of our minds, unfortunately.
Yeah. What about tonight? You've got the Super Bowl champs, the Eagles, hosting the Cowboys. Dallas just traded away Micah Parsons. Jerry Jones is doing Jerry Jones things. The Eagles look loaded. On the surface, this doesn't look like it's going to be much of a game, but we know life in the NFL is rarely
the NFC East.
Right. It's rarely what it seems.
That's right, and I'm sure Brian agrees with me when I say I'm happy for Micah Parsons because very few players truly get what they want. He ultimately wanted a trade, and he wanted a big contract, and he was able to do that and secure a huge amount of dollars. And this is something we fought for all the way back since 1987 when we went on strike, and in 82 as well. But and we're starting to see players be able to use and leverage the system so they can get what they want out of it, thankfully. And I appreciate that. So I'm happy for Micah. I think it's probably better for the Cowboys because I do think he was somewhat of a distraction with the podcasting and all that other stuff. I'm not saying he was unpopular in the locker room, but there was some separation between he and other players. There's no question about that because as popular as he has become, and he had some great takes on things. He's going to be great in TV if he wants to do it one day. But I would say that maybe they're better off without him. And the reason I say that is because there could be more harmony there. And one of the reasons why they lost all the games they lost last year is because Dak Prescott missed 9 of those games, and 2 of those games fell against the Eagles. So the Eagles ran roughshod over the Dallas Cowboys. They couldn't stop Saquon Barkley. And I wouldn't be surprised if this game is a lot closer than the 8.5 points that Philadelphia is laying here tonight. So I like the Cowboys to cover. I can see Philadelphia winning like a 27-24 game or a 24-21 game. But 8.5 points, man, that seems like an awful lot. Division game, opening game, and the Dallas Cowboys dealing with what they were dealing with, and Dak Prescott now feeling the pressure to have to really perform at a very high level to keep up with the Eagles' offense.
For sure. Boomer, I would sneak one more in. Obviously, your greatest professional success was with the Bengals, but you also played with the Jets. You're a New York guy. What do you think of the team the Jets have put together with Justin Fields at quarterback?
It's not great. I wasn't a big fan of the Justin Fields signing. They gave him $40 million for 2 years. I know that they needed a quarterback, and they wanted to move away from Aaron Rodgers. When Aaron Rodgers went on Pat McAfee and said he had never been released by a teenager before, and he said it half-jokingly, he was referring to Brick Johnson. That was Woody Johnson, the owner's son. So I knew that, eventually Woody was going to say, "You're out of here." And that's basically what happened. So I think most coaches would have loved to have kept Aaron Rodgers. He actually played reasonably well last year, and I think he'll play well for the Steelers as well this year. But they are rebuilding, resetting. Aaron Glenn, a former teammate of mine, who was under Bill Parcells when Bill Parcells took over for Rich Kotite, knows what needs to be done within the building to change the culture. So he's in the middle of doing all that right now. I just don't, you have a rookie offensive coordinator in Tanner Engstrom. You got Justin Fields in his 4th offense in 4 years. You have a lot of moving parts, not one great wide receiver, not a lot of playmakers other than the running backs. They have 3 pretty good running backs, and they just lost their best offensive lineman for the rest of the year to a triceps tear. So, and that's Elijah Vera Tucker. So I see them maybe 5 wins at best, maybe 6 if things went right. But I just don't see them being a very good football team this year. And maybe next year, Aaron's culture reset will take hold, and they'll be a little bit more competitive.
Boomer, thank you for the time,
Appreciate you,
man.
Boomer.
Go Terps. Malik looks like the real deal.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that too, by the way. And well, we'll see when they get to the Big Ten. But they always start out strong for sure. But Malik certainly looks like a great athlete. Maybe I'll go on record as saying maybe the greatest athlete Maryland's ever had as a quarterback. How's that?
I like that. Boomer, thank you very much for the time, man.
Okay, guys, have a great day and enjoy the games.
All right, take
Thanks
care,
very
man.
much. Boomer Esiason, check him out on WFAN, CBS Sports Network, and give him a follow at 7. Boomer Esiason, doing great work with his foundation. We're going to tell Coach Locksley what Boomer said about Malik in about an hour. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is making Week 1 even bigger with a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every game day. That's right, $2 million. Here's how it works. Opt in and place an anytime touchdown bet on any Week 1 NFL game, including tonight's matchup, using your profit boost. And if a player you pick scores either the first or the last touchdown of the game, you'll earn a share of $2 million in bonus bets. First touchdown, you're in. Last touchdown, you're in. Both even better. It's just one more reason to bet on the NFL with FanDuel. So whether you got a feeling about the opening drive or you're banking on a clutch finish, now's the time to get in on the game. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the app today and get started. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt in. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. bring it back. Is that to me?
If you missed any of our interview with Boomer Esiason, make sure you get on the Odyssey app or the iHeart app or wherever you get your podcasts and check it out. Boomer was great. That dude loves Jaden Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. Like, informed people love Jaden Daniels. People that played the position see what he does on the field and are like, this dude is the real deal. Landville has a really good question for our AAA poll of the day, and I want to actually open the phones on this. Now, this is a tricky, like, this or that kind of question here, but Landville asked, and I like this one. What is more likely? Commanders win the division or miss the playoffs? That is our AAA poll of the day. You can vote at B. Mitch and Finley. For me, it's win the division. Like
I'm with that.
I don't see this going the opposite way that I know so many want, I guess. The B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll of the day is brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. If you want to weigh in on that, hit us up at 800. I guess you could just tweet it. You can vote on it. But you can also just call us, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. I don't really think this is a miss the playoffs team, man. Now,
I don't see it at all.
Could things go crazy? Like, the one caveat to all conversations in the NFL is injuries.
Yeah.
So if you want to call in and be the injury guy, you're not incorrect, but that is completely uncontrollable, the whim of the universe.
That's a stretch as well. You know what I mean? And I just think, like you said, winning the division, because we've seen this division now since 2004. And they've had teams that look just like Eagles looked last year. And the next year they don't win the division. That happens.
Right.
So I think there's more likely that they could win it than miss the playoffs.
I mean, you don't ever know, right? But I just think, especially in the 7 playoff team world with 3 wild cards, I find it hard to believe that Washington's not one of them. And I know they have a tougher schedule. Like, I'm aware of lots of things involved here. Mm-hmm. But if Vegas has their win total at 9.5, it's Vegas at least thinks they get in. I think at 9 wins you get in. If you look at some of the odds available, Washington's odds to make the playoffs are minus 145. So, like, that's not super heavy, but Vegas has them making the playoffs.
But it's heavy.
It has them with a 50. Like, if you look at Philly's odds to make the playoffs are minus 400. But what about Dallas, a team that 2 years ago that was really good if their quarterback can stay healthy? Mm-hmm. They're plus 250. Like, so Washington's in the minus.
Yeah.
That, to me, just explains a ton. All football, all day for B. Mitch and Finley. Open these phone lines up. I like Landfill's poll of the day question. What's more likely for the Commanders this year? Win the division, win the NFC East. Hasn't been a repeat winners in 20 years, 20-plus years.
That's a long damn time.
Or to miss the playoffs. 800-636-1067. Let us know what you think.
Week 1 of the NFL kicks off in just a few hours, and teams are still making headlines. And for the New York Jets, not a great headline. Their starting right guard, Elijah Vera Tucker, will undergo season-ending surgery for torn triceps. Vera Tucker suffered the injury during Tuesday's practice. The Jets, who didn't have practice or media availability on Wednesday, have yet to comment on the injury. Now, durability has been an issue for Vera Tucker. He missed extended time in 2 of his 4 seasons due to various injuries, including a season-ending triceps injury in 2022. This is a tough blow not just for the Jets, who are counting on him, but also for Vera Tucker himself, who's in the final year of his rookie contract. And speaking of contracts, Jacoby Myers and the Las Vegas Raiders don't appear to be any closer to reaching a new deal, with the regular season just days away from kicking off for them. The wide receiver is set to enter the final year of his deal with the franchise this fall, and he's been trying to get a new contract the entire offseason. Now, the goal is to get a new contract before the Raiders season opener against the Patriots on Sunday, but it does not appear like that's going to happen. Myers has 1 year left on a 3-year, $33 million deal and is set to become a free agent in 2026. He requested a trade last month, but the team denied that. But after he made his trade request, the Raiders struck a 1-year deal with free agent wide receiver Amari Cooper. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley 1067 The Fan. Landfill doing what he does, stirring that pot up, baby. The B. Mitch Finley AAA poll question of the day. What's more likely for the Commanders this season? Winning the division, the NFC East? The Eagles won it last year. The Cowboys won 2 years ago. There hasn't been a repeat winner in 20 years. What's more likely for Washington? Winning the division or missing the playoffs outright? I voted. I don't always vote, but I voted on this one, Landfill. I said winning the division. I don't see Washington missing the playoffs. As of now, 66% of the voters agree with me that they'll win the division. Landini, I'll come to you. It was your question.
Yeah. What you guys say, Landfill?
For me, I think it's win the division, just because I kind of agree with you guys. It's the only realistic scenario for me where they don't make the playoffs is if Jaden gets injured. And even then, I think Mariota's actually a pretty solid backup, so I think they'd have a shot there too.
I tend to agree with you. Let's see what these folks on the phones think. AJ is in Arlington. AJ, what's more likely for Washington, winning the division or missing the playoffs?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I think that he's going to miss the playoffs. I mean, last year was a great year, but I think the honeymoon's over for Mr. Daniels. You know, it's sophomore slump, obviously, but there's big expectations, and then the schedule's
Hold
a
on.
lot.
Can I ask you, what is
a lot harder?
Hold on. Just slow down, Doc. I'm not hanging up on you.
Yeah.
What is your logic for thinking Jaden slows down? Like, give me a sound reason why you believe that.
Well, honestly, I think he's an unbelievable player. I had him like offensive player of the year, and I'm a diehard Cowboys fan, so I really appreciate you guys taking my call, listening to you guys all the time.
I was about
too.
to say
so
that you were a Cowboy fan as soon as you started talking.
Yeah, no. So I
that.
appreciate. I listen to you guys all the time. I mean, I got a lot of respect for the team last year with you guys, and I think he's going to just drop off because naturally, I mean, people have the tape on him now. I think he's going to be good, but the schedule is harder. I mean, he's going to, and then Dak wasn't even healthy last year, and he's going to be healthy. Like, yeah, we lost Micah, but I think it's just going to be a little bit tougher. People aren't just going to. I mean, last year, but he is an unbelievable player. Like, it's not going to be. I think it's going to be missing the playoffs, and then he's going to have a good career. It's like, kind of like a Justin Herbert almost. But yeah, I just don't think he has the weapons still around him. Too much, like, not really.
He got more weapons this year than he had last year. What are you talking about?
Say it again?
He has more weapons this year than he had last year.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right with Debo. I mean, and McLaurin is good.
Hey, I
too,
know,
so.
man. You try to make sure you seem fair, but you know you just hate because you're a Cowboy fan. Come on, dog.
Yeah, no,
Let's be real. You
we're
hate,
the most
man.
valuable fans. I want to be called MVF, most valuable fans, because we haven't won in 19, 20 years, but we're the most valuable team. So I think Jerry's
No,
actually
y'all just foolish. Y'all just keep
Doug,
giving that man all that money so he can keep doing stupid stuff. Nah.
Does the value of the team help you at all? Like
you have no value when it comes down to what Jerry's making over there.
Thank you for the call, man. Thank you for listening.
We're the ones that are making
Man, call somebody in Dallas with that crap you talking about, man. You tell him hate on my man just because you're a Cowboy fan. Think we gonna listen to your logic?
Let's go to Zeke. Zeke, what's more likely, winning division or missing playoffs, bro?
Hey, first of all, I told you guys by not taking those stupid Cowboys.
As soon as he started talking, I knew he was a Cowboy fan, but I was waiting for it.
I knew he was too, Brian. And look, he's trying to justify. Come on, man. And if you ask him, what do you think Dallas is going to do? Oh, we're going to the Super Bowl. Oh, come on. Yeah. Anyway, man. Yeah, we're more likely to win the division. Like you guys said, there hasn't been a back-to-back in 20 years, so I think that's in favor of us. Plus, I think Philly's going to have that Super Bowl slump. They're going to step back, not a lot, but a little bit, just enough for us to overtake them. And I just can't see the Cowboys or the Giants, having a better record with all of what we have. So, but anyway, hey, I'll probably see you guys. You're going to be at MGM tonight. I'll see you there.
All right, man. Drew, man, we'll be there. Appreciate it, Zeke. We'll keep these phone lines going. Andrew is in Rockville. Phones are open, 800-636-1067. Andrew, what's more likely, miss the playoffs or win the division?
Actually, to be honest, I have it real close, but I actually have them missing the playoffs, to be honest. My logic being is like, okay, so we got I don't see, unless there's injuries, like the Eagles, Lions, Packers, Tampa Bay, Rams or 49ers missing. So that means that the last spot is being a competition between either the Falcons, the Vikings, or the Commanders. And I just feel like the schedule's a little bit tougher for the Commanders than the other two.
Let me ask you a question. You say you don't see the Vikings missing? All right.
No, the Eagles, the Lions, the Packers.
The Lions lost two. They lost two coordinators. The Packers, we don't know what can happen with them too.
I think if you want to say the Packers, I think that's a safe place.
I'm just saying, but the Lions still, I mean, they've been good for the last 3 years now. It's not guaranteed they're going to keep being good. Eventually, that stuff goes the other side too. If we're going to say that Washington's going to just drop back, well, some of these other teams are going to drop back as well.
So I appreciate the call, bro. Thank you. Let's look at it. Last year, you had 7 playoff teams in the NFC. Lions were the 1 seed, Eagles were the 2 seed, Bucks were the 3 seed, Rams were the 4 seed, Washington the 6, the Vikings the 5, and then the Packers the 7. Looking at all these teams, that NFC North is a beast. I still like Detroit. They lost both coordinators. They still have Dan Campbell, still have the quarterback, still have Gibbs, St. Brown, Jameson Williams, David Montgomery, Aiden Hutchinson should be back healthy. I like the Lions. Could they take a step back and not be the 1 seed? Yes. I don't see the Lions missing the playoffs, though. Does that sound fair?
Makes sense. But, like, if you're saying that the North is a wagon, basically, hell, they could get beat up in their own division. Green Bay's good now. People are expecting the Bears to be better. The Vikings are still there. Why we just automatically accept the Lions are going to keep doing what they've been doing?
Landville had a good comment about Detroit. In the text thread, he said,
we
went up to Detroit and whooped that ass in the playoffs.
And we went to Tampa and whooped that ass. What makes people think, like, this is my thing. That dude probably was another fan. I just let them talk today. Everyone wants to justify Washington's regression by saying they're going to take a step back, this, that, and the other. But nobody says that about any other teams.
So let's run through the playoff teams. I think the Lions, let's just say more questions than Washington returning, right? I think the Lions have more questions. I think they might have more overall talent, but I think they've got more questions. The 2 seed was the Eagles. They lost their offensive coordinator, but I don't think the Eagles are really damn good. The Eagles, there's a reason they're favored to win the division.
Okay.
There's a reason they're probably favored to win the NFC. Go to the 3 seed, the Bucks. They lost their offensive coordinator, have some injuries on the O-line. Godwin you're unsure about. But I think the Bucs you could believe in again, especially in an NFC South where the Saints look bad, the Panthers look bad. Hard to know what the Falcons are. I like Penix, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I think the Bucs look like a division winner, which means they're going to be a top 4 seed.
Okay.
The Rams, busy offseason, add Devontae Adams.
You don't know if their quarterback can stand up.
I think the Rams, there's a lot to like, except Matt Stafford's back might be broken.
If Matt Stafford's back's hurting, then I'm not much thinking about the Rams right now.
5 seed, Vikings. J.J. McCarthy, basically a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin O'Connell has done great work with quarterbacks there. Sam Darnold looked all world. I think there's plenty of reasons to like the Vikings. You got KOC back. Wes Phillips is their OC. Brian Flores is back as their DC. There's lots of reasons to like the Vikings. But
they do have a rookie quarterback.
They have a rookie quarterback.
So
you don't know.
Yeah.
Now, you don't know that it's going to be bad, right? Like people said last year, Washington had a rookie quarterback. Worked out pretty damn well. Mm-hmm. But that's a question to me. Washington at 6, I don't think there are that many questions. They were good last year, largely brought everything back and added more.
Yeah.
And then if you want to talk about 7 is the Packers. I think the Packers could be better. Adding Micah Parsons helps.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Love did have thumb surgery a couple weeks ago. This is his non-throwing hand. The Packers add.
Might grab it on the pile. You never know.
They finally add a first-round wide receiver in Matthew Golden. I like the Packers a lot. I think they look better. If you go just kind of further down the NFC, like if we're expecting this regression, means somebody has to jump up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who is that? The Niners rebound?
That's not a guarantee. See, the Niners now are in a position where they just paid their quarterback. They had a lot of main guys coming off of injury, and they're older.
And they have a lot of guys currently injured.
And they're older. So just to automatically assume the Lions are going to just jump back up, that's not always
the
good.
Niners, yeah.
The Niners, yeah.
I think the Seahawks are a team that could take a step up.
Okay.
I think that defense is good. I really like their coach, but they're counting on Sam Darnold. They won 10 games last year and missed the playoffs.
So KOC does a good job with quarterback. Who's the quarterback coach there?
It's a fair question.
Okay.
Right?
Sam Darnold has, in his career, he's been bad no more than he's been good. Last year was his first year really being good.
Significantly.
So if you are making a bet, are you betting that he's going to be what he was last year or what he's been the rest of his career?
You can look at these things lots of ways, but I think that's a really, really fair question. You keep going, because if you want to suggest there will be this regression by Washington, which you and I both don't agree with, then you've got to tell me who is going to jump up and take that spot. I think neither of us believe in the Saints or the Panthers. Mm-hmm. I think the Panthers could show some growth and get to like an 8-win season, but I don't think they're making the playoffs. Do you believe in Arizona? Do you believe in Kyler in that operation?
Well, Arizona don't believe in Kyler. They are questioning. They about getting done with that one.
So you get to a place, if you really think Washington's going to regress and miss the playoffs, who's going to make them? Dallas? If Dak stays healthy, Dallas can be a really explosive offensive team. We've seen that. Mm-hmm. So maybe it's Dallas. Maybe it's the Bears, if you believe in Ben Johnson and Caleb, and they have some real pieces out there. Is it Atlanta? Could Atlanta hop up? If Penix is a baller, I wouldn't discount Atlanta. And then it's Seattle, Arizona, San Fran. Like, for me, if you're just looking at this question of Landfill's question, the AAA poll, B. Mitchell Finley poll of the day question, what's more likely to miss the playoffs or win the division? I just don't think missing the playoffs is that likely. Somebody's got to take their spot. Who's taking their spot? And somebody would have to take their spot and the spot below them. And that means Green Bay can't win the division.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just me.
We'll see.
Our boy Drew is on the line. What's up, Drew? What's more likely, winning the division or missing the playoffs?
I think it's more, just like you, I think there's no way we're missing the playoffs. And I'd like your analysis. the reason I think that, to build on your analysis is the East, I believe you're going to get one playoff team from the South and the West, because unless a weak team makes it, and the East and the North play each other. So, every NFC East team plays itself, all the North guys play each other, and then the two divisions play each other. So that's going to level things out, and I think we're going to see Washington in at least the wild card, if not the division champ. I just don't see any way that that's not happening, because the schedules are tough, but they're tough for all the teams. And so I think that's missed in the dialogue. You got to remember who's playing who this year. And frankly, I think Philly and Washington are the class of the East and the class of the NFC, and I think we're going to run through the North. I expect 3-1 against the North for both Washington and the Eagles, and that'll give Washington and the Eagles both at least a wild card. So I totally agree with what you're saying.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate
I'll be there tonight.
All right, great. We'll see you at MGM, bud. Let's get Carlos and Manassas on the line. Carlos, what's more likely for you?
Hey guys, love your show. Thank you for taking my call.
Appreciate you.
I think it's like less likely. It's likelier that they won't win the conference champion. They won't make the conference championship game. And I'm kind of like I'm still trying to get over the fact that Dallas Cowboy fan had the nerve to call in. I hope the Eagles drop the banner, and I hope they place the banner on top of their team, and it drops on top of them like a giant green roll of toilet paper. Jeez, man. But no, this sophomore slump, the way this term is being thrown around, this applies to regular quarterbacks. I'll tell you how fiercely competitive Jaden is. He played with barbecued ribs and still made the conference championship. He is that fierce. He's so competitive. He's not your regular guy. There's not going to be a sophomore slump. He's going to continue doing what he's doing, and I think it's going to be scary how much better he's gotten. So that's what I got to say about that. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, bud.
I like that call.
We have a man of the cloth is on the line, a man close to divinity. Rev T is on the line. Reverend, what is more likely, missing the playoffs or winning the division for the 2025 Washington Commanders?
JP, B. Mitch, my 107 family, my Commander Nation. The last couple of days, JP, I've been listening to the conversations, the call-ins, and the doubt that people have been having when it comes to the Washington Commanders this upcoming season. But what really made me call, I said to myself, I wasn't going to say nothing to nobody. I was going to kind of be silent. But when you got a Dallas Cowboy fan calling, infiltrating, it triggered me. And it made me say, I got to call my brothers. I got to call and talk to my people. I got to talk to my sisters. And I started to ask the question to you once again. Why not us with our offense? Why not us with our defense? Why not us with our special teams? See, I started that question last year, and you saw the result. So after everything that happened, see, we've been so conditioned. We've been in the wilderness so long, JP. But last year we came out of the wilderness. We had new hands. We had new feet. Guess what? We had a new spirit in the Commander Nation, in the Burgundy Gold Nation, all over us, all over me. So I actually give my brothers and sisters today, right here on JP, and Philly, B. Mitchell, Philly 1067 fan. Why not us? Why not us? Y'all better say hell to the Commanders. Get your mind right. Get ready for Sunday, because it's football time, baby. Why not us? Why not us? Y'all know who I am, the people's hype man, and I ain't never sold my words for none of them Bama's. Stay with me. Red T. Why not us? Why not us? March with me. Ow! Love somebody.
Thank you, Reverend.
I think Rev has broken his microphone on his phone. Sounds like when your speaker got a hole in it. That's how he sounded a little bit.
That was a hell of a call.
Rev is he's intense though, boy.
I love the Reverend's intensity.
The question is, like, I get those, like, everyone just assume everything's gonna go bad. Why not think that everything can go right?
What if it goes really right? What if it goes?
If it goes really right, then, hey.
You know where things went
we
really
could be
right?
Partying.
Things went really right last Saturday in College Park, Maryland. Mike Locksley is the head coach of the Maryland Terrapins, going to join us next. Got to ask Locks about this young man playing quarterback, Malik Washington. What I can definitively tell you, though, football is finally here. And if you decide to get in on the action this season, the American Gaming Association wants to remind listeners to have a game plan when it comes to betting. Bet with legal sports books only, know the odds, stick to a budget, and lastly, keep your cool, man. The result of a bet is never a reason to jump online and start harassing coaches, start harassing athletes. Don't be that guy. It's lame behavior. Please go to haveagameplan.org to learn more. Brought to you by 1067 The Fan's proud responsible gaming partner, the American Gaming Association.
changes coming to NFL Red Zone. The league wants fans to know it's probably not as drastic as you're fearing after Scott Hansen went on the Pat McAfee show, where the host confirmed that 7 hours of commercial-free football is no longer a reality. Well, the NFL issued a statement. They said they had already been testing ads to run alongside its Red Zone coverage, and you probably saw them last December. As was the case when the ads appeared last season, the league says that football will remain on the screen at all times, only with brief commercials airing in a separate box along with 10 to 15 seconds of commercial audio. The NFL also confirmed that the change is unrelated to the league's pending transaction with ESPN. So we don't have ESPN to blame for this, but 7 hours of Red Zone football just doesn't have the same ring to it. But tonight, finally, Week 1 is kicking off between the Eagles and the Cowboys. And you know who's not going to be on the field when the Eagles raise their Super Bowl banner? The Eagles. They said they want to put last season behind them, and that starts tonight. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Oh, pretty lady around the world. All your boys and girls. Tell your mama. Your mama, too.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Spirited conversation this morning.
Like
Football's
care.
back, baby. We are fired up. We're excited to talk a little college football, too. Terps football off and running. Good win last week to open the season. They beat Florida Atlantic. They got a big game tomorrow night against Northern Illinois, and folks are excited about the Terps.
Northern Illinois, they like, well, I don't know if they got the same coach, but they used to run that option, boy.
I mean, you know, the Huskies, Northern Illinois Huskies, had a big win last year. They took down Notre Dame.
We played them when I was in college.
Was it the same division or what?
No, they came down to us once. We went up to them. Boy, it was so damn cold up there. Oh, my Lord. When they came down to Louisiana, they ran into a buzzsaw, dog.
Took them down?
4 touchdowns.
There you go.
200-plus yards rushing.
Northern Illinois' coach is Thomas Hammock. He was the one. He was there last year when they took down Notre Dame. Hammock has led Northern Illinois to 2 bowl wins in 7 seasons as the head coach and is already tied in 7 years, tied for the 3rd most career wins. Northern Illinois is a good team, man. That MAC conference is tough. We are very excited to welcome in our friend Mike Locksley to the program. Coach, how are you?
What up, Mike?
JP, B. Mitch, what's up, fellas?
Man, we good, brother. How you feeling?
You know, day before game, man, trying to dot I's, cross T's, and keep us healthy.
I believe it. Coach, you know, I got to meet Malik. You and I were there together last year at the Annapolis Touchdown Club dinner, and I was really struck by Malik's balance of, I mean, truly his size stood out to me for a young man that's hadn't even played college football yet. But just his poise and calm demeanor, obviously had a tremendous opener last week as a true freshman to come out and throw 3 touchdowns. What'd you think of your young quarterback Malik Washington last week?
Yeah, no, everything you said, JP, is about spot on. You know, the thing that I've always said about Malik, and I've known, you know, this kid since 8th grade youth football with the Maryland Heat program. And really targeted him as the guy that I felt could be the guy that elevates our program and puts us in a position to compete for championships, which is the goal. His maturity, man, and it just shows up, and you can tell, you know, he started a little slow and didn't get some help from his teammates with a few drops, but he also missed a couple of things himself. But that maturity that he shows and the moxie, when he walks in, he kind of has that presence that the great ones have, and I've been around some, but it's just one game on his resume, and as we all know, it's the consistency of being able to do it week in and week out, and that's what I'm excited to see him do to build upon that game from last week. I'm really excited to see what he can do here tomorrow and build on it.
What's the one thing, Coach, you want him to improve upon, and also the team as they go into the second week?
I think for Malik, the big thing for him is, managing the clock. A couple times we got down really low on the play clock, and, we're huddling now. We've got the pro-style system that Pep Hamilton has added to our system. I'd like to see it we got to get a few more plays. And to me, that's the quarterback is kind of the gas pedal of the offense, and that, getting the big guys to get up to the line of scrimmage and getting to the rhythm of how we got to move the ball to get more plays. And then, for us as a team, the run game for me stood out. The compliment to a young, inexperienced quarterback is the ability to run the football, and the work we put into the run game, the O-line development. We got two really strong backs in DeJuan Williams and Nolan Ray. I like to see us be able to be a little more productive in the run game and find ways to take some pressure, because I can tell you we didn't go into the game expecting to throw it 43 times with a freshman quarterback.
Last week, I thought your defense played pretty well, especially generating turnovers. What is the task this week? Probably a step up in competition with Northern Illinois coming to town. I mean, everybody remembers when they beat Notre Dame last year. What do you want to see from your D this week?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing there is, you think back to the first drive where we had 6 penalties on defense, and most of them were what I call non-competitive penalties. We've got 2 dynamic young pass rushers in Zaire Mathis and Sidney Stewart, who both were day one starters for us. And, I always talk about mistakes are progress in disguise, and especially if you get the lesson from the mistakes. And that's where, when I've talked about us making the jump that you typically make from game 1 to game 2, we finally have some things on tape that we can make corrections with, especially with an inexperienced team. We got 64 guys that played their first game as a Terp in the shell last week. And so being able to get the tape watched, evaluated on defense, those non-competitive penalties that we had a couple of what I call the undisciplined variety, where we had the face mask, we had the late hit on the quarterback. Those are the 2 types of penalties that kind of get under your skin as a coach. So what I like to see us do on defense is continue to improve upon. And we had 8 total penalties in the first quarter, and so we improved as the game went along. But I know that we won't beat good teams if we continue to have the self-inflicted wounds. So cleaning up those things will be key.
As you go forward, how excited are you for this team? I know last year, you guys, it wasn't the season you wanted, coming off the bowl success, beating Auburn in Nashville, which I still think is under-talked about, to go down to SEC country and beat an SEC team.
I love it. White Brian don't like it.
White Brian does not like it. But, Lox, you've talked about having to kind of relearn how to run a college team in the era of the transfer portal and the NIL. How much different does this year feel compared to last year?
Man, it's so much different for me, JP. A year ago, I was in what I call the forest, to where I couldn't see the trees. I took over play calling. I was coaching the quarterbacks. I was trying to raise money, NIL money, for my program myself. I got caught up doing probably too much. And what I've done now is reinvented putting myself back in that locker room and, having dinner with my players and being able to know kind of what's going on with this team, because a year ago we had the entitlement, we had the selfishness, and you guys know that in football it's we over me, and we've gotten back to that. We've got a young team. We've got, like I said, new guys, inexperienced guys that haven't played around here. And so what I've done is invested in the locker room and invested in the kids that we brought in, and we brought in some talented players. But now it's a matter of keeping their minds on team goals, not the individual goals, not the transactional things that a year ago was more about business of football. Now it needs to be about football business, and I've seen that out of this group, and I'm excited. But we really won't know who we are till we face some adversity together, and from the work that these guys have put in, I'm looking forward to seeing how they respond when we face some.
Doctor, you've known a lot of these guys when you recruit them and things like that. And, I know the times are different today, but I have always felt if a coach start off with a certain level of discipline and show the players that you care, you can get them to do whatever you want. Is this still like that?
It is 100% like that, B. Mitch. A year ago, and this is the part that, people don't realize, but for 110 years, every kid's scholarship check was the same. And then last year, things started changing, and I had to teach a 18-year-old how not to worry about what little Billy has going on over in his house, to run their own race. And these are things that, as a parent, you have to teach, train, and I always talk about teaching guys how to fish instead of giving them the fish sandwich, which the money is the fish sandwich, but teaching them what comes along with these things, the responsibilities that come when you get paid. There's going to be expectations, and people expect things, or how you don't worry about what other people have. You only can worry about what you have. And these are things that I didn't anticipate as a parent/coach a year ago, and it came back to hurt us in the locker room when we faced adversity. I had a split locker room because I had haves and have-nots. And I've talked enough about that from last year, but I can tell you this team is so different. They understand right now it's about football business, and that the only thing they can do to create value is to go out, play well, develop themselves as players, and everything else kind of takes care of itself. So that's where a lot of the energy has been. I really like this team because we're young and inexperienced, and we don't know what we don't know. And that for that reason, these guys will go out and they play hard, and they know we care about them around here.
Yeah. Talking with Terps football coach Mike Locksley here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Of course, you can give Coach Locksley a follow at Coach Locks, Locks. Big game tomorrow night, man. Friday night, Northern Illinois coming to town. Weather's supposed to be perfect. College Park should be bumping. Coach, I did want to say, I follow you on Twitter. I know this is a rough week for you. You lost your son. I believe it was a few years ago. Yesterday was the anniversary. What are we? 8 years? 8 years gone now. And just know that me and B are thinking of you, and we're both fathers, and how tough that must be to persevere.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you guys. You guys are like family to me from the time I did some of the pregame stuff. And, this time of year is always tough for my family because, the circle of life isn't built for parents to bury children. And, coaches' kids, as anybody know from me, I have an affinity for coaches' kids. I've had a bunch of them on my team because I saw what coaching, when, a dad takes care of everybody else's kids, it has an effect on your own. And, Miko, I appreciate people keeping his name alive, and to me, that's what it's all about. You don't get over it; you learn to get through it. It's very motivating because of the tragedy. It's really made me more intentional with what I do with the players in my program, and definitely appreciate you guys having us in your thoughts, man.
Definitely.
Absolutely, Locks. I also, we had Boomer Esiason, a very proud Terp, on the show about an hour ago. We did mostly an NFL preview, but I did ask Boomer about Malik. And he said he watched it. He was really impressed, and he thinks Malik might already be the best athlete.
The most athletic quarterback ever
at Maryland. How about that praise?
Wow.
Don't tell Malik, I guess.
One game. Let's go.
Folks are excited, Locks. We are definitely excited, and we'll be watching tomorrow night. I hope that stadium is packed and you get to enjoy yourself.
I hope so too, but either way, we're going to go out and do our best to put a product on the field that people are going to want to come see. So come on over to Terpsville, check us out. I know we got a lot of seats available. We're excited about the direction, and we feel like we've got a really good team that'll do some special things this year.
Go check out the Terps at College Park. If you're watching on TV, it's on Big Ten Network. Thank you, Locks. Appreciate you making time, bud.
All right, fellas. Talk to y'all soon.
All right, man.
All right. Mike Locksley, head coach of the Maryland Terrapins football program, off to a 1-0 start. Really exciting young quarterback. Malik Washington could have gone anywhere in the country, anywhere, and he chose to play for Locks right here at home. DMV made. I'm excited to watch Malik this season, and I'll definitely be watching tomorrow night. Give Locks a follow at Coach Locks. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is making Week 1 even bigger with a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every game day. That's right, $2 million. Here's how it works. Opt in and place an anytime TD bet on any Week 1 NFL game, including tonight's matchup, using both profit boosts and using your profit boost. And if the player that you pick scores either the first or the last touchdown of the game, you'll earn a share of $2 million in bonus bets. First touchdown, you're in. Last touchdown, you're in. Both, even better. It's just one more reason to bet on the NFL with FanDuel. So whether you've got a feeling about the opening drive or you're banking on a clutch finish, now's the time to get in on the game. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the app today and get started. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt in. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Riding dirty. Riding dirty.
They hate me. All right.
Riding dirty.
Because it was a short week, we weren't able to get Denton on yesterday to do our college football preview. Just been busy. Next week probably will be too, honestly. The Thursday game in week 2 is going to be nuts.
That's going to be nuts, bro.
Landville was surprised, might be the way to say, that when we told him we'd be in studio next Friday. That 5 a.m. flight out of Milwaukee is going to bump, baby.
Well, just to be honest, Landville, be ready for some naps during the commercial break.
I told you, Landville. You're going to need all the monster energies, I think. But I do at least want to take a look at the college football slate for this weekend. Assuming we got White Brian in there. He's a college football nut. White Brian, what are the best games this weekend on the college slate? Oh, he's not there. Are you solo in there, Landfill?
That's correct.
Damn. Working hard.
What the hell? They set you up.
I think this is smart. Usually there's a college game on Thursday night. It doesn't look like there's any games tonight. I think college understands when the NFL rolls in, you're supposed to just bow down. Well, I think eventually college football has a good role on Thursday nights, especially for the gamblers. They just want more action. But the college game usually starts at 7. The NFL game doesn't kick till like 8:15. But tonight, the whole world's going to be watching Eagles-Cowboys. And
hell yeah.
There's no real sense in going up against that.
You see that those two teams going against each other. There's not a college football game that's going to going to sit there and compete with that.
Tonight, you got tomorrow night, JMU, Louisville. Terps are hosting Northern Illinois. You get to Saturday, and you don't have the slate we saw last week. I do wonder if there's some letdown games maybe. Like, I can't imagine East Texas A&M is the team for Florida State to have the letdown on, but they were so amped up last week to host Bama.
And they handled it.
They sure did. Baylor playing at SMU.
My poor friend Wayne, man, he just hurting.
Bama fan?
Yeah. No, he played at Bama.
Yeah, it was not a good week for the Bama crowd.
Sorry, Wayne.
Baylor got their ass kicked last week going to SMU. That could be an interesting game. The Mustangs are ranked 17th in the country. UVA going to Raleigh, play the Fighting Leon Duncans of NC State. He keeps scrolling down here. I know there are a couple big games just because college football is smart enough to keep that going. Oklahoma State traveling to Eugene to take on Oregon. Cowboys are usually a pretty good football team. Mike Gundy's still coaching there. Oregon is favored in that game, B.
What's that big backer used to be at for Oklahoma State?
Dude, T-Boone
Pickens.
I think he died.
He did. But
you imagine that dude in the NIL
money,
era?
He left some good money for him, though.
That's true.
He left some money there.
So Oregon is facing a Big 12 team. Like, Oklahoma State has been legit good at various times over my life anyway. What do you think Oregon's favored by?
Oh, Lord. So Oklahoma State has been on the downslide lately.
Yeah.
I'm going to go 14.
4 touchdowns.
28?
28 and a half. Damn. Wow. Kansas, Missouri, which doesn't mean much to us, but that once upon a time was a big-time rivalry.
Oh, they go for it.
You go back to, like, Civil War days, and people were killing each other over that stuff. Mizzou favored by a touchdown.
Were you back there, Jay?
I was not, but I've read about it. I think the biggest college football game Carolina, after getting their ass kicked in Belichick's debut, goes to Charlotte, UNC Charlotte.
Uh-huh.
Charlotte lost to App State last weekend.
Don't lose to UNC Charlotte at Belichick.
Carolina's favored by 2 touchdowns.
They're going to pack up you and your girl, and I'm serious.
I don't know, man. Part of me might like the 49ers in that joint.
I'm saying
14.
If they don't beat UNC Charlotte, they don't have some issues.
For sure.
Yeah.
The game of the weekend is going to be Michigan going to Oklahoma. Michigan started true freshman Bryce Underwood last week. There was a lot of excitement about that kid. If you remember, I think he's from Louisiana, committed to LSU, and then at the last minute, like Dave Portnoy and the dude from Oracle came in and gave him a bag to come to Ann Arbor. Oklahoma looked good last week, too.
If LSU didn't fight to keep him, then it's something. Because LSU got in the bag of stuff over there, too, now.
Well, basically what LSU did, and I think you could argue makes a lot of sense. If you watched LSU Clemson last week, you know what LSU had all of a sudden? A solid defense. And I think the way I understand it is Underwood left, and they said, all right, rather than throw all this money at one kid, we are going to spend on the defense.
Well, they did.
John Mateer is the Boomer Sooner quarterback, Oklahoma's quarterback. Last week in their opener, he went 30 of 37 for 392 yards, 3 touchdowns against a pick.
Who did they play?
Last week?
Yeah.
I will find that out for you, Brian. Last week, the Sooners played, I thought it was like it was Illinois State. So, I don't know. Maybe don't be too excited.
It's either or. We'll see.
But that's certainly the big game of the weekend. College football, you know there's going to be some craziness. That's just how college football rolls. I can't wait to bet on a bunch of stuff on Saturday. If you got winners, send them my way. When we return, me and B and Landfill will make our picks for the season. We're going to pick division winners from every division in the NFL. Then we'll give you our AFC, NFC title games, followed by Super Bowl picks. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Change is coming to NFL Red Zone. The league wants fans to know is probably not as drastic as you're fearing after Scott Hansen went on the Pat McAfee show, where the host confirmed that 7 hours of commercial-free football is no longer a reality. Well, the NFL issued a statement. They said they had already been testing ads to run alongside its Red Zone coverage, and you probably saw them last December. As was the case when the ads appeared last season, the league says that football will remain on the screen at all times, only with brief commercials airing in a separate box along with 10 to 15 seconds of commercial audio. The NFL also confirmed that the change is unrelated to the league's pending transaction with ESPN. So we don't have ESPN to blame for this, but 7 hours of red zone football just doesn't have the same ring to it. But tonight, finally, week 1 is kicking off between the Eagles and the Cowboys. And you know who's not going to be on the field when the Eagles raise their Super Bowl banner? The Eagles. They said they want to put last season behind them, and that starts tonight. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, The Fan. There is a lot of NFL teams giving out extensions today, some cash flowing around. Nick Bitonio, Denver Broncos, got a big old bag, and he is worth it, man. That dude can play. All right, we do it every year. It is time for us to make our official picks for the 2025 NFL season.
Let's get it, Jay.
Here's what we do. We go all the way around, all the divisions, and pick winners. It's a simple game, man. You got to pick some winners.
Pick some winners.
All right, B, you want to start? You want me to start? What do you want to do?
Okay, I'm going to try and start.
Let's start with the AFC.
No damn standings available.
They're all 0-0, B.
I know, but still, I need to get all the teams.
I'll tell you. All right.
Go.
Let's start in the AFC East. In the AFC East, you have the Bills, the Dolphins, the Patriots, and the Jets. In an effort to speed this up, is anybody not picking the Bills?
I'm going with the Bills.
White Brian?
I'm taking the Bills, too.
Okay. That one I don't think we needed to spend a lot of time on.
Yeah.
All right. AFC North. This one I don't think will be as simple. Ravens, Steelers, Bengals, Browns. B-Mitch.
Ravens.
B-Mitch picks the Ravens. Landfill.
Yeah, I think this one's pretty simple. I'm also taking the Ravens. I mean, it's certainly not going to be the Browns. And all the Bengals really have is Burrow and Chase. So I'm 100% going Ravens.
White Brian.
I'm going to trust Burrow and Chase. Bengals.
I mean, they going to suck.
Oh, all right. I'm going to take the Ravens. I like the Bengals. I think they're a playoff team again. But so.
It won't stop nobody, but okay.
Their defense could be better.
They'd be better. That don't mean that they're going to be good. They were horrible last year.
If I was going to take anybody but the Ravens, it might be the Steelers. I don't necessarily think things are going to break right in Pittsburgh with Aaron Rodgers. But if they do, they have a good defense. Mike Tomlin tends to get the best out of his players. Like, I could see the Steelers being the surprise. Not enough that I'm taking them, but that would be where I go if it wasn't the Ravens. But I think the Ravens are just loaded. Keeping it going in the AFC South, Texans, Colts, Jags, Titans. The Jags were 4-13. The Titans were 3-14. Jags have a new coach. Colts have Daniel Jones as their starting quarterback. Houston's won this thing at least 2 years in a row.
Houston.
B didn't even wait on that. Landy?
Yeah, I think I also got to go Houston here. I mean, I guess it's possible the Jags could make it interesting. It's certainly not going to be the Colts with Daniel Jones. That's going to be a disaster.
White Brian.
Jaguars.
I think White Brian like to lose.
part of me likes what White Brian's trying to do because we've gotten to a point where there's always turnover. And right now, I think me, you, and Landfill just picked the same winner in all three of these divisions.
It's turnover in the NFC East, not in other divisions. The other divisions are consistent.
Well,
for the most part.
One team that has won it forever is the AFC West, the Kansas City Chiefs. Now
I'm going with the Chiefs again.
The AFC West is loaded. You got the Chiefs, Chargers, Broncos, Raiders. 3 of those 4 teams, the head coach has won Super Bowls. The 4th team, Jim Harbaugh, has been to a Super Bowl in the NFL.
Chiefs.
B, not even hesitating.
Andy Reid.
Do you think there's any the Chiefs have finally gotten too old, don't have enough weapons? Like, what will it take for you to stop believing in the Chiefs?
Pat Mahomes stop playing.
Okay. Mr. Landini?
We always talk about the importance of a quarterback.
Yeah.
And that dude, you say what you want, he is still damn good. Might be weird, whole family, but he's good in football.
I don't think he's weird. I think the rest of them are weird.
He's a little weird, too. But his other people are outlandishly weird.
I'm also going with the Chiefs. I don't really understand why people have this faith in Justin Herbert the way that they do, and I really didn't think Bo Nix was nearly as impressive as other people did last year. So the Chiefs, that's an easy one for me.
I, too, will take the Chiefs. I'm not saying they win the Super Bowl, but, like, to win that division, the division is good. If I was going to take anybody besides the Chiefs, it would probably be the Broncos.
Tippy, why you say we're going to save time and then you do all that extra talk?
Well, B, we're on our 4th division, and we're only 7 minutes into the segment.
Hey,
now we're killing time.
We're going to be fine. We're going to be fine.
White Brian, who you got?
I can't go against Mahomes. Chiefs.
Okay.
Wow, he finally got smart.
What's going to be really interesting is when Jeff realizes we made our picks, how he then will try to, like, email us in his picks.
So,
all right. In the AFC, we all pretty much picked chalk. Everybody took the Bills. In the AFC North, we had 3 picks with the Ravens, me, B, and Professor Mulligatawny. White Brian took the Bengals. In the AFC South, me, B, and Mullins took the Texans. White Brian took the Jaguars. And in the AFC West, we all took the Chiefs. All right. We'll switch it over to the National Football Conference now. Let's start with the NFC South. Tampa's won this thing, I think, every year since Brady won that Super Bowl, maybe even more. You got the Bucs, the Falcons, the Panthers, or the Saints. Mr. Mitchell.
Bucs.
Okay, Tampa.
But if I were to pick no, I'm joking.
See, I'm interested.
No, I was messing with you.
Like, who do you think could make a run at them?
Falcons.
I kind of like the Panthers. I'm just a Bryce Young truther.
Well, you trying to make that thing become what you thought it was
Trying to
a
make
couple
fetch
years
happen.
ago, and you still hadn't made it, bro.
He played really well in the second half last year, but you're correct. I also like Dave Canales.
Season 17 games.
I like Dave Canales a lot. I think he's a really good, smart, young coach. Landfill, NFC South.
I'm going with the Falcons. I liked Michael Penix last year. I'm not really a Baker Mayfield believer. The Saints are a complete disaster. And I just think that David Tepper will find a way to screw up the Panthers.
Okay. White Brian.
The Panthers play in Tampa Bay on the last game of the season. That's going to decide the division, but the Bucs are going to win because they're home.
I like that.
You really believe the Panthers are going to be that good? Right, Brian?
They looked really good at the end of last year.
They were feisty, dog.
Yeah, because nobody else gave them a chance. Nobody cared about them because they were just saying, "Oh, we playing the Panthers."
The Falcons had to win that last game to try to get in, and they got blown out.
Yeah.
Huh?
I'm also going to take Tampa. I am a Baker believer. I think Todd Bowles is really good. They added Ibuka. I like what they do defensively. I think Tampa's underrated, man, honestly. All right. Sticking in the NFC now, let's go to the NFC North. This joint is wide open, man. You got the Lions, lost their coordinators, but should be healthier. The Vikings go from Sam Darnold to J.J. McCarthy. The Bears have excitement in Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams. The Packers should be as good, maybe better. Where do you go, NFC North, B?
Packers. That move from Micah Parsons makes me move to the Packers instead of the Lions, and I believe if Micah Parsons can adjust to that cold weather, when he's coming off the edge and it's cold out there, other quarterback's not going to want to deal with him.
Professor Mulligatawny.
I'm also taking the Packers. They're good.
They're good. White Brian.
I think the Packers are really good, but the Lions they have so much talent.
So you going Lions?
Yeah, I'm taking the Lions.
All right. I'm going with the Packers, too. I think the Lions are still a playoff team. Of all the teams you don't buy in the North, for me, it's the Bears. I feel like there's always excitement about the Bears. Chicago's a really big city. They love the Bears. And I just, if the Bears finish the season 7-10, would you be the slightest bit surprised?
I wouldn't be. But, like the thing for me, I know you give KOC a lot of credit. And I know Landfill hates Darnold. But Darnold played spectacular early on last year.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if McCarthy has that type of arm to do what he did last year, even though he's not very good. But I think McCarthy is more of that mid-range type guy.
See, I think McCarthy, to me, Darnold has the arm. I mean, Darnold's a USC quarterback, top 5 pick, has all the athletic, everything you look for, you see it with him, right? And I think Moneyball, the actual book, if you've read it, tried to identify, like, a lot of times can't miss prospects miss because you get so sucked into all the stuff. Like, damn, look at his arm, look at the strength, look at the size. McCarthy has all that. Like, McCarthy was a big deal recruit. He's big, he's strong. But I think McCarthy has the intangible stuff, like just the guttiness, the leadership that Darnold, I think at this point we all know doesn't have. I just think it might be too much too fast for McCarthy. Especially coming back from the injury.
I'm looking at their 2 receivers who are big play threats. They don't care how much a leader is. Can you throw the damn ball 70 yards down the field, 65 yards down the field, hit me in stride so I can run into the end zone? That's what they care about.
Yeah.
And Addison may not be there for a minute, right?
Right. I mean, they traded for Thielen. So far in the NFC, me, White Brian, and B took the Bucks. Landfill took the Atlanta Falcons. ATL, shorty, don't disrespect it.
Hot Atlanta.
In the NFC North, me, B, and Mullins took the Packers. White Brian took the Lions. Let's go to the NFC West. Pretty interesting division out there. I think the Rams were probably a significant favorite here until Matt Stafford broke his back, and there's just a ton of uncertainty there. You've also got the Seahawks that won 10 games last year. They missed the playoffs, but they won 10 games. The Cardinals and then the Niners, a team that people really believe in the talent and the coaching, even though last year they went 6-11. B, where are you going in the NFC West?
I'm going to take the Cardinals. No, I'm joking. Give me the Seattle Seahawks.
Okay, why?
I just think that defense does more than what people think, even in this day and age. And when you can go out there and you can limit people from doing what they want to do, it gives you a chance to win. And I believe that you know, looking at it back with us, Stafford, we come with all the injuries on San Francisco 49ers, and I don't think Colin Murray ever arrived. So I believe that defense of Seattle is going to help them out. I'm thinking it's going to have to be a defense-led thing. I'm not saying Sam Darnold's going to do much to help them out. So,
they run the ball well too. Yeah. Mullins, who you got?
Yeah, I have zero belief in Seattle because of their quarterback situation. I just think Matt Stafford, this whole lingering back thing, it's just weird to me. When you start getting to an advanced age and you start having back problems, like, they don't really get better. I just don't have any confidence there that he's going to be playing quarterback for him throughout the year. So I'm going to actually go with San Francisco. I know they had they struggled a lot last year. It is entirely possible that Adam Peters was the secret to their success all along, and that we took their soul when we hired him. But I guess we'll find out this year.
We will find out. White Brian, who you got out west?
I'm not worried about the back injury. The Rams are going to win the division.
All right, me and White Brian agree on one. Sean
Yeah,
McVay.
y'all both try to swim when the water's rough.
Sean McVay is the best coach in
One
that
almost
division.
didn't make it to a pole. The other one got slammed to the bottom of the ocean.
That's also true. I think we sleep on Devontae Adams out there. I think a rejuvenated Devontae Adams playing with Puka Nacua. I think Stafford's going to be okay. I love the young defense they've started to build.
Did he even practice this year? See, now I understand if we were saying, oh, he just didn't play in the game. He didn't really practice.
I think he ended up practicing some, but you're not too far off.
Mm-hmm.
I love that young pass rush guy, Fisk. That dude is lightning off the edge. I like Jared Verse is really, really good. I think L.A. realized they got old in a hurry after the Super Bowl and are trying to fix that. Now, unfortunately, your quarterback's also really old, so we'll see how it goes. All right, B. Mitch, your AFC title game.
You missed the East.
I did. And that one might matter, huh?
Yeah.
All right, who you got?
I'm going to go with the Commanders.
Commanders for B. Mitch. Is there any homerness, or you really think they get it done?
I think they get it done, and I'm going with the fact that they have not had a repeat title holder since 2004, and I don't think Dallas or the Giants have a chance in hell. And White Brian, you can go in and pick the Giants, please.
Landfill.
Put that bad luck on nobody else.
NFC East.
Yeah, I'm taking the Commanders.
I like it. White Brian.
Eagles, unfortunately.
Hater.
I don't think picking the Eagles is being a hater.
It is, because he's a Giants fan.
Which probably makes it worse.
And the Giants and the Eagles don't get along. So he's being a hater.
I'm taking the Commanders. I think Philly, dude, week 5 last year they were trying to run their coach, and he brought his son to the podium as a human shield. Like, that just happened. We didn't invent that. That was less than a calendar year ago. That's a volatile situation in South Philadelphia. A.J. Brown reading books, like, they just – it's hard to stay on top of the mountain, man. All right.
It is.
Now, B, your AFC title game.
AFC title game is going to be Kansas City and the Baltimore Ravens.
Landfill?
I would like to pick something other than the Ravens and the Chiefs, but it's just going to be the Ravens and the Chiefs.
Landfill, you sitting by me in class looking over my shoulder.
I mean, the Chiefs are obviously it's going to be the Chiefs. They've been in the championship game every year for like the last 8 years, and then it really just comes down to whether you believe more in the Ravens or the Bills. And
yeah,
I'm going with the Ravens this year.
White Brian, AFC title game.
I believe a little more in the Bills. Kansas City and the Bills.
All right, I'm zagging here.
Please. When you zag, we win.
I don't think the Ravens or the Chiefs get to the title game. I think it's a little changing of the guard. I got Bills-Bengals in the AFC title game. If Joe Burrow's right, he's shown.
Joe Burrow was right last year. His defense sucks.
I hear you. I just think they could get red hot late. I think a lot of times you see a wild card team get red hot late in the year, and I'm gonna take the Bengals there.
That's your old WT. I got it.
WT.
Wishful thinking.
I don't think it's. I have the Ravens winning the division.
Bruh. Okay. Until that defense stop giving up 28, 30 points, Joe Burrow ain't gonna be hot enough.
I mean that.
And if he keep scrambling around like he did in the preseason game, he ain't gonna make it to the whole season.
I mean the Bills beat the Ravens last year in the playoffs, so I don't think taking the Bills to get there is crazy. It's just having the Chiefs lose is the crazy part.
I'm
to
with
me.
you.
NFC title game. Mr. Mitchell.
NFC title game. All right. I'm going to go. And the Commanders going to go back. And I'm going to put them against the Detroit Lions.
That'd be juicy.
No. Check.
Ooh, check.
Check. It's going to be against the Green Bay Packers. But the Green Bay Packers going to have to come here.
Oh, all right.
That's called WT also.
Landfill.
Yeah, so just for the record, I want to point out that 30 seconds ago, I said that my game was going to be Packers Commanders and that Brian was going to steal it from me. I knew this before you said it. That's the most obvious pick. The Packers are good, so are the Commanders. Week 2 rematch for the championship game. Hopefully the Commanders win.
You sitting behind me in class.
You stole from me. B, I had that one.
You looking over my shoulder. I'm not behind you.
I had that one. That's me.
Oh Lord.
White Brian.
I also have the Packers in there, but I have the Rams against the Packers.
White Brian's stealing my stuff. I too have Rams Packers for my NFC title game. All right. Super Bowl picks with a winner.
I had the Chiefs and the Ravens. Didn't I that?
You had Chiefs, Ravens, Commanders, Packers.
Oh, Lord. Chiefs go back to the damn Super Bowl.
Who they got?
And the Packers, I'm calling the Commanders to play here. They're going to win here if they're here.
Oh, wow. Who wins it?
And you got to learn first. So you got damn Pat Mahomes still saying, calm down, little son. I'm still the sensei.
All right. B. Mitch's pick is in. You imagine if we go cover the damn Super Bowl? Now, it's one thing to go cover the Super Bowl, but cover the Super Bowl for this team?
Yeah.
Holy moly. Landfill, what do you got?
I got the Commanders beating the Ravens in the Super Bowl.
That would be, now I'm not going to lie to you, Landfill, that would be outstanding right
Battle
there.
of the Beltways.
Oh, that would be unbelievable. I don't think people be able to visit each other from those cities for a while.
That would be wild, dog.
I guarantee there'll split some whole households, man.
White Brian, what do you got?
Josh Allen finally gets over the hump.
He keeps
Bills over
stealing my
Rams.
stuff.
Man, that ain't happening. They going to be the stepchildren for the rest of their life.
They've been stepchildren for a long time. All right, I'm going different. I got Bills versus Packers. Josh Allen finally gets to one, but the Bills continue to be left at the altar. Green Bay wins. I don't know. It'd be all of these are exciting.
You believe in that 27-year-old thing, huh?
It's on my mind, B. It's on my mind, not going to lie to you. Here's what is definitely on my mind. Football season is here. And if you decide to get in on the action this year, the American Gaming Association wants to remind listeners to have a game plan when it comes to betting. Bet with legal sports books only. Know the odds. Stick to a budget. And lastly, keep your cool, man. The result of a bet, the result of a game, the result of a player prop is never an occasion to criticize an athlete or a coach online. Don't be that guy. It's lame. Please go to haveagameplan.org to learn more. Brought to you by 106.7 The Fans, proud responsible gaming partner, the American Gaming Association.
This sports update is brought to you by Cars for Kids, Cars with a K. The New York Giants have agreed to sell a 10% minority ownership share valued at over $1 billion to the Koch family. The deal values the Giants at more than $10 billion, which is the highest valuation ever for a sports franchise. That just surpasses Mark Walter's $10 billion purchase for a majority ownership of the NBA's Los Angeles Lakers. The sale does still need to be approved by the league's other owners before it can be finalized, but that could take place as soon as October. Under the new agreement, the Mara and Tisch families, the current owners of the Giants, would each hold a 45% share of the franchise ownership stakes rather than the 50% that they have right now. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your unused car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Cool news today at 5 o'clock. Adam Peters, Commanders General Manager, will join Grant and Danny. Make sure you're listening to that 5 o'clock live on the radio, or you can listen to it live on the Odyssey app. Right now, Commanders offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury addressed the media earlier ahead of Week 1 against the Giants.
I'll stick with wide receivers. Debo, obviously you probably had an idea of how you were going to use him when you got started. I'm not trying to ask like scheme questions, but has anything changed in the thinking with your usage of him or things you can do having been through training camp with him now?
The only thing was just his skill as a receiver. You'd seen him in so many different roles and different things. I think, he's really good as a receiver. Like if he just played receiver and we didn't have the other stuff, the screens and different stuff that he's become known for, you would be really impressed. And I guess I hadn't studied him enough to know just how dynamic of a receiver and how skilled and polished he was at that position. So to see that has been awesome. And I think Bobby Ingram's done a tremendous job kind of building that relationship, and they have a good thing going.
You get familiar with a few of the 4 running backs on the roster from last year, but new look room, first week, as you're going through a game, and one running back, let's say, has got to go in early. Like, are you a believer in a hot hand, like sticking with a guy that's looked good early, regardless of where they're on the depth chart?
Yeah, I think there's something to that. We have 4 guys that we feel really comfortable operating in really all phases of the game, and that's a great feeling as a play caller. And so I think all 4 have shown what we needed them to show this camp, to have all the faith in the world that any one of them can go out there and execute at a high level.
Hey, good afternoon, Coach. I know you guys come obviously in with a game plan, right? Everybody does. But as the game flow goes and adjustments need to be made, when it comes time to take a big shot, how much of those decisions are kind of planned, throughout the game, and how much of those are kind of like a vibe you get in the moment? You're like, you know what, let's take this shot right now.
Yeah, a lot of it is, I would say, player based. Like if you're getting the information from them, we got this or got that, that to me is always the trump card if it's going to work or not. Even if you don't think it's a good idea, if they believe in it, they usually make it work. And so I think I get a lot of my information from those guys, the quarterbacks, receivers. Hey, they're playing me like this. I think we can hit this and kind of take it from there. We have a great offensive coaching staff as well that has a lot of information, a lot of guys who've been former play callers, which really helps me at the same time. We're getting lots of information throughout the game that helps me in determining when to take those shots and kind of what is the best shot to take.
Cliff over here. Cliff. Obviously, during a course of the game, there's going to be situations where you're probably going to have an Austin Eckler, a Jaden Daniels, a Deebo Samuel on the field at once. Swiss Army knife type players that can, multi-dimensional type players. What does that do for you as a play caller, knowing their versatility and the way that you can utilize those 3 athletes?
Yeah, it's huge. The NFL is about finding matchups and mismatches and trying to take advantage of them. So having been in Arizona, I had to watch that for 4 years with Christian and Austin, and it's tough when you don't know what the personnel group is and who's out there and what they're doing and who's a receiver and who's a running back, and so that can definitely be a unique challenge to a defense.
Cliff, I know obviously you worked a lot with Jaden last year and doing those walkthroughs and all that, but what are the conversations like with him in those situations this year compared to last year? How much deeper can he go because of that experience?
Yeah, I think just the comfort level. he's very open now to, I like this, I don't like that. And I think when you're a rookie, it's kind of like, yeah, I'll do it, whatever. You call it, I got it. And now I think we're really on the same page as far as like what we want to get accomplished. And if there's something you don't like or there's a concept that's not working or not clicking or we don't think this guy can do it, then we'll throw it out. So I just think the back and forth has grown a lot with us getting to know each other more and him understanding now it's your show. Like, I'm just along for the ride. So let's set it up the way you want.
Been around other players throughout your entire career who have had a lot thrown at them because of the fame or whatever. How have you seen him handle all of that?
Yeah, he's been phenomenal. I mean, all the conversations are still, he wants to talk about football and how do we get better and how does he get better. And so that hasn't changed at all from that perspective.
What makes Sean Bates so good at blocking?
That's a great question. I think just the passion, determination to do it. You know, he takes pride in that role. He could easily catch a lot more footballs than he does. I think he would in most offenses, but you have one of the great pass-catching tight ends in the league alongside him, and that takes away some of those targets. But just he has a want-to, a will, a desire, and there's nobody more respected in our locker room than John Bates because of that. I mean, we show those clips of him blocking in line every week, and it's one of our offense's favorite thing to watch. It's like how he gets after it up there. And so he's definitely gained a lot of big fans and respect within this organization because of the way he plays.
And then Noah Brown, just his ability to draw PIs. What is he doing that allows him to do that so often?
Yeah, he's one of the better route runners and technicians I've seen. I think he is so good at the top of routes and with his feet coming out of stuff that he gets up on guys and surprises them because he's so smooth in and out of transitions. And, you know, last year I thought he was really coming on, having a tremendous season, and then obviously the injury, but he's been great in camp, and so I'm excited to watch him play this year.
Not every team has a player as dominant as a guy like Dexter Lawrence in the middle, paired with the edge rushers they have there. How good of a test is this week one for new revamped offensive line and, you know, all the changes that have come in this offseason?
Yeah, it's as good as we'll see, I have a feeling. You know, with those guys, they've invested a lot in that group, and rightfully so, and they're very good. I think Lawrence is one of the premier players, defensive players in the league. There's no doubt. I mean, he's a game wrecker if you don't have a plan for him each and every snap. And then, you know, the edge guys, I've always had a tremendous amount of respect for Burns and his style of play and kind of the relentless effort he plays with. And then Thibodeau, you know, a top pick, and Abdul now. So the front seven is as challenges we'll face. And so we're going to have to be prepared and know it's going to be a knockdown, drag-out type game, just like they were last year. You know, it came down to the wire in both games last year, and our team understands that.
Cliff, you've been around a lot of guys who've gotten a lot of attention. Patrick, Jaden, obviously Kyler. All those might have been expected. And I'm not comparing the attention that Bill is getting to that, but how surprised are you watching this journey of the 7th-round pick who played one game last year, getting a lot of attention going into his first NFL game?
Yeah, it's been interesting. You know, he's a guy who I have a ton of respect for his journey. There's no doubt. Like, to stay at Arizona and just rep on practice squad every day when you're in college, like, I wouldn't have done that. I would have got a job or done something else. I don't like football as much as he does, apparently. So for him to do that, go to an all-star game, and then just kind of earn the reps, and, like, he can't get enough. Like, he wants to know about it, wants to practice. Like, he's always trying to get to the front of the line, and so that's been really cool to see. We'll see how it all goes. But, yeah, it's a big hype train for old Bill.
Hey, Coach. So for you, what are you most looking forward to in week one and in this season?
Really just getting this unit together and seeing how we play as a group. You know, I like the additions we made. I've loved how we practiced and how we've worked and the connection the guys have, but you just never know till you get out there. And it's a great challenge. I think Shane Bowen does a tremendous job on defense, and with those pieces they added, it should be a heck of a challenge for us to see kind of where we're at.
Do you actually call him Bill?
I do. Yeah. I thought, true story, I thought Coach Lynn had lost his mind because I didn't know his name was Bill, or he went by Bill, and Jacory can't be any farther from Bill. So I'm like, I was talking to the coaches, being like, hey, did y'all talk to the rookies? And he's like, yeah, I talked to Bill earlier. And I'm like, dude, we have left the reservation. And then we found out that he goes by Bill randomly. So, yep, appreciate y'all.
That's pretty funny. Kingsbury had no idea who Bill was in the meetings until somebody explained that Jacory is Bill. He's not really sure how you get from Jacory to Bill.
I don't get it either. Like my dad's name was Blanche Mitchell Sr. and his nickname was Vertus. I'm like, how the hell you get that? I mean, if you call him B. Mitch or something like that, I understand. But Vertus? What the hell? So when they say his name is Jacory Krosky Merritt, and he said, I go by Bill, I was like, is his name William Jacory?
Nah.
They just call him. Where the hell he gets that from?
So the story is there was a cartoon called Little Bill that his family and friends thought he looked like as a kid, and he just kind of Bill stuck. You know what? I asked Bill a question yesterday, B, and I don't know if you saw the video. I posted it online. Like something you have said a million times. Like once Bill is on the field Sunday, Bobby Okereke, the Giants linebacker, is not thinking, oh, that's a 7th-round pick. I don't have to hit this hole as hard.
Nah. Bobby Okereke is going to try to run through the hole. The thing of it, once the game starts, nobody care what round you were drafted in. It's whatever my game plan is, what my assignments are, I am trying to be the best at it that day. And if I happen to be the undrafted free agent going against a first-round draft pick, you think I'm going to just give up because he's a first-round draft pick? I'm trying to whip his ass. You know what I'm saying? I am trying to make my coach say, well, I know we kept this guy for a reason. And you think that first-round draft pick is going to say, oh, I don't have to go hard. This dude's a 7th-rounder. He wasn't drafted high. No, he going to know he got to go out there and handle business or he going to get done because when they choose you, they chose you because they think you can do something. James Harris wasn't drafted, right?
Harrison, yeah.
What did he do on the football field? Destroy people.
When Andrew Thomas has to block Frankie Louvu this weekend, do you think Andrew Thomas is going to be like, well, I'm a first-rounder and Louvu's undrafted, so I got this?
No.
He's
going to say, I saw this guy on film, and he's a damn menace. And he's going to be thinking, I better have all of my techniques proper, or he'll get me. You know, it's just, you step on that field, man, it's a dog-eat-dog world, bro.
Indeed. Bob Papa, voice of the Giants, joins us at 1 o'clock. Cliff Kingsbury is too damn funny, dude. B. Mitch of
He's
Finland.
straightforward, though, man.
Yeah, man.
That's what I like about him. I mean, like I said to you off air, when he's talking to you, he never, ever sounds like he's BSing you. He sounds like he's answering your questions straightforward. Now, whether he is or not, I don't know. But he sounds like he's being genuine.
I agree with that. You see, we got Bob Papa, voice of the New York Giants, joining us in about 10 minutes. Fired up for that. Do you see that the Powerball is up to $1.4 billion? Big?
7, right?
No, I thought it was 1.4 now. I guess.
I thought it was 1.7. I don't know.
Landfill, isn't it 4?
I think it was 4 last night, but nobody won, so it's going to be 7 now.
Damn. I would take it at 1.4, just to be clear.
Man, I'll take it at 1.
I'd take it at 0.4.
Hell yeah.
Landfill, you want to get a pool together and buy some tickets?
I think we should.
I'm in.
Yeah, I'm
in.
also in.
Who's going to go buy them?
You should buy them, JP, because if you win the lottery in Maryland, you don't have to go public.
What does that mean?
I mean, that means you can claim the ticket without telling people that you won.
And Virginia doesn't have that?
No, like every other state, they publish your name and your address. You got to take publicity photos.
What state can we win in and don't say nothing about it?
Maryland.
Yeah, let's do it through Maryland.
Speaking of Maryland, Maryland Governor Wes Moore will join us tomorrow to make his first NFL picks of the weekend. Wes has been on fire. The Gov could pick games, man. Finished 30 games over 500 last year. All right, I'll buy some tickets. I'll send a text. I'll try to hit 7-Eleven on my way home.
Do you think the governor wants to get in on the pool?
I don't know what kind of restrictions he has, but we can ask. Well, let's ask him tomorrow. When's the next drawing?
Saturday.
All right, well, let's ask him tomorrow.
Saturday.
Hello, sir.
What are going on? I pool with us.
Like,
can you pull some strings?
I think all of us, if we won that pool, like, I would still see you guys again. Like, you and I would play more golf, but I'm never coming back to work. With $1.4 billion?
I'm not going to sit up here and lie to people like, if I win, I'm going to hell with that.
Like, I will never be in the prison cell another day of my life.
Let's just say, if I were to come to work, it wouldn't be good for the people at work. Say it like that.
But Wes Moore is at a different track. Like,
Greg already purchased his.
There you go. He could end up on Pennsylvania Avenue, so he might just bank the cash and have to keep working.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to say something. My buddy, a good buddy of mine, wants to take his son to the game this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
He does not have season tickets. Now, this is a buddy of mine that has some strings he could pull but didn't want to and just bought it. Just paid for tickets.
Mm-hmm.
Bought a pair of tickets and a parking pass. How much you think that cost him?
Pair of tickets, where he sitting?
I'm guessing decent seats. I don't think he's uppers. I don't know if it's club or lowers.
So a pair of tickets and a parking pass, about $700-800.
$600.
Okay.
Before he buys
parking pass probably
$18 beer.
Yeah.
I think the parking is expensive, dude.
Yeah, but the thing about it, if he knows some people, he can probably get a parking pass within $100. But the tickets will hit you about $250 a piece or more.
Landfill, would you pay $600 to go to the Commanders game this weekend?
They figure I'll pay $25.
I wouldn't pay $6, bro.
The parking will get you, man. Dude, this is funny. Somebody just sent this to me. Baltimore Hun just sent me parking, the cheapest parking for this weekend, Lot F Gold, which I don't know where that is, but it's a parking pass, $232. You know what business is booming?
Parking. Hell, I park in right down in there. What's it called? That's booming.
We win the lottery. We put all our money in parking.
Stolen?
Yeah, you can lose your cold car down there.
Do we have an update on Chris's car?
He know where it's at. He just can't go. He got to go get it.
No, he got a new one.
Did he?
Yeah.
What'd he get?
I don't.
I hope
I
he got
ask
like
him.
a Hummer.
Did he just buy a new car? Did he get his car got totaled?
His car got totaled.
Okay, they totaled it. Then they went and got a new car. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a good deal.
What would you rather see Chris Russell drive? A Hummer or a Cybertruck?
None of them.
Would you imagine Rooster climbing out of a Cybertruck?
I can see him in a Hummer. I'll do a Hummer.
Landfill, what's your ideal vehicle for Chris Russell?
For Russell, it's a Fiat 500. But when I win the lottery, I'm going to get a load rider with hydraulics. That's what I'm going to get in it.
Have it bouncing like the Nothing But a G-Thing video?
That's what I'll be doing.
If I won the lottery, I would finally get my Range Rover. That's what I would do.
If you won the lottery, you get whatever the hell you want to get.
I know, but I'm a simple man, B.
Hey, look, 1.7 billion.
I might get a swimming pool.
See if I can get me a helicopter.
I'll roll
Helicopter
around,
nice.
bouncing, wearing looking like I'm in a hip hop video in 2003. It'll be awesome.
Like some chains?
Yeah.
I don't need all that. I tell you like this though,
And a tracksuit with a bucket hat.
I don't need the car. I'm playing every golf course I want to play though.
If I won the lottery, one thing I 1,000% would do, a NetJets membership. I ain't flying commercial ever again.
I don't mind.
I think at 1.7 billion. Now I have a buddy that flies private most of the time, and he says flying private internationally is so outrageous that he just does first class for international. So maybe it would just be domestic travel.
Flying private, commercially right here is
not cheap.
It's not cheap when you're in the States.
You got 1.7 billion, B. You can swing
you got to
it.
pay taxes, dog. So break that in half.
I still think you could swing NetJets.
All right. But if you just do it over time and you're not working no more, like you said, it will wear down.
I would just have
it's been people that won $2, $3, $4, $5 billion and been broke.
Twice a week podcast from wherever I am.
You ain't doing no damn podcast. Stop lying to yourself. Stop lying.
Bob Papa, voice of the Giants, joins us next.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. As the Chargers prepare for their opener against the Chiefs in Brazil, head coach Jim Harbaugh has made his decision on a starting running back. While Najee Harris has been cleared to play after missing training camp due to an eye injury he sustained in a fireworks accident on the 4th of July, Jim Harbaugh is turning to the rookie in Omarion Hampton as his starting running back. And the Broncos are extending another key player, Nick Bonito, after similar deals for Zach Allen and Cortland Sutton were reached this offseason. Outside linebacker Bonito and the Broncos reached an agreement on a 4-year, $106 million contract extension that includes $70 million fully guaranteed. The deal makes Bonito the highest-paid non-quarterback in Broncos franchise history. Same can't be said, though, for Jacoby Myers in Vegas. Jacoby Myers and the Raiders don't appear to be any closer to reaching a new deal, with the regular season just days away from kicking off for the team. The wide receiver is set to enter the final year of his deal with the franchise this fall. He's been trying to get a new contract the entire offseason, even requesting a trade. The goal was to get the new contract before the season opener on Sunday against the Patriots, but doesn't appear that's going to happen. Do you want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address right to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Very excited right now to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And talk to our friend, Mr. Bob Papa, the voice of the New York Football Giants. You can give Bob a follow at Bob, PAPA_NFL. Bob, what's up, man? Thanks for making time for us.
Hey, great to talk with you guys. Fired up for the start of the season.
I bet, man.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, the Giants are looking for a big bounce-back year. I think they had to move on from Daniel Jones. Now you've got Russell Wilson there, an established veteran quarterback, a Super Bowl winner. What do they have in Russ at this stage of his career, and how is the team responding to him?
Well, I mean, responding to him has been great. I mean, he's been an incredible leader. He went into this eyes wide open. Joe Shane, the general manager, told me, look, when we visited with Russell before we signed him, we told him, hey, we're going to be looking for a quarterback. Here's the deal. Here's what we got going. Your reputation has taken a little ding over the last couple of years. It's an opportunity for you, and he's embraced it. I mean, as Carl Banks likes to talk about, I mean, the optimism that he brings to the table every day is pretty cool, and the teammates have fed off it. I'll give you some stats. You know, over the last 2 years, the Giants' starting quarterbacks are 9-25, with 27 touchdowns, 21 interceptions, and an 81.8 passer rating. The last 2 years for Russell Wilson, 13-13 as a starter, but 42 touchdowns, 13 interceptions, and a passer rating of 97. It's an upgrade. And what he's been able to do is, because he understands the offense and he understands what he's seeing, quicker decisions suddenly make an offensive line better. And his willingness to throw the deep ball and take shots, because it's not like the Giants haven't had chances to take shots. The quarterbacks just didn't pull the trigger, or the protection broke down. And I feel like with Russell Wilson, they'll have an opportunity to create more explosive plays. How many wins does this translate to? I don't know. They were 3-14 last year. I think if they can get to 7 or 8 wins, that would be a win for the Giants as they move forward and eventually transition into Jackson Dart.
What do you think the leash might be the wrong word, but how significant will the push be to go to Dart even if they're playing decent football, say they're 4-3, 3-4, or something like that. Like, I know that the fan base seems so excited about Dart, but I'm sure the staff and the front office want to protect him and give him that time to watch and learn.
It's a function of wins and losses. Let's face it. Eli Manning, in his last 2 starts as a Giant quarterback, the Giants were 0-2, and he was coming off a 300-yard passing game and a loss. Like I think it was to the Cowboys. One of the games they lost. It was not his fault. He played fine, but they started pounding the drums for Daniel Jones, and the rest, as they say, is history. Look, the Giants open up in Washington. Then they got to go to Dallas in week 2. Then their home opener is against Kansas City on Sunday Night Football. And they have the Chargers, another playoff team, at home in week 4. If they go 0-4 with the Saints coming up next, you can rest assured that the media, the fans, everybody's going to be clamoring for Jackson Dart. So it's really going to be a function of where they are wins and losses wise as they get into the season. If they could stay somewhere around 500 halfway through the year, I think, and they feel like the quarterback's not holding them back, I think it keeps Jackson Dart at bay. But, listen, go back to 2004. The Giants were 5-2 with Kurt Warner. They lost 2 games in a row, and they wound up getting hit with a whole bunch of season-ending injuries on the defensive side of the ball. And even at 5-4, they made the switch to Eli Manning, and they said, "All right, let's give him the last 7 games because he's next." The days of Carson Palmer sitting out his entire rookie season are long gone. And at some point, Jackson Dart's going to get on the field. But Russell Wilson could have a hand in deciding how long the Giants wait to do that.
Well, having a good running game could help out a young quarterback or an aging quarterback. Is the running game of the Giants something that's good enough you all feel that will help the growth of any one of those guys?
Well, look, Tyrone Tracy had a really good rookie season, right? Last year he had 1,400 yards combined, ran for 839 yards. And remember, he had only played running back his final year at Purdue. He was a wide receiver for 3 years. He's talked about it this offseason that the game has slowed down a little bit for him. He's seeing things a little bit more clearly. He said, last year my head was spinning. And I think they've stabilized this offensive line. We don't know if Andrew Thomas is going to be ready on Sunday, but James Hudson's a veteran tackle that they can put in there. They have much more depth on their offensive line. And then, Devin Singletary is still a quality player, not as explosive as he once was. And they drafted Cam Scatterbo in the 4th round, who certainly is going to help this team convert some of these 3rd and 4th short yardage situations that they were awful at last year. So I think their running game in conjunction with Russell Wilson at quarterback should be better this year, but they're going to have to be able to run the football, especially on Sunday, to play keep away from Jaden Daniels and his explosiveness. The best way to control Jaden Daniels is to have him on the bench watching as opposed to on the field.
For sure. Talking with Bob Papa here, voice of the New York Giants. You can give him a follow at Bob_Papa NFL. Check out the PapaCast, which is just a very cool name for a podcast along with Carl Banks. There's just a lot of cool stuff that you're doing for the Giants via the Believe Network. I did just see Andrew Thomas. Looks like he's not practicing today after he practiced yesterday. And maybe that's just happening. I don't know if you have an update there. But how should this Giants O-line look this year?
Well, based on what we saw in the preseason, it's better. And I know the preseason is the preseason, but again, they signed James Hudson, and he's going into his 5th year, and he's a good guy. Like in the past, it's one of those deals where you look at it and you say to yourself, in the past, they put guys in that were ill-equipped to play left tackle when Andrew Thomas got hurt, and they were experimenting with people left and right. Now they got a guy that, Brian Dable mentioned us in our production meetings this summer. Hudson brings a defensive lineman mentality to the offensive room. He's nasty. He got into a bunch of fights. So they feel like they stabilized things there. and they feel like if they have to go to somebody off the bench, it's going to be better. Look, Andrew Thomas has dealt with a whole bunch of injuries the last couple of years. I don't know if he's going to be able to go. They're managing him coming off this foot injury. And I think because of signing a guy like Hudson, because this rookie Marcus Bowe, who they took in the 5th round out of Purdue, has been absolutely outstanding in the joint practices and in the one-on-ones within the team, they feel a lot more comfortable that they don't have to rush Andrew Thomas back and wait until he's fully healthy before they put him on the field.
That would certainly help, and Thomas has been really good when he's been out there, but he's just not always out there. You can listen to Bob on Sirius XM NFL Radio. I saw Dexter Lawrence made some comments like, we just got to focus on Washington. We just got to beat Washington. So much has been made about the Giants' need for a hot start. I think you saw that in the preseason, playing a lot of guys maybe more than other teams did. How important do you think this opener is for the Giants to come down here and beat the Commanders?
Well, I mean, look, they won their season opener in 22, Dable's first year in Tennessee. Tennessee had been the number 1 seed the previous year in the AFC, and they went down there and they beat Tennessee, and that was kind of a springboard for the season. I think there's a lot to this as far as going down and trying to win this first game. Now, I think if they don't win this game, how they play is also a factor in this, because since Brian Dable's been the head coach, roll this around in your tumbler. On opening day, they have not scored an offensive touchdown in the first half of their 3 previous openers.
Wow.
Not scored a touchdown. I mean, it's hard to get off to a good start when you can't score a touchdown. And I think if they can go out and play and look, they played Washington tough twice last year. They lost both of those games. But I think if they can go down and play a good game, put points on the board, and feel like they're getting into some kind of flow, I think that would give this team confidence. But if they come out and they look like last year's team where you could be into the second quarter before they cross midfield, and, you know, they were worst in the red zone. They were worst in points per game. If it looks like that again offensively, I think there could be some panic that would set in for sure.
Bob, the pass rush has gotten a lot better. How is the run stopping when you look at that defense? They got a lot of guys that can rush the passer, but as a former offensive player, the way you nullify them, you run right at them.
Listen, you bring up a great point, because I know Washington was 30th in run defense. The Giants weren't much better. They were 27th. And think about the game last year in Washington when they played. Brian Robinson had 17 carries for $133, and they literally tore the Giants apart. Now, I know that was a young version of Jaden Daniels, and he ran into some sacks that he didn't run into as the season progressed, and he got better. But the Giants' problem was last year teams were not scared to run the ball against them on a 3rd and 5 and convert it. So they went out and they got Roy Robertson Harris, who's a true veteran, played in Jacksonville last year, played with Seattle. He's a big body. He's going to help up front. They like the growth of DJ Davidson, who they drafted in 2022. They drafted Darius Alexander in the 3rd round out of Toledo. And they signed Chauncey Golston, the former Cowboy, who's really good at playing the run. So I think they have gone out and dressed that because, look, their secondary is a little shaky, right? They signed Paulson Adebo. They signed Javon Harland. They have Tyler Nubin, who's a second-year player who played great his rookie year. But we don't know about that other cornerback position, whether it's Cordell Flott, Deonte Banks, the former Maryland star who had a rough year last year in year 2. And we know about Abdul Carter. But you can't rush the passer if the team you're playing is always in 2nd and 3. So a heavy emphasis has been on stopping the run. And if they don't get better at that, and although I gave you names of people that have certainly upgraded it, I want to see it on the field on Sunday.
Yeah. Bob, how has Abdul Carter looked? There's so much excitement about that young man. he's been on social media a little bit. Didn't like a block against from the Jets, I guess.
Oh, it's gonna happen a lot.
Yeah, there's gonna be more of that to come. Does he seem ready for everything that comes with being a potential star for the Giants?
Yeah, I mean, look, I get a chance to watch practice, and there's a lot of former Giants around. And when you're standing there with Phil Simms and you're standing there with Carl Banks and Harry Carson wanders through, or Lawrence Taylor's there, or Jesse Armstead, and they're marveling at what they're watching. Like his first step, his speed, his bend, I mean, it's pretty awesome. And listen, the Jets had fun with that clip when he got chipped by the tight end and got totally blown up. Obviously, they weren't going to post like his 7 other reps where he absolutely whipped guys in front of him.
Right.
So, look, he's the real deal. I mean, look, the Giants drafted Kayvon Thibodeau with the 5th overall pick 4 years ago out of Oregon. He's turned out to be a good player. But, the difference between watching rookie Abdul Carter and some of the other guys that the Giants have drafted in the past, it's light years. It's different. It's special. There's a reason why he was viewed as one of the top 3 or 4 players in the draft, and he certainly has done nothing to show that that's not legit.
Yeah, it's funny. Thibodeau shows up as a star against Washington, but the rest of the league, he kind of just plays like a good player. Carter's performance against Notre Dame in that playoff loss when he was playing with the hurt shoulder was really, really eye-opening, I thought. Notre Dame was really good systems, and they just couldn't stop that young guy. I think he's going to be a problem.
Yeah, well, and listen, and you're right with Thibodeau. I mean, look, that was pre JD. Okay, that was Sam Howell, Taylor Heineke, and whatever quarterback of the week Washington was choosing to throw in there with some bad offensive lines. Everything has changed. Now we judge everything post JD because it's all different now. So all that stuff means when I look at these stats and I'm like, oh, he's got this amount against that. I'm like, none of that counts anymore because Jaden Daniels has changed the equation, and now you throw in Laramie Tunsil and all that other stuff. Let's see what happens now because that's what matters now because Jaden Daniels ain't going anywhere for a decade.
Bob, you sound like me, man. You like they show me. we from Missouri. We want to see it.
Well, yeah. I mean, listen. I mean, I hate to say it, but I mean, this is my 31st year doing this, and I've been part of the radio broadcast team since '88. Parcells was actually the head coach. Wow. So, I mean, it's seriously. I mean, you could talk about all this stuff until the cows come home, but I want to see you play. I want to see what you have in games because I know what championship teams look like. I've been there for, I wasn't around in '86, but I was at Super Bowl 25. I was at Super Bowl 35. They lost, but that still was a hell of a team. And I've seen and called 4 Super Bowls. I know what is good and what's hype. And, show me on the field. Like Coughlin always said, talk is cheap. All that matters is what you do on Sunday or Thursday or Monday, whenever the games are played. But all this other stuff is just stuff to talk about during the week. The games are the final test, and that's where the truth comes out.
So based on that, Bob, it sounds like there are people that expect Jaden to maybe regress or take a step back. It doesn't sound like you're in that camp.
Nope, not at all. No, I did my Believe in Giants podcast with Phil Simms. I said, Phil, what does Jaden Daniels have to improve to take it to the next level? Because if he doesn't improve a lick, he's still going to be better than 90% of the quarterbacks in the league. He's that good. It's funny because I used to do my Sirius show with Charlie Weiss, the longtime coordinator for the Patriots and former Notre Dame head coach. And Charlie Weiss said to me after week 1 of the college season, he said, everybody's talking about Caleb Williams. He goes, I'm telling you right now, Jaden Daniels will win the Heisman Trophy, and Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback in this draft. And anybody who passes on Jaden Daniels is making a big mistake because He plays with a poise. He plays with a calmness. He's a tremendous thrower of the football. He's a great anticipation thrower. He made a throw last year to De'Ami Brown with pressure in his face where he just sidearmed one on an over route. You couldn't, if you put a quarterback 8 yards away, they might not have thrown it as perfectly as Jaden Daniels did from 40 yards. He's just got a gift. And with Cliff Kingsbury and with Dan Quinn as the head coach, making sure that we don't get too wild and we don't get too reckless in our protections, Jaden Daniels, I think, is going to be even better this year. And if there were two quarterbacks from last year that I predict this year will be as good, if not show improvements, it's Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix, because Bo Nix has Sean Payton.
Yeah. You and I are singing the same song with Jaden. Bob, thank you for the time. You got a pick for tonight, Eagles-Cowboys?
Yeah, I think Philadelphia is going to win. I mean,
hard not to.
Yeah, I mean, look, they got a great defense. They can run the ball. I know Kenny Clark is brought in to stop the run, but now where's your pass rush coming from? I could see watching this game tonight as Philadelphia pulls away in the third quarter and they're just chomping up yardage. We'll get 8,000 shots of Jerry Jones looking glum, and NBC will be talking constantly about the effects of the Michael Parsons trade 1 week ago and how it's a void in the locker room and all that other stuff. I don't see how Philadelphia doesn't win this game tonight.
Thank you very much for the time. We'll see you on Sunday.
Anytime, guys. Looking forward to it.
All right. Thank you very much. That's the great Bob Papa, voice of the New York Giants. You can hear him on SiriusXM NFL Radio. Give him a follow at Bob Papa, PAPA_NFL. When we come back, our boy Peter Rosenberg joins the program.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. FanDuel is making Week 1 even bigger with a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every game day. That's right, $2 million. Here's how it works. Opt in and place an anytime touchdown bet on any Week 1 NFL game, including tonight's matchup, using your profit boost. And if the player you pick scores either the first or the last touchdown of the game, you'll earn a share of $2 million in bonus bets. First touchdown, you're in. Last touchdown, you're in. Both even better. It's just one more reason to bet on the NFL with FanDuel. So whether you've got a feeling about the opening drive or you're banking on a clutch finish, now's the time to get in on the game. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the app today and get started. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued on as non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It is finally time. Week 1 of the NFL kicks off tonight with the Cowboys and the Eagles. The Commanders, though, they don't begin their season until they take on the Giants Sunday at 1 p.m. So we're getting ready for some NFL action, and what better way to do that than to hear from the Commanders GM? That's right, Adam Peters will be joining Grant and Danny today. So make sure you tune in right here on 106.7 The Fan at 5 p.m. to listen live. Again, that is 5 p.m. right here. Adam Peters, the Commanders general manager, joining Grant and Danny. Speaking of the Commanders, they open up as 6-point favorites in their Week 1 matchup. Let's take a look at who some of the experts and insiders around the league are taking in that Week 1 matchup. All but 2, and I'm looking at you, Jeremy Fowler of ESPN and Dave Richard of CBS, picked the Commanders to beat the Giants. Fans share similar views. 90% of fans are predicting a Giants loss to start the year. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. As we do every Thursday at 1:30, we're excited to welcome in Mr. Peter Rosenberg to the program. Are you in the continental United States, sir?
At this moment, I am in the continental United States, yes, and I plan to be at least for the rest of the day.
All right, great.
How was Paris, brother?
Paris was great, man. Had a lovely time. The WWE show was great. Clash of Paris, great success. Got to bring my daughter, which I'd always was something I always wanted to do. Was hoping I could have a kid while I worked there, so she could like come backstage and do the whole thing. So it was a lovely experience.
Well, that's great, and you're back just in time for Week 1 of the NFL. Before we get to the Commanders, just how excited are you for football to be back?
You know what's crazy is that, it's like it crept up so quickly because I traveled so much this summer that, like, I'm more excited. This is like never – I'm more excited for the Commanders than football. Like tonight, I'm going out. I have something to do tonight. Like, I don't get me wrong. I mean, it's cool that it'll be on, and I'm excited to, like, hopefully at the thing I'm going to, if there's a TV by the bar, I'd be happy to take a look at what Philly and Dallas are doing. But, like, it's a great feeling to be more excited about our team than just football existing. You know what I mean? Because for so long, it was like, well, we're going to suck, but football. And now, to me, it's like the opposite. Hey, football is great, but I got a baby daughter. My time is going to be focused on this Commanders team.
There you go.
Love that. So Sunday, 1 o'clock, Peter Rosenberg, the man of many jobs, ESPN New York, ESPN, WWE, Hot 97, all of it. How do you watch Week 1 of a season with more excitement, more earned excitement, I would say, than any in really recent history?
Well, it's funny. A friend of mine and someone who you know also from high school, Allison Himmelfarb, she just relocated to New York with her daughter, like literally like a week ago, and she is a huge Burgundy and Gold fan, as JP Finley might say. So the second she knew she was moving, she was like, "What's our plan for opening day?" So we are going to be, my wife and I will be hosting Allison, who is a transplant, for our first. I guess this will be kind of a new tradition because I haven't really had any of my DC friends in New York. So it's going to be nice, man. Have some DC people over. We'll get some wings. We'll have a nice, private, low-key, local New York Fox viewing experience.
I like that, man. I like that. So
that's cool.
What is tell Allison I say hello. It's been a long time. Where are you on expectations for this team? A lot of folks, this is the time of year everybody's giving you, I got them at 12-5, I got them at 10-7, I got them in the NFC title game, Super Bowl or bust, they're going to lose in the wild card. Like, where are you on your expectations for Washington this fall?
It's a tough one because, I mean, if you look at the TV right now, you certainly see what people's expectations seem to be for Sunday, which is that people have obviously changed the way they view our team and just kind of expect us to roll on the Giants, which we can get to in a moment because people might need to slow down just a tad there. But I think we could have a really great year and still not go 13-4. Like that is just a really hard number to think about. But I'll put it this way. If this team were 11-6, I'd be totally happy and think things are still going the right way. If we ended up anything less than 10-7, I'd be disappointed. So, I don't want to give you a generic answer, but like getting to NFC Championship games just isn't common. You know what I mean? It was our first one since I was 12 years old. And I think a lot of the audience say the same thing. So, which by the way is what ended up making that pill bitter, because once you get there, you go in with this feeling of, well, I don't expect to go to the Super Bowl. But then when you're playing in that championship game, you go, oh my God, we're playing in a championship game. Like
one game
these
away.
opportunities don't come along. So I don't expect that we will be in the championship game, but I sort of do. Does that make sense? Like, we should be in the Final Four. Anything less than the Final Four, how about that? I will be very disappointed if we don't make it to the Final Four of the NFC.
Isn't it crazy to say that and have it rooted in, like, reality?
It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Like, I can't even really fully put it into words how crazy it is that we feel that way. And it makes you also a little anxious too, right? Like when I see everybody picking the Commanders on Sunday, I'm like, that's a big number against a team that we always play close. So like,
totally,
true about that.
If we were to come out
to even the good days,
like if they were to come out and smoke the Giants on Sunday, guys, I might all of a sudden think, oh, okay, you know what, it's Super Bowl or bust. Because that's just not something we do. Like, even when we're a significantly better team than the Giants, we play them entirely too close. So my expectation is that's going to be an annoyingly close game. And honestly, I guess the main thing I think about is just keeping Jaden healthy and upright against this Giants front, because we don't yet know what Abdul Carter looks like. Like, we don't know what they're going to be like up front. So, and we also don't know what our new protection will fully be like in this situation. So my main thought, you guys know my theory, first few weeks these days is like preseason. Let's just so that we're going the right direction and protect that quarterback. And if we could get a nice win, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, I just think that, like we just talked with Bob Papa, and my mindset is, let's find out what the Giants running game is about. If, like, we know that they got a damn good pass rush. But the way you slow down the pass rush and make him take on the run. And if we could have a running game, then I think things would be very, very, very lucrative for the offense this year.
Man, that's such a great point because, like, it just was the running game was always stop and start last year. But if they believe in Bill as much as they seem to, and then you got Rodriguez and Eckler, man, there's a chance that thing could be a real pain. And you're right. That would really, can you imagine? Because Jaden really, he did what he did while being by far the best rusher on the team.
Yep.
So imagine if he's not. I would love for Jaden Daniels to be the third best rusher on this offense.
Sure. I don't care if he's still the best runner, if he's the best with the ball in his hand in the open field, but I don't need him to be the leading rusher.
That's
you know
what I
I'm
mean.
saying? Like,
yeah, I would like third in yardage, I'm fine with. Third.
Right. Yeah. Where are you at? What are the Giants fans like? You're in New York. You're doing sports talk every day. How are the Giants fans? Are they confident? Are they like sneaky excited? What are they thinking for this game?
I think Giants fans are very excited about Jackson Dart. I think they really want to see him at some point. And I think they're very curious about how good their defense could be. I do think there's some belief in this team. I do. Certainly more so than the Jets, who are just a dead team walking before the season even starts. I think the Giants fans are excited about the potential of this defense, and then they're curious about seeing Jackson Dart. Now, they'll see when that actually happens. You know, I think it's very interesting. It's a very interesting quarterback situation they have here, and they clearly I can't decide whether they really think Russell Wilson should be playing or if whether they just don't want to look silly by going out and getting Russell Wilson and not playing him.
Right.
I can't quite call
And
it.
throwing dart to the wolves, kind of.
Yeah, but here's the thing that I go back and forth on about that. Like, if you're able to protect the quarterback, like if they're able to protect Russell Wilson, then maybe you'd believe they'd be able to protect Jackson Dart. In which case, if you could protect him, I don't know, in 2025, like how often do quarterbacks who make it in this league sit for a year? Like, it's not really done like that anymore. I mean, I'm not saying it can't work. You know, Jordan Love, it's funny, Jordan Love is like the number one case of sat for a couple years and watched, and now he's the guy who we all think is good, but we're not completely sure of yet. So I kind of would have been down with them giving Jackson Dart a try if they believe that much, but we'll see. But I will say I think there's some hope around this team. I saw you tweet yesterday, JP, the game is sold out, unlike our game in Washington is sold out, and I'm sure as good as a Commanders crowd as they'll be, I'm sure there's still going to be 30% Giants fans in there. Like, that's just how they operate.
Yeah. We were hoping for 80-20 was our optimistic estimate.
I just think the whole thing comes down, Peter, do they think Jackson Dart can protect Jackson Dart? Because, like, Russell Wilson is a veteran enough to understand how to get the ball to
Ball's
hand.
got to go.
But that young quarterback, if he can't, and you know, he's very gung-ho. He's very, very moxie right now.
Sure.
He go out there and try to do too much against that pro line, he'd be sitting on the sideline for sure.
And for that, I don't think we're going to see him for quite a while. So, like, I don't think we'll get into looks for Jack. I think he could be very Eli Manning-esque, where we'll see him halfway through the year, you know, and Russell Wilson will play the role of Kurt Warner. I don't think it'll be quick, but I do think there's some life with this Giants team. Let me just say that, because I looked up at ESPN today, and it's just crazy to see all Commander logos when people make their picks. And I'm sure you guys are in lockstep with me. Not so fast. I'm excited about it, but like particularly if you're talking about the number, I wouldn't pick the Commanders to cover the number this weekend. No way. I mean, in my heart, do I think they could? Sure, but I'm not making that bet.
My guess right now is Giants and Jets fans are focused on the Yankees and the Mets until there's reason to focus on something else. Peter, as always, thank you for the time, bro. Enjoy the opener.
Yo, let's talk next week being 1-0. Wouldn't that be great?
It'd be something. It'd be something. Short week going to Lambeau. Thank you, Peter.
Later, boys.
All right, that's our boy Peter Rosenberg. Give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio. The dude does it all and does a great job. And now he's got a little baby girl and a wife, so that's probably number one in his life, but number two is that burgundy and gold. That means football is finally here, and if you decide to get in on the action this season, the American Gaming Association wants to remind listeners to have a game plan when it comes to betting. Bet with legal sports books only. Know the odds, stick to a budget, and keep your cool, man. Don't be one of these losers that loses a bet and decides to start chirping people on Twitter or Instagram. Nobody wants to be that guy. The result of a bet is never an occasion to criticize an athlete or a coach online. Please go to haveagameplan.org to learn more. Brought to you by 1067 The Fan's proud responsible gaming partner, the American Gaming Association.
stream your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 1 matchup between Detroit and Green Bay, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Fired up, man. Look, we got real football tonight. I don't think we need to mess around. We need to make some bets. Also, if you are around this afternoon, 5 o'clock, Commanders General Manager Adam Peters will be on with Grant and Danny. Don't miss that. Let's get to her to here first. White Brian, I don't know where we're at this week, but let's get down to business.
Yeah, we only made bets on Tuesday.
Okay. Well, I think I'm winning. You know what? Bleep all that. Let's just make some football bets. Everybody can make 2 tonight if they want, or you can have a double. It can be a parlay. It doesn't have to be. We got football. Let's get some action. Professor Landini, you got anything?
I'm going to take the under on Saquon Barkley rushing yards, which on FanDuel currently is 95.5. And spread's kind of a lot for the Eagles Cowboys game. Obviously, the Eagles will win that game. I'll take the Eagles minus 8.5.
Wow. All right, I'm taking the points. I just think it's too many points. I think the Eagles could win 28-20, and Dallas still covers. I'm taking the points with the Cowboys, and I'm going under A.J. Brown receiving yards.
What's that?
I see it at 71 and a hook. Now, some of that is I have Devontae Smith in fantasy, and I want him to catch more passes. I don't know. It's supposed to rain. The weather looks kind of crappy in Philly tonight, which leads me to believe that the weather might be kind of crappy here tonight. But I'm going Cowboys and under on A.J. Brown. Bang. I'm in the books.
Okay. Think you're crazy. But anyway.
White Brian, you got anything?
Javonte Williams under 34.5 yards.
What's Saquon
And I'll
Barkley's
go
number?
Eagles minus 8.5.
What's Barkley's number, Landfill?
95.5.
95.5.
That's a lot, dude.
Give me the Eagles and the over. Saquon Barkley, 95.5.
Damn, you're going basically 100 yards in the opener.
Against a team that can't stop the run, yeah.
There you have it. All right.
Didn't your boy say that?
He did. Over and over and over. Jerry said it. Cowboys-Eagles tonight. Packed week 1 in the NFL coming our way. Cannot wait, baby. Big show coming tomorrow. Grant and Danny have Adam Peters, Commanders General Manager, joining them at 5 o'clock. Brian and I will be at Tap Sports Bar at MGM National Harbor tonight for the opener. Should be a blast. Come hang out, watch the game, play some blackjack, have a cold drink. It's going to be fun. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Boomer Esiason for joining us. Thank you to Terps head football coach Mike Locksley for joining us. Thank you to voice of the Giants, Bob Papa. And thank you to our friend, Mr. Rosenberg Radio, Peter Rosenberg, for joining us. Great show today. Don't miss AP at 5 on with G&D. If you made it this far, Jeff owes you a spark plug.
by Foley Mechanical. 5 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan. Make sure you tune in to listen live as Adam Peters joins Grant and Danny to prep for the start of the football season. That is right, 5 p.m. right here, the Commanders' general manager joining Grant and Danny. You are not going to want to miss that. Speaking of the Commanders, some interesting injury news ahead of their matchup with the Giants on Sunday. Brian Dable says that left tackle Andrew Thomas is not practicing today, despite looking good yesterday. Now, Dable said this is all part of their plan and they're going to evaluate him again tomorrow, but Andrew Thomas had surgery on his foot last year and spent most of the summer on the PUP list, so this could be something to watch. And as the Eagles prepare to kick off their title defense tonight against the Cowboys, they are not the betting favorites to win the Super Bowl at sportsbooks in the U.S. That honor belongs to the Buffalo Bills and the Baltimore Ravens. Both of them are the co-favorites to win the Super Bowl, and they're going to open their season against each other on Sunday night. On Thursday, the Bills and Ravens are both listed at plus 650 to win the Super Bowl, Eagles next at plus 700 odds, and the Chiefs at plus 800. It is only the fourth time in the last 50 seasons that the Bills were preseason Super Bowl betting favorites. When your HVAC's breaking down like a struggling defense, call Foley Mechanical, the go-to heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop MidCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Yeah, Thursday. What's up and welcome in. It's the Grant and Danny radio program coming your way live from Maryland. We are out and about just across the river from our normal studio in the Navy Yard. We're at MGM National Harbor. Tap Sports Bar. They open up this afternoon before you get out of the office. So here's your plan. Come on down here and kick it with us for the remainder of our program. We will be here until 6:30 tonight, and then B. Mitch and Finley are here watching Thursday night football deep into the evening. Danny, the wait is over.
No.
We have made it to the kickoff tonight. NFC East, Cowboys-Eagles.
No more delays. No more almosts. No more just a fews. No more, can you believe it's onlys? Nope. Tonight. Now the greatest thing that we've invented. You got the wheel, air conditioning, bread, delicious, carbohydrates, awesome. The ability to flip the bird to Mother Nature. I'll have it what temperature I like in my homestead, please and thank you. I don't care what's going on outside. It'll be 68.
Thin mints.
And comfortable indoors. Thin mints are very good.
Buffalo wings.
Buffalo wings are very good.
Cars.
Cars.
Yoga pants. What?
What?
That's inappropriate.
Who said that?
That's
Why would you
weird.
say that? That's not the same, but it's good.
Gross.
Sundresses. The point is this. Foosball. Sal Palantonio's on the Philadelphia Eagles beat. He's over talking about the Eagles and Saquon Barkley chewed gum today, whatever. The point is because they're playing a game tonight, my friend.
Nick Sirianni is perfect for this program. Jalen Hurts is doing weird Michael Jordan platitudes.
Love it.
Let's play football, man.
We got some foosball. The games matter.
We got a heck of a show today. I'm sure you've heard, word's gotten out. Adam Peters, the general manager of your Washington Commanders, is on this here program right at 5 o'clock today, so make sure you're listening. We're also going to be joined by two of our favorite NFL play-by-play broadcasters. Live Iron Eagle in about 55 minutes right at 3 o'clock. He is on the call of the Jets and the Steelers for CBS this weekend. And at 6 o'clock this evening, back end of the show, we'll be talking to Kevin Harland. He is on the call of tonight's game for Westwood One, Thursday Night Football. He is on the call of Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football, and oh, by the way, he's got another game in the next 5 days as well. Kevin Harland is going to be moving and shaking, but first, he will talk to his buddies at 6 o'clock tonight, so we got a great show. What do you want to ask Adam Peters? I'm excited about that.
I want to know what keeps him up at night. You know what I mean? Like last year, talent evaluators and people that are in charge always like to pretend that I'm not ripping him. It's just in general. It's the nature of the position. You're confident in your assertions, your scout, your decision-making. I think this guy's going to reach his full potential. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made the signing. You wouldn't have made the draft pick, etc. But last year, as you evaluated the team, you go, here's what we need, here's what we're going to do, here's how we're going to do it. I wonder this year where he's going,
oh, man, if we rush the passer, ... or if our young cornerbacks play as well as I think they will, ... I want to know what his variables are, what keeps him up at night.
A lot of things I want to talk to him about. The Terry McLaurin negotiations, obviously one of those.
Sure.
We'll get into that in that conversation. But why isn't he worried about their team age? That needs to come up in the conversation as well. They are the oldest team in the NFL. Now, that can be a good thing, too. We harp sometimes in the media on the bad and the negative of being old. Remember when the Nationals won the World Series and the storyline was, what was the word that they used for their old guys? It's like a Spanish word or something. Remember that theme?
Oh, yeah.
In the clubhouse?
Well, what was the word?
Don't remember.
Old.
Can't help you. But they were a bunch of old dudes, and it helped. They had a great clubhouse, and they won the World Series. Different sport, obviously, but he seems to not care about the fact that this is the oldest team that has been on record over a decade. So I want to ask him about that. Again, Peters at 5 o'clock on G&D. But this is an annual tradition. It's a Newell. We have done this for the better part of, 7-8 years. On the opening Thursday of the NFL season, when we kick off our show, frankly, my favorite segment that we do every single year is we try to get people into the mood that we're in as football-starved, ravenous junkies who can sports junkies.
Sports junkies. That's write that down.
Actually,
Terrace. Idea for a show.
Yeah. Can we ask CK about that? Grant and Danny's kind of lame. How about the sports junkies?
What? Okay.
What if we just started calling ourselves the football junkies and just acted like
Just say that's fine,
was
right?
just an okay
Just
thing
do
to do?
Yeah.
So we're the sports junkies on
Every
the
afternoon, the football junkies will be fan. Every afternoon, right home with us.
But I'm so steamed up for football, and I know people are as well. But I think the best way to get in the mood, what I do with my kids at home, Sundays at 10 a.m., is I start blaring football music. So as people are driving around today, this is our annual thing. It's different every single year. What we want to hear, what we feel good about, what elicits the right emotions. We play the football anthems from the various networks that provide National Football League activity, and we rank our top 5 based on how it's hitting us today. And if someone's keeping score of this year by year, there might be years where Fox is my number 1 or CBS is my number 1 because it's a banger. Or, maybe Monday Night Football gets to the top of the list. It changes all the time. That's music. It's art, man.
That's what's beautiful about it.
It's your mood. What kind of mood are you really in?
Because so many years, it's that NFL Network bell thing for me where it's like, oh, I'm sorry about holidays. I'm sorry about a choir's about to sing about football where it's like, here comes the football, ding, 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 dong. It's football. It's better than other things on TV. It's so good.
The NFL Network thing is brilliant and genius because it does actually also make you think about the holidays and Christmas, and that's also a happy thing.
Right. To me, bells are not a summer thing.
No.
Bells are when a little colder outside. It's holiday season. So that's been my favorite, but it didn't win for me last year. That's the beauty of this segment.
What won for you last year?
Last year, I believe it was CBS.
I think Fox won for me for the first time last year.
That situation.
But without further ado, here's what we're going to do. So it's football day on Grant and Danny.
Here we go.
We've got a full show. The Nationals aren't playing for 3 hours in our time slot, which is amazing and crazy.
Don't have to do that tomorrow.
That'll be yesterday and tomorrow. But today, we get to talk about the pigskin. So let's do it. So we're going to go through each of these. There are 6 football anthems that qualify for the possibility of being our number 1 football theme song. So, Toby, let's start with tonight is a Thursday night football game. Are we going to get – this is an NBC telecast, though, Dad. This is Mike Tirico in the booth with Chris Collinsworth. This is Sunday night football on a Thursday. And what that means is we'll get to hear this theme tonight. Title card. Live on camera now.
Philadelphia, one of the worst cities on the planet, a place that God might have forgotten about and then never came back later to fix. A home of the loathsome Super Bowl champions and those reprehensible Bamas from Dallas. Most of you fans have never been there. Mike Tirico, Chris Collinsworth. God, I hate both these teams, and I hope for inclement weather. Yeah.
Good evening and welcome into Lincoln Financial Field, where the defending Super Bowl champion Eagles look to begin their defense, trying to do what no team's been able to do in 2 decades. Go back-to-back. Jalen Hurts throw into some random guy with a towel hanging from his waist. Pan to the other sideline.
Right.
Their arch rivals in the East have lost their best pass rusher, but they have gained confidence. Dak Prescott is back, and when he plays, They win 10 games. And we're into the booth. On camera, 2-shot. Hello again, everybody. I'm Mike Tirico, joined as always by Chris Collinsworth. And Chris, you're going to call a lot of people guys tonight.
I'm telling you, man. We got to look. Hold on. Now, is the guy that I used to crowbar into every single discussion when the Cowboys were playing? Is he still playing the linebacker, the
Leighton
late guy?
Vander Esch?
No, I can't remember his name on top of my head. But I'm gonna. This is gonna.
Sean Lee.
Sean Lee. That's the name. Knock, knock, who's there? It's probably Sean Lee for me. I just can't wait.
All right, so Sunday Night Football on NBC. There you go. That's the first one we'll play for you. Now, here's the thing I'll say about Sunday Night Football on NBC. It's kind of a slow build. It's a great anthem. It's so recognizable. It gives me
You know
chills,
it right away.
But it is. Give me the very beginning of it again, Tobes, if you don't mind.
See, I don't know how slow that is. That's what, and now we're in.
But this is the part. I don't know the musical terms.
The
the drum at the beginning or whatever that is, the bassy part is not the part. It's the bugles. It's the exactly. Yep. It's a little. It doesn't kick you in the teeth like Fox does. Fox is just riff, lick, metal Chris in your face, just
in your face
with his fingers in the air like Texas Longhorns. You know what I'm saying?
Why do I need earplugs? Couldn't you guys just have slower volume?
Speaking of which. The Commanders play on Fox on Sunday.
Here we go.
They will be hosting the New York Giants. The A-Team, Kevin Burkhardt, who was on our show this week, podcast at thevandc.com, with some guy named Tom Brady on the call. You got 2 sideline reporters. It's so big of a game. Erin Andrews works one sideline. She gets to pick. Is she going to pick Jaden? Is she going to pick, for some reason, Russell Wilson? Nobody knows. Who's she going to be talking to pregame? And then you've got Tom Rinaldi on the other sideline trying to make you cry, doing some story.
Here's a really sad story about some horrible tragedy.
He's like an actor who is the same in so many movies that when I see him, I just go, oh, you're about to do something really sad. He's trying to tell me about who's injured or something. That's not what you do, Tom Rinaldi. That's not what you do. We all know what's happening here. Fox NFL Sunday. Give it to me, Tobes. Damn, that's good. It just hits different when you've gone months without it. Here we go. Ready? We're looking aerially from a blimp at a nubby Northwest Stadium. Good afternoon and welcome in to Raljan, Maryland. I'm sorry, Landover, Maryland. Not D.C., where the Commanders at FedEx. Wait, I'm sorry, Northwest Stadium.
Thank you, yeah.
Will look to make the playoffs for a second straight season. For the first time since they were winning Super Bowls under Joe Gibbs. And on cam. Hello again, everybody. I'm Kevin Burkhardt. This is the Hall of Famer to be, Tom Brady. His teeth are very white. His hair is better than it was back in the day. It's a magical miracle how this happens. Tom, the New York Giants might be a little better than people think.
I haven't eaten anything that inflames, and I'm the part owner of the Raiders, but nobody cares. Anyway, the Giants are annoying. Hopefully Washington's good again. Back to you, Kev. Yeah.
So there's Fox.
It hits a little bit.
NFL Sunday. At the beginning of it, what we're doing in this exercise, what I've realized is the Sunday Night Football theme on NBC is probably better. But I think that if we're just doing a little 10-second sample like we're doing here, I'm sorry, the Fox one just kicks you right in the rib.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
It's a personal question. Here's my issue with the Fox song, and they didn't do anything wrong. They're minding their business. But I've seen so many losses.
Oh, who cares?
I do.
It's not what we're talking about.
The association, I can't.
You've seen a lot of losses on NBC, ESPN,
Not as
Fox,
many on that Fox.
CBS.
That Fox at 1, that's that D or F team, a lot of Matt Vescursion in my past, where it's the worst team, that's Chris Myers.
Matt Vescursion?
Yeah. It's
this isn't the Nationals guy.
I'm telling you.
He's never called a game.
When it's like you need 8 or 9 or 10 teams, and because everyone's playing, and Washington stinks. I've seen him lose so many times.
I'm gonna bet the under on a Tom Vescursion NFL call for the Commanders. But your point is well taken, which is you can't get past the fact that they lose a lot with that anthem.
Yeah, I've seen so many. I've seen so many.
It's still so positive. It's a nostalgia for me.
Which I
hear that anthem. I think chips, Cape Cod Crunch. I think hell of a good dip, French onion. I think Coca-Cola Classic. Nowadays, on my co-pair program, no chips, no dip, probably Coke Zero.
Oh,
maybe one of the little pretzel packets. That
Whoa!
No, they're pretzels.
They're pretzels,
not real pretzels. I'm not a crazy person,
right?
Danny.
Thank you.
Give me Fox one more time, right off the bat here. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. See what's happening? All right, thank you, Toby. That'll do it for Fox. Fox can walk off, exit stage left.
Fox, you did a good job.
The arch rival for Fox. Now, this is an anthem. I think this should probably win every year, but you just never know what's going to hit, what's not going to hit.
How could you tell?
CBS. The only reason CBS is a plus-numbered underdog in this competition is because of what you said. Fox is what we've grown up with. It's how Grandpa did it. It's how Dad did it. It was always so rare when the Commanders, let me say this
Who didn't exist.
when the Redskins were on CBS.
Right.
It was like, oh, they're playing the Colts in Indianapolis, and wait, Iron Eagles, silly Iron Eagles on the call. That was always just such a blessing and a cool thing.
Here's why this one rules. The initial sound that you're going to hear sounds like it's taking away every distraction. It's like somebody opened a door in space. To begin, but it's deeper and it's more powerful than that.
Like the sucking of the oxygen.
It's taking away everything that's not football. You know what I'm saying? I'm gathering all my forces together to let out like a guttural shout, right? I'm beginning the music with removing everything else that's not this. That's the beauty of this. Before it punches you right in the face with a right cross, it's the build up to this thing is perfect. That's why this is probably the best song of all the songs.
Toby, we're ready for it.
Hear it?
God, that's so good.
It's so good. You know what I'm talking about, right? Where it's like
every
a gathering.
Time. Andrew Catalan's involved for some reason, right? So much Andrew Catalan.
And you sleep on the little
Why
guitar
is he
right
catching
there.
shrapnels? He's just good.
Minding his business.
Yeah.
The little dun, dun, dun type thing where it's like, oh, I'm sorry that they let a guitar on stage with the classic rock group.
You are looking live at Heinz Acupuncture Croscombe Field, where the Pittsburgh Steelers are ready to roll out the red carpet for Aaron Rodgers and their new-look offense. Can Mike Tomlin finally get it right at quarterback? Meanwhile, on the other side of the ball, the New York Jets are going to be a fiasco. Thank you for tuning in to Iron Eagle, and for the first time ever in the CBS booth, J.J. Watt is alongside.
Not really sure what this is going to sound like, to be honest with you. J.J. Watt. I have no idea how to impersonate J.J. Watt.
That was your J.J. Watt.
Kind of like an over-the-top dude, bro, that's like, I can't believe I'm here either.
It sounds like you're Rob Riggle.
Yeah, I was kind of going Riggle there.
Yeah.
I go, you never want to go full Riggle?
J.J. Watt going to join Iron Eagle. We'll talk to Eagle, by the way, coming up in 40 minutes. Give me the kick of the CBS right off the top, though, here again. I think right now I'm leaning toward this being my number one, for the record. So, Toby, re-rack this.
Yep.
Heavens to Betsy.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet Agnes's canine tooth. I don't even know what that... Like, this is the one. You know what I'm saying? This is going to be my number one. Again. All right, thank you, Toby. So we've got two left to play. We could just skip the Amazon Prime theme if we want to. Darius wants us to play it for some reason. But, again, this is the heavyweights right now. But we could add a middleweight if you want to. It's very new on the scene. Let's go NFL Network first. Danny, this is one of your sneaky favorites.
Yep, this is one from me before.
Because it sounds like it could be the background of Kevin putting booby traps out in Home Alone 3.
I'm back around 9 o'clock.
NFL Network, here we go. Damn.
See what I'm saying?
This is really working for me right now.
You hear the symmetry. All the pieces working together. Bells have their chance. Now so do the rest of the instruments. Then it's harmony. Then it's back to the individual things.
Now, here's the bad news for you. It's a 9 a.m. game in another country, and Rich Eisen's doing play-by-play.
Damn it.
But if we could take all those things out of the account, we got a little something cooking here, I think. NFL Network is going to have a shot at winning this for me this year. Let me hear it one more time, Tobes, right off the top here. This is NFL Network's opportunity to try to be a first-time winner of the Grant and Danny Anthem rankings in 2025. Did you wrap your presents yet? Do you think they were trying to do a holiday theme?
I know they were.
You think?
In my heart, I know it. They know what this is.
Tell me that's not Home Alone.
Yeah, they know what's special.
Harry and Marv
that's
want
right.
Kevin badly.
And that's the house. That's the house, Harry.
All right, finally, against our better judgment, but because Dad runs this program, and if not, he's going to give us a swift kick in the tuchus. Rules with an iron fist. Fish? Fist. I was looking for fists.
An iron fish.
He's got an iron fish that he slaps us
That
with.
would be so painful.
That would
bludgeoned
Can you
with an
imagine?
iron fish.
Every time we do something wrong, like misspeaking there, we go to break and Dad just makes us put our knuckles on the table and he hits us with an iron fish.
I'm sorry.
Amazon Prime, new to the game, couple years in.
Okay.
I think they tried to, they got in the lab and they're like, how do we do something like what NFL Network did? I think.
They asked ChatGPT or something.
Here's what they came up with. So this is not as bad as I thought it was.
It's not as bad as I remember.
Is it growing on me or did I
It's growing
forget?
on me. I'll tell you that right now.
I'm going to stop short of using the kid parlance that it slaps. Dad, I think this is you. Try to talk. I think I turned you on.
That would be me.
Yes,
Testing,
there
testing.
you go.
Yes.
Engineer Paulson. So you love this for some reason.
I don't love it.
He loves it.
I don't love it.
You do.
But it has grown on me over the couple of years that Amazon is now taking over Thursday Night Football.
What do you love so much about it, do you think?
I think it does capture some football feel to it.
I think it has the thing Danny likes from CBS. It stole that at the beginning.
Danny couldn't have described that any better.
Yeah.
That was a perfect description of how CBS starts it. And yeah, I do think
I
Prime
think
has
they
a little
stole
bit of
that.
Yeah.
Which is fine because it's great.
Sure.
And then do they do some Bellsy things? They're doing some NFL Networky
There's
things?
a little bell in there.
little bell.
It's like everybody got a little piece.
Not quite Josh Bell.
All right, Tobes, give us one more here.
It's more Derek.
Give us one more listen to this.
Some heavy drums.
But Kirk Herbstreit's dog, though. You know what
yeah,
I mean?
right. Al Michaels.
Al Michaels.
See what I'm saying?
The Al Michaels version of this is like this.
Okay, so there's a game later. We're
Hello,
here.
everybody. I'm Al Michaels.
Here we go.
Alongside Kirk Herbstreit's dog. Did anybody score yet? What happened?
Okay, for the game.
27-27. They're lining up for a field goal. 67 yards, an NFL record. It's up. It's good.
Okay, so we're done here.
We'll see you next week on Prime. That's kind of where we're at. All right, here we go. Let's rank this thing.
Monday Night Football.
Monday Night Football.
Forgot Monday Night Football.
Monday Night
Oh,
Football,
my
bro.
God, I forgot Monday Night Football.
Wow, I remember my first time.
Can I apologize?
Yeah, go ahead.
I apologize.
Thank you.
Monday Night Football. Go ahead, Toby. Whew.
Standing up.
Hairs are standing up, boys. In places I didn't know I had hairs.
So I think it's kind of going, hey, what's up, guy? What's up, you guys? And then it changes the song, but that's how it starts in my brain. It goes almost like a Peter Griffin, like, what's up, you guys? Like it's singing to me a little bit. God, I like that one a lot.
That's really good.
I like that one a lot. Could we do it from the top one more time? I'm sorry. I know we have to. We should probably.
Monday
move
Night
this along.
Football, one more time.
Hey, what's up, guys? Like
This is ESPN Countdown's been all day. This is Joe Buck, who's going to be a little bit smarmy, but he's going to call a great game, and everyone's going to talk badly about him when they shouldn't.
Yep.
This is Troy Aikman, who's sneaky really good as well, but Danny's annoyed because he played for the Cowboys.
Oh, correct, yeah.
Here we go.
Breakdown time right there.
All right, I'm ready for this. I've got my rankings. Okay, I know where I'm going here. Danny, number one, your winner that gets you the most in the mood for football today is what?
CBS, the vacuum did it this year. It's the removing of all the issues, the taking away of the problems, then punching me in the face with football.
My winner, I think for the first time, Monday Night Football on ESPN.
Wow.
I don't know why. It just happened. I can't explain it. I didn't
asking
know who
for
I was
that,
going to
yeah.
pick. It just happened.
How do you know?
Monday Night Football, number one. Number two for me is going to be CBS, the Old Faithful. For the reasons you've already said, it rocks, man. It's a real life strong rock song. Like, I could listen to that song just driving home every day and be happy about it. Number 2.
Monday Night Football.
Oh, we're flip-flopping.
I didn't know until it hit.
There's something
what's
about
up,
today.
guys? How are you guys? Let's play football. You know what I mean?
Number 3 for me. This is going to shock you. I'm not going Fox, which won for me last year. I'm going NFL Network.
There it is.
Holiday
Look
theme.
at this.
Kevin McAllister. It's time to play. Who's ready to win? Important football. Commanders actually trying to make the playoffs. Jaden Daniels is good.
And we're the Wet Bandits. We are the Wet Bandits.
Harry and Marv. He never got to eat his mac and cheese because the clock struck. That's a deep cut if someone knows
That's
about
incredibly
that.
deep cut. He makes the whole meal, goes the
He
whole
does,
thing, and
but-
like he rubs his hands like he never gets to eat it.
Remember the battle plan he lays out with the blueprint? He kind of pushes it. He's like,
heartbreaking.
Yeah. All right, so what do you got third?
NFL Network 3. I love the bells, man.
Yeah, me too.
Sorry. Love it.
All right, very similar top 3s. There you go. You're ready for football. You don't need any analysis. You don't need us to talk about the sport. You just need to hear the anthems. That's an annual tradition on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. You can watch the show on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube. We are live today at MGM National Harbor. We're excited about that. We're going to be out here at Tap Sports Bar all night long. B. Mitch and Finley, the station, will be here. Next, though, let's get into our hottest Commanders takes that we actually believe. Hottest Commanders takes that we think are going to come to fruition. Next on The Fan. What's up? It's GP for FanDuel. Making Week 1 even bigger at FanDuel right now is the goal, and they're doing that with a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every game day. That's right, $2 million. Here's how it works. Opt in right now. Place an anytime touchdown bet on any Week 1 NFL game. That could be tonight's, Thursday nighter in the NFC East, and then use your profit boost. If the player you pick scores either the first or the last touchdown of the game, you're going to earn a share of the $2 million in bonus bets they're divvying up. First touchdown, you got it. Last touchdown, you're in. Both, even better. It's just one more reason to bet on the NFL with FanDuel. So, whether you've got a feeling about the opening drive or you're banking on a clutch finish, now's the time to get in on the game. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP is how to do it. Got to be 21 in Virginia. Opt in. Must apply. Profit boost token. Select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who make the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in 3 weeks. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Commanders and Giants going to get underway on Sunday. Andrew Thomas, the left tackle for the Giants, is not practicing today. Cowboys and Eagles kick off the NFL season tonight at 8:20. The Eagles reportedly tried hard to trade for Micah Parsons before he was ultimately traded to Green Bay. Raiders wide receiver Amari Cooper just signed with the team 10 days ago. He has informed the team that he intends to retire. Jets offensive guard Elijah Vera Tucker was feared to have a torn triceps. It was discovered yesterday that he does have a torn triceps. He's likely done for the season. A couple of extensions signed today. The Broncos agreed to a 4-year extension with their edge rusher Nick Benito. 4 years, $120 million, $70 million guaranteed. And the Seahawks agreed to a 3-year extension with right tackle Abraham Lucas. 3 years, $46 million. Also, make sure you keep it tuned right here to Grant and Danny. General Manager Adam Peters set to join them coming up at 5 o'clock. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Live from MGM National Harbor and the Tap Sports Bar, where Grant and Danny, week 1 of the NFL season kicks off tonight. A brand new campaign is upon us. 3 o'clock in 25 minutes, Ian Eagle of CBS stops by. And at 4 o'clock today, when we go blitzing around the Beltway, Mackenzie Gore of the Nationals going to take part in the blitz. And Bill Roth, the voice of the Virginia Tech Hokies, trying to get their first win of the season this weekend. They need it. They are taking on Vanderbilt. He will be on the program with us coming up in the blitz as well. We got a 4-member Beltway blitz.
We're 4 wide on the blitz. You'd love to see it.
Let's get into our hottest Commanders takes that we actually believe. This is something, and we'll open up the phones on this for you guys, that is very bold. It's a prediction, right? But that you buy, that you think is going to happen. I don't want to just throw something out there crazy. Well, I can squint and see this. No, you think this is going to happen, and it also happens to be something that you'd make a lot of money on as we sit in the sports book because the odds would be long and nobody's really anticipating it. So this is the hottest Commanders take that you have that you actually believe. You can call us now, 800-636-1067 to give us yours. 3 days away from the start of the Commanders campaign. By the way, Adam Peters is on the show today at 5 o'clock, the GM of the team. Danny, let's get it started. What is your hottest Commanders take that you believe? We'll go one positive, one negative.
Positive one. Von Miller has double-digit sacks. Von Miller has double-digit sacks. Last year, Dante Fowler Jr., who's not very good, had 10-plus sacks for this team. Von Miller, a better pass rusher with a better track record, with better attributes, will, as a part-time pass rusher who will come in and be in exclusively good situations when it comes to rushing the passer, will lead this team in sacks. He will have double-digit sacks, despite not having done that since 2018.
I was going to say, the thing that makes that so difficult to imagine, while I love it, is how long it's been since he's been there.
Been a long time.
And you would just think as he gets older and older, he's 36 years old now, that playtime's going to go down, usage is going to diminish. I wonder how many snaps he'd have to look at, what kind of a percentage of pass rushing opportunities he'd have to even be on the field for. At a reasonable pass rush win rate, he was top 10 in the league last year, with the fastest get-off still in the NFL, which is, that is crazy. That at 35, he was still the most explosive player at his position getting off the ball. Pretty amazing. It's why he's going to be a Hall of Famer. But I wonder what the usage has to look like for him to end up being one of the most efficient pass rushers in the league.
The snap counts have not been there for him, understandably, and I get that. To me, this is just going to be, you don't have to do any of the stuff that's not that much fun. You don't have to do the run stuffing on first down. You don't have to do all the, the chores to be able to have all the fun stuff later on. We're going to get you into some second and third and longs. We'll trot you onto the field, and you will be able to get and go to work. You don't have to leave anything in the tank. You're going max effort full time.
My first of a couple of predictions that I actually think come to fruition. Hottest take I've got on the Commanders that I could see happening. How about Jaden Daniels rushing for 1,000 yards? Last year, Jaden Daniels ran for 891 yards as a rookie. So I looked this up. There have only ever been 4 seasons where a quarterback ran for 1K. Lamar Jackson has done it twice, the only guy to do so. Believe it or not, Justin Fields ran for 1,000 yards with the Chicago Bears at one point. And Michael Vick did it as well. So I went, all right, well, let me look back at how and when they did that. Lamar Jackson in his second year in the league, sound familiar, and his third year in the league. Both of those seasons went for 1,000. He actually won MVP in his second year. So that bodes well. But on top of that, Justin Fields' 1,000-yard season was also his second year in the NFL. I think there's something to that. Maybe defenses make an adjustment and show you some things on the back end that might confuse or disguise. And now, got to go. You're going to get out of the pocket and kind of do what comes naturally to you as a dual threat. I think Jaden's a lot harder to confuse than those other guys because I think he's not only an exceptional passer, but I think he's also a savant and cerebral and just really, really sharp. But the idea of him running for 1,000 means he only goes for 110 more than he did last year. The way I talk myself into that is if you dive into his 891, what you're going to find is that he was actually number one in the NFL last year in scramble rushing yards at the quarterback position with 600. He was second, well behind Lamar in designed running yards. Lamar went for 481 on the ground on designed quarterback runs. Jaden only 302 yards, about 179 fewer. What if they turn that fader up a little bit? If he still scrambles for around 600 yards, but they do a few more design runs, which I think is reasonable enough. He was not healthy for a month, and they basically didn't do it, remember, when he had a broken rib. If he gets to 500 yards designed with around 500 scrambles, let's say that goes down a little bit, there's 1,000. I don't think it's crazy at all. He's one of the better running quarterbacks in history. Just look at what he did in the SEC. Jaden Daniels, 1,000 rushing yards, fifth quarterback season ever.
Yeah, you get that one 65, 70-yarder that never happened last year. His longest run was that Carolina run where he ended up getting injured, kind of a freakish play. So it's not outlandish that a guy could increase his rushing total with even more efficiency, averaging 6 yards a pop last year. Here's my negative one. And everybody's glossing over this, and I feel like I'm taking crazy pills because I'm the only one that sees it. The offense will start slow because Terry McLaurin didn't sign the team-friendly contract until really, really late. He missed the chance to be able to play well early this year. They didn't have much time on the grass together. He will be on a pitch count for the first 2 weeks, which really is the first 5 days because they play Sunday into Thursday, and the offense won't have clicked yet. They will eventually click. They will eventually have a really good offense, but they won't out the gate. I think they start 0-2.
I can't see them losing 2 games in 10 days. I get it. You're saying if you lose to the Giants at home, which you've been screaming that into a megaphone for a little while, that you don't feel great about this game, that then you turn around, you go on the road, short week against
great team,
one of the best teams in the NFC. If they're 0-1, it's going to seem a lot more likely, I'll tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, speaking for myself, I look at the Giants as a challenge. I look at them as a problem, specifically up front defensively. I just think Washington's got enough firepower, and they got the best player on the field, and they'll make a couple more plays. I do think it'll be close. The Giants catching as many points as they are seems interesting to me from a betting standpoint. I think it's going to be fairly tight. Washington's going to emerge with that win and have a chance at 2-0, at worst be 1-1. But I get the logic, and it is bold because they're going to be a favorite in at least one of those 2 games, and they're going to be very, very capable of winning both of them. No one has them starting 0-2. I'll give you one more positive one and then one negative one when we come back. But let's open up the phones on this next. 800-636-1067. Hottest Commanders take you actually believe. I've got Jaden Daniels going for 1,000 yards as a rusher. You've got Von Miller.
Double-digit sacks.
10-plus sacks. What's yours? We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. G&D from MGM National Harbor and Tap Sports Bar. Day one of the NFL season. It's a football Thursday on the Fan. Our poll of the day is live. The G&D poll of the day is presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Local, long-distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades. Best-in-class service and experience. Go vote right now. 1067 The Fan Twitter account. We're asking you, what is your favorite NFL anthem? NFL music to get you in the mood. We started the show with Fox, CBS, NBC, and Monday Night Football. Which one are you rolling with? Go vote on the poll right now. It is our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. But the question at hand, what is your hottest Commanders take you actually believe? I went Jaden Daniels 1,000 rushing yards. It'd be the 5th quarterback season for it to ever happen. Danny went with Von Miller double-digit sacks at 36 years old. You also gave a negative one. You think your negative prediction that you believe that's hot and bold is they're going to go 0-2.
They start 0-2 and the offense is sluggish because Terry's on a pitch count.
All right, so I got one more positive one I want to throw at you, and just you try this one on for size.
All right,
go into that dressing room over there, see what you think. Deebo Samuel leads them in yards from scrimmage this year. So I didn't make this my actual answer because I'm not confident that he can stay healthy. Either just play 16, 17 games or not be banged up constantly on the sideline after a drive or two. If you watch 49ers games, that was the norm. With Debo's out there, he's heavily used, and then he misses 2 drives. He's getting treatment in the
He's
blue
like
tent.
lifting his arms up, and a trainer's working on his side, and then he's on the training table, and they're looking at his ankle. Yeah.
So my guess is there's going to be a lot of that because of how violently he plays and his age. But if he's on the field, I think he leads them in yards from scrimmage, and here's how I see it happening. First of all, in training camp, I can't stress how heavily used he was when he was on the grass. I mean, it was pretty stark. When he was out there, he was the guy that everything was funneling through. So that's number one. He is going to move all over the place. He was one of 2 receivers. The other was Jaden Reed from Green Bay, who spent at least 5% of his snaps in 4 different locations. That's out at the boundary. That's in tight in the slot. That's in the backfield. Moving all over the place. They brought him in to use him. You have 1 year with this toy, so to speak. That's a rental. Because he's got a contract year coming up. I don't know that they're going to want to pay him. We'll see. You brought in this toy so you could play with the toy.
That's right.
So I think they're going to do that. On top of that, indictment on some other guys. McLaurin didn't have an offseason, didn't have a preseason. Maybe it's a slow start. Maybe it's a down year. There's no other receiver really you worry about leading them in yards from scrimmage. And then the running back room's a feeding frenzy where 3 guys are going to fight over touches. And they don't have a true RB1. So while it seems crazy when you actually start pulling things apart, he's basically just got to outgain Terry McLaurin, and they need either Rodriguez or Krosky-Merritt to not separate themselves and become a first and second down bell cow. And if those couple things happen, then it's a hot take, but it gets a little cooler.
See, I don't think it's hot at all. So that's where you and I might differ a little bit. If he has his 2023 season where he didn't have pneumonia and didn't have a bunch of maladies that slowed him down, where he wasn't himself an awful lot, you look at the game log. You go, what do you mean? He had played 15 games in 23, 15 in 24. But to your point, if you saw last year, you saw that 2 snaps and then he's out of the game, so it counts as a game. You know it's not the same. He had 1,117 yards, which would have easily led this really good offense last year in yards from scrimmage. So I actually think it's what's going to happen.
2 years ago, bunch of injuries and being banged up ago, right? But yes, I mean, I see the path, so I'm not going to argue with that. The negative one, because you gave a negative one, hottest Commanders take that I think might happen, age and injury ends up rearing its head in a big way here. And maybe this isn't bold enough, but like a guy like Zach Ertz is where I'm going to isolate the conversation. I hope I'm wrong here because Ertz was so durable and so awesome last year, played 17 games. I don't see any way how that would happen again. The 2 years before he came here, he missed 7 and 10 games. Over the 4 seasons before last year, 3 times he missed at least 6 games, and now he's going to be 35 in November. With Bobby Wagner, who's 35 going on 36, it's not a missed games thing. He's never hurt. It's just a performance thing at his age. But being the oldest team in the league, having a bunch of guys they were able to keep healthy that haven't been over the years, last year was not a problem. I fear that this year it'll be more of an issue. Not something you can necessarily control after roster construction. We'll ask Adam Peters about that. He's on the show today at 5. Let's go to Shane in Virginia. Want to knock through a couple of these calls quickly here. Shane, your hottest Commanders take you actually believe. What is it?
Hey, Commander Grant, Danny, love you guys. You know that. Mine is, I think Rodriguez is going to be the number 1 running back. I've seen him play 4 years at Kentucky. He's a bell cow. The guy is physical, and I think he actually runs for about 800, 850 this year. I think he takes over the number one running back spot. And my negative would be we missed the playoffs due to injuries. I think that could absolutely happen big time. Our division is going to be a tough division. Everybody's improved. So that's where I'm at, and unfortunately I hate to say it, but I think that we could have missed the playoffs, and that could happen.
That's not crazy, especially with C-Rod. I think people have kind of forgotten him because the new thing is really fun and exciting, but they like him.
You just need one of those two to separate themselves,
Yep.
and then 750, 800 is absolutely on the table with Jaden Daniels standing next to you and making life easier. Let's go to Elijah in D.C. on Grant and Danny, live from MGM National Harbor and Tap Sports Bar. What's up, Elijah?
What's going on, fellas? I'm going to start with my negatives. I think the special teams, I think they're going to potentially force the offense or force the team to have to dip into the magic bag in games that we would not like to have to do that. So in my positive, I have a few positives. I think Deebo Samuels increases their fourth down game. I don't think we've talked about him and the type of, they might be able to legitimately score on you on fourth down, let alone talking about a first down. I also think that Jaden Daniels has a long touchdown run. We almost saw it in that Carolina game. I think
We
because they
kept
have
waiting for that, Elijah, over and over and over. Every
1
week.
and 2.
We didn't see it.
Yeah, they got a lot of guys.
But he's got the chance to do it. Thanks for the call, buddy. I love the Debo point because everyone expects their fourth downs to regress and them to go in the other direction, and they're going to probably statistically because it's almost impossible to do what they did again. They were 23 of 26 on fourth down, which doesn't happen. But they have added a really fancy weapon that can be used in a lot of ways to help them.
You want that guy doing what they did the first play of the preseason when he played, right? You get a head full of steam and just cut left real quick. That diesel freight train got to get a yard. That's not a bad option.
We've got more Commanders predictions coming your way today. We'll also give you all of our NFL awards prognostications on Grant and Danny. It's football season.
Here we go.
We're live at MGM National Harbor at Tap Sports Bar. The bar's not open yet, but it will be soon.
Yep.
And when you guys get out of the office after close of business, you're going to come on by here. We're here until 6:30. B. Mitch and Finley are here watching the game tonight. Ian Eagle of CBS joins us next. He's got Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers to call against the Jets this weekend. We'll go around the NFL with the Birdman.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the kickoff of the season comes up tonight. 8:20 kickoff for the Cowboys and the Eagles. Report today also saying that the Eagles tried hard to trade for Cowboys defensive end Micah Parsons before he ultimately was traded to Green Bay. For the Commanders and the Giants getting set for Week 1 on Sunday, Andrew Thomas is not practicing today after he was limited yesterday for the Giants. Raiders wide receiver Amari Cooper has told the team that he is going to retire. He signed with the Raiders just 10 days ago. Other news around the NFL. Jets offensive guard Elijah Vera Tucker has a torn tricep. He's going to be done for this season. A couple of extensions agreed to today in the NFL. The Broncos agreed to a 4-year extension with edge rusher Nick Bonito. 4 years, $120 million, $70 million guaranteed. And the Seahawks agreed to a 3-year extension with their right tackle Abraham Lucas. 3 years, $46 million. In baseball, the Nationals have the day off today. They'll take on the Cubs for a 3-game set starting tomorrow at the Friendly Confines. Also, make sure you keep it tuned to G&D. Adam Peters is going to join the show coming up at 5 o'clock. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Live from MGM National Harbor in the Tap Sports Bar. On day 1 of the NFL season, we're Grant and Danny. Come on out and kick it with us. Bar opens at 5. The Fan will be here all night long for the Thursday night football opener, Cowboys and Eagles within the division. We're brought to you today and every day by the law firm Kondori and Murad. They will help you to draft a will, put together a testament, set up a living trust, medical power of attorney, whatever you need. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com and mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. You didn't think we'd kick off the NFL season today without talking to the Birdman, did you?
There's no season until we get to.
Ian Eagle, CBS, one of our favorites, will be on the call of the NFL all year long. He'll also be working national games for Westwood One as well on radio. Joins us now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Ian, happy football season, sir.
Oh, you took the words right out of my mouth. You play that music, which is so funny, just the way we're programmed mentally as sports fans, because until the NFL came back to CBS, that music did not exist. Yet, the second you hear those beats, you know what time of year it is. And that theme enters the consciousness, and now I'm ready to go. I'm ready to hit this thing and get it going for real on Sunday.
So we start our show every year for the Thursday of the opener. We're just playing all of the NFL anthems, and then how it strikes us, we rank them 1 to 5, right?
Yeah.
And like some years, CBS won for me last year. I got to tell you, it did not this year. I was surprised.
Interesting. What's changed in your life?
Well, this is.
But you never know. You don't know how it's going to hit you.
Is it the fourth kid? Was this Lincoln's fault somehow? I'm not really sure. I'm going to blame Lincoln. But yeah, it's just in that. Like if we do it again tomorrow, my rankings will be different. It's so weird. But I went with the Monday Night Football theme. The hair stood up when we played it. Maybe I just turned up the volume in my headphones. I'm not sure. But Danny and I always say, like when we talk about this all year long, the CBS theme is the 1 seed in terms of like the rock music, the beginning where the oxygen's getting sucked out for some reason. It's like, and
then the pop.
So good. It's just perfect.
Yeah, there is something about it. Obviously, the John Tesh NBA on NBC theme has gotten a lot of attention through the years, and rightfully so. It slaps. It still holds up. And then when SNL did their whole take on it with Tim Robinson and his genius, it just took it to another level. Now you can actually put words to it. And I think that's the next step for you guys. You have to start putting words to the themes.
Yep.
And then next year, when we hit it, you have now put lyrics to each theme, and then we can truly judge.
I think we're onto something.
Yeah.
Danny, you've worked on that for the NFL Network.
So the NFL Network one, and then we're going so down a rabbit hole here, but I don't care.
Ian was like kind enough to give us time, and now we're just going through Anthems.
So there's with the bells where it's like, hey, here's football. Here comes some football. It's coming right now. There's football right now. So it's almost Christmas. The Monday Night Football one is almost like, hey, what's up, guys? It's kind of like that little bit of a like, hey, football guys, like kind of like it sings to you a little bit with its verse. I don't have lyrics
Like
for the other
Bugs Bunny?
ones.
That felt like a Bugs Bunny vibe.
I don't. Yeah, you did a weird voice there.
No, but it's like kind of Peter Griffin it, where it's like, yeah, there's some football coming. Yeah, like we're on to that sort of deal. Almost like, hey, what's up, guys? Kind of like the football song. I don't know.
Yeah, and then the CBS, you can do like a Latvian voice and see if that meshes well.
just to see.
I'd like to hear that.
just to mix it in a little bit. Yeah. Ian Eagles on the call this weekend on CBS of the Steelers and the Jets. So why don't we start there, and then we'll kind of go broader on football. But what a storyline. You get Aaron Rodgers' debut in Pittsburgh. This is one of those, I know when it happened, we're used to it. We've seen him at practice. But it's still, when you turn on the TV and you watch him this weekend, it's going to feel really, really weird.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think people felt that way when he was in Jets uniform. We know what happened in that season opener with all the expectations and the sheer heartbreak for Jets fans to see the buildup come to such a harsh conclusion. Then last year, they just never really put it together. His numbers were good. You look back, 28 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, nearly 4,000 yards through the air. It just didn't translate into wins. They were playing from behind. They weren't winning one-score games. They go in a completely different direction, new head coach, new GM. They decide to move on at quarterback, and little did we know they would move on to the guy who started for the Steelers last year in the first 6 games, Justin Fields, before Russell Wilson took over the starting job. So, of course, it's a huge storyline. It's juicy. But I think once the game starts and once you settle in, then the real question becomes, what are the Pittsburgh Steelers? They might be, to me, the biggest mystery in the NFL going into week 1. If everything clicks, if the new faces on offense and defense with DK Metcalf and Jonnu Smith, and then defensively Darius Slay and Jalen Ramsey, if those guys hit and Rodgers just has to manage the game and maneuver into wins under Mike Tomlin, they could be a factor. We're talking about them potentially in January. Or this thing could go sideways and it doesn't work. The guys that are older look older and it never really takes form. So to me, that might be the largest question mark and the biggest variance in the NFL of what could be, what might be, and what will actually be.
Well, that's where I was going to go, Ian Eagle, with this here on Grant and Danny, in terms of feel for teams. I mean, listen, this league thrives on parity. The royalties seem kind of immune to it, right? Where they get the mystery is, does Kansas City win 13 games or 15 games, right? But so for the rest of the folks that are still sort of subject to that, give me a couple other teams, because Pittsburgh, I think, is a great one that you touched on, where if you take a long winter's nap and wake up and you go, wait, that team won 5 games, or that you find out they won 12 games. Like, give me some other teams that it's hard to grab a feel for right now for you.
Yeah, I would say Seattle is in that mix. I don't really know what to make of them. I was really impressed with McDonald last year, how he carried himself and how he ran the program. Obviously, they wanted to make a change at quarterback, and then that leads to another one, and that would be Las Vegas. Geno Smith goes from Seattle to Las Vegas. He's got a chip on his shoulder. Pete Carroll has been a winner. He was in Seattle, now in Las Vegas. What are they? Are the Raiders a team that could actually maybe do some things in the AFC West and surprise some people? Does Denver take a step back from last year? Were they an anomaly last year, or is Nick's the real deal? So it's all interconnected there, where I'm trying to get a feel for those teams as to whether or not they truly could take real steps forward. Every year we know in the NFL, you laid it out, Danny, this is how it's set up. Parity is paramount. And based on strength of schedule, based on draft, based on free agency, based on consistent teams that might get chipped away a little bit personnel-wise because they can't keep everybody. They can't pay everybody. So you see some players that might have been considered not quite primetime players on really good teams going somewhere else and then maybe emerging as a primetime player because a team takes a risk and gives them a 3-4 year mega contract.
The talented Ian Eagle is with us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan as we get ready for football in 2025. Kickoff tonight. We're at MGM National Harbor. Ian, I want to look at the Jets for a moment through this lens, who you've got this weekend. We're in D.C. Last year, Washington was the team going into the year that had just picked at the top of the board that everyone said, oh, that's a layup. You get to play them twice, lucky you. And then they won 12 games and accidentally got to the NFC Championship game. I'm not suggesting that's going to happen again, but if you look at some of these teams like the Jets, I would throw Saints, Titans, Browns into the mix, right, of the teams everyone thinks are going to be picking high. Is there someone that you would say, Lee Corso style, not so fast?
Yeah, there are two teams in the NFL that this year changed their head coach, their GM, and their QB. The Jets, you just laid it out, and Vegas, we just talked about. Washington is the best example. If you need to emulate someone, that's the team that you're emulating. The difference there is look at the quarterback that Washington had last year, and he just crushed any metric that you would go off for rookie QBs. He was ready right away. He was mature right away. He was a true leader right away. And that just doesn't happen. It doesn't happen that often. And when it does, you just sit back, enjoy it, and you hope that there's an encore and that there's no sophomore slump. The Jets would be in the category of they're different than they were last year because of their head coach, Aaron Glenn, because of what he brings, the resume he brings, and then the experience that he brings in Detroit. Really aggressive play caller defensively. They didn't have tremendous stats, but they had a little bit of an aura about them, and I think it was based on him and his approach. Having done those preseason games, I had 3 of them with the Jets, got to sit down with Aaron in production meetings, and he's a no-nonsense guy. He's just very direct. He was 5'8" and played in the NFL and made 3 Pro Bowls as a corner. I think he carries that with him. There's a certain toughness that he will expect. There's a certain accountability that he will expect. But you got to get down to personnel. And the concern is that they're not going to be able to throw the football consistently. They take a big hit on the offensive line. News comes out yesterday. Elijah Vera-Tucker is out, triceps injury, done for the season. And it's not just that you're losing someone that they were counting on that right side. He's playing next to a rookie. So Armand Membu, who's at right tackle that they spent the 7th pick on, now looks over to his left and says, wait, that's not the guy I've been working with all year, the guy I can rely upon, the guy I can trust. So there are some concerns. I do think they'll be better defensively. I do think also, again, not numbers-wise, but they're going to take the ball away. That's the biggest issue from the Robert Saleh era. They did not create turnovers. I think this defense will.
If you go back and look at the Patriots' history, to me, there are almost 2 distinct runs, but everybody considers it the same with Belichick and Brady. And I'm going somewhere with this. So they win those 3 Super Bowls in 4 years, right? Then that you don't have kind of the same success mirrored until 2000 really, and I think it's 11, when they start 8 straight years where they make every single AFC title game or better. Kansas City has gone to 7 straight AFC title games. Yep. Do they equal the Patriots this year, or does somebody keep them out this year? Does this finally feel like the year that somebody might get them before they are inevitably in the AFC Championship game?
Yeah, I would say the candidates are Buffalo and Baltimore. Those are the 2 teams that come up the most. They're the 2 teams that have the experience. They're the 2 teams that have the personnel that can do it. Now it's a question, as we know, you get into these big moments. If the Bills get a first down last year, we might be talking about an entirely different Super Bowl. And the matchup with Philadelphia would have been Buffalo and Philly and not Kansas City and Philly. There's so many what-ifs. Even Philly. I had a playoff game on the radio, the Rams game, where if Matthew Stafford leads them to a touchdown on that final drive as the snow is dropping in Philadelphia in the divisional round, the Eagles, as we know it, and this incredible season of Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts doesn't get validated at the end of the year. Sometimes it does come down to 1 play, 2 play, 3 plays. It's hard to wrap your brain around that, but that's how close it is. And The fact of the matter is Buffalo and Baltimore are good enough to do it. The difference with Kansas City is they problem solve in the moment, and then they can lean on the creativity of Reed and Mahomes. Just the sheer will to make something happen in the biggest moment of the game. It may be a penalty, but it's still favoring Kansas City in the way that they've had their good fortune break the last number of years. You're right about New England. People forget. They conflate a bit that it was all one long run. No, it was Brady and Belichick and then a bunch of other guys, some really good players, but different iterations, and that's probably what Kansas City ultimately is going to be when it's all said and done. It will be Mahomes again with a different bunch of players. If they continue to win Super Bowls, to me, they'll also fit into that same category that we just discussed.
Ian Eagle on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. We'll let you out on this one. Get a new broadcast partner in the booth with you in J.J. Watt, who's joining CBS. Excited to see him call a game. He's very sharp in his analysis and some of the work he's done, but I haven't seen him in that capacity yet. What do you make of J.J. Watt's transition so far?
Yeah, early signs are good. Highly prepared, very passionate, of course, experienced, and has done it at the highest level, will be a Hall of Famer. And then the other part, this is where you get into the secret sauce of having a sense of humor, understanding the moment, self-deprecation. The fact that we have the same workout routine helps because we can bond.
Guys both do arms the same day, yeah.
Yeah, we do arms the same day. We're both yoked, whatever, however you want to put it.
You may take a couple plates off for you, JJ, so you get your set in? Yeah.
Exactly. This guy could lift me over his head. That's all you need to know about our current setup.
They haven't had he hasn't yet, no, because they haven't had a big moment yet. Maybe that's coming.
There's got the first game-winning call or something like that. Okay, JJ, it's time for the lift, where he just we go full figure skater style.
Yeah, and we'll do the picture-in-picture. You'll see us in the screen, in the corner of what he's doing physically as the most important play of the game. That's what people want. They just want to see the broadcasters at that point.
Well, have a great call. Have a great season. And thank you so much, as always, for hopping on with us. Cannot wait to welcome you back into our living rooms every weekend here for the next couple of months.
Yeah, guys, really excited. Always great to be on with you. I know how passionate you are about the NFL and your listeners. This is just always a fun time of year. It does feel, in many ways, like the first day of school. You just know that you're locked in for the next 5 months, and it's fantastic.
We're fired up. We're ready. Ian Eagle of CBS, kind enough to join us here on Grant and Danny. Watch him this weekend on the call of the Steelers and the Jets with J.J. Watt as they kick things off. CBS, by the way, has a massive game in the 4 o'clock window. Football conversations are actually presented by Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 1 matchup between Detroit and Green Bay. That's the CBS game, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Next, I want to get into Commanders-Giants and dive into some of the matchups, particularly Josh Connolly going up against a Pro Bowler.
Yeah, here we go.
Some of the things that are going to determine this game in terms of the individual one-on-one matchups. We'll do that next on Grant and Danny from the MGM National Harbor and Tap Sports Bar live on a NFL game day. Believe it or not, it's here on The Fan. I'm Grant Paulson. I'm a FanDuel guy. FanDuel's making Week 1 even bigger with a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every single game day like today. That's right, $2 million tonight. There's a game. So here's what you're going to do. Opt in, place an anytime touchdown bet on any Week 1 NFL game, including Cowboys-Eagles this evening. And then, if your player scores a touchdown, first or last touchdown in the game, you win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. First touchdown, you're a winner. Last touchdown, you're a winner. Both even better. One more reason to bet on the NFL with FanDuel. Go to FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code is GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP for a share of the $2 million if you hit the bet. Got to be 21 in Virginia. Opt in. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in 3 weeks. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. In the NFL, Cowboys and Eagles kicks off the NFL season tonight. That'll kick off at 8:20. You can hear the game right here on The Fan, coverage beginning at 7 o'clock. For the Commanders, they're getting set for the Giants in Week 1 on Sunday. Andrew Thomas was not practicing today for the Giants after he was limited in practice yesterday. Also, Adam Peters is going to be joining Grant and Danny coming up at 5 o'clock, so make sure you keep it tuned right here to 106.7 The Fan. Also, a report coming out today that the Eagles were one of the teams trying hard to acquire Micah Parsons before he was ultimately traded to the Green Bay Packers. Raiders wide receiver Amari Cooper has let the team know that he intends to retire after he signed with the Raiders just 10 days ago. Jets offensive guard Elijah Vera Tucker does have a torn tricep. He's likely done for the season. A couple of new deals today in the NFL. The Broncos agreed to a 4-year extension with edge rusher Nick Bonito. 4 years, $120 million, $70 million guaranteed. The Seahawks agreed to a 3-year extension with their right tackle, Abraham Lucas, 3 years, $46 million. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Commanders-Giants, Sunday, 1 o'clock, Northwest Stadium. We're going to get into some of the really intriguing individual matchups in that game. And we'll do that in moments on G&D. Welcome back. You're listening live to The Fan. We are at MGM National Harbor over in Maryland, just off the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. So if you're coming home from work, if you're in the area, come on out here. The restaurant here at Tap Sports Bar opens at 5 for the remainder of the evening. So anytime after 5, we're here until 6:30, and then B. Mitch and Finley are here for the remainder of the night. You can spend night 1 of the football season with 106.7 The Fan. I wanted very quickly, though, to shout out one of our listeners, Nate Elgin.
This is incredible.
He sent one of the funnier things that I've seen a listener send us in a long, long time. He sent a Grant and Danny Lingo Bingo board.
And I will tell you, guilty as charged.
There are a bunch of things that we say a lot on the show. A lot of these are Dannyisms, I will say. That
you keep saying that. Like, they're half yours, man.
I don't know, man. Some of them, I guess. Like, I say guy, but these are really, really good. All right, so day is both of us.
Yep.
But basically the idea is you can put, what do you use, a bingo stamper?
I always say a chip. Wait,
Chip.
Is that right? How does that
Yeah, you play a little bingo,
chip?
use your stamper.
Use your Harry.
Danny gives a full analysis and then asks a guest for their thoughts.
That is a staple
That
of
pops
me. Yep.
A run of puns using an athlete's last name.
We've done that many times.
We love that.
We did that today already.
G or D comment on how good-looking another man is.
Yep.
Guilty.
Yep.
Pretending the Junkies are an up-and-coming radio show.
That one I had to take a step back.
Danny reasserts how correct he is.
Yeah. I mean, that's obvious,
Yes,
right?
that's a good one.
I was going to say, is that
Pudgy idiot. That's something you say all the time.
that's a Randy Douye.
Dad. Anytime we mention Darius as dad.
Mhm.
Although that should probably be, if I'm critiquing, that should be, I love you, Dad.
I love that.
But the idea of dad is good. Danny Huhe. You say that a lot about yourself in the third person.
I do not. See, that's an interesting one. I don't say Danny Huhe. I've every once in a while I'll refer to myself as Randy Douye or Fanny Mouye.
Oh, okay.
I do not say Danny
I
Huhe.
thought you said Danny Huhe.
No.
Diddley and or squat.
That's me.
That's a Danny Houtier right there, if I've ever heard one. You love saying diddly and or squat.
That is something
Instead
I
of
do.
saying nothing.
Yep.
But anyway, there's a bunch of these. They're fun. I think you retweeted it.
I did.
At Funny Danny.
I was like, it's pretty much the show. That right there is it.
Yeah, I will retweet it as well at Grant H. Paulson.
I have to say real quick, there also is another one missing. Anecdotally, this is something that was pointed out to Darius and I a few years ago by our guy, Cody Shook, who used to work here on the B. Mitch and Finley show. And I have to say, you guys love that word. Love that word. Darius can chime in on this one as well.
Yes, so they've always said this. I know I say it for sure. I don't think it's as much as you guys act like it is.
I've been aware. So let me rewind. Many moons ago. So I wasn't aware that I had a crutch at one point, and when it was pointed out to me, I'm like, I don't really think I even do that. And our old producer, AJ, had literally prepared a montage of me saying this.
Right.
And I went, Oh, sweet Christ. Like that, there are so many of those. I don't remember doing it because it's something that comes out there.
Sure.
We say anecdotal, or that was anecdotal, or anecdotally all the time. Once that was pointed out to me, I became cognizant of it. I'm telling you it's a thing.
Maybe as a collective, I think I definitely say anecdotal because I talk about it as like anecdotal evidence or whatever.
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, you would have thought, though, that as much as you guys were like, you guys say anecdotal all the time, it's like saying or like or something. I'm like, I guess. I don't know.
It's definitely a word that's used with a high volume. A lot of times in your back-to-back conversations. Sometimes you'll use it in interviews as well.
Right.
But ever since Cody brought it up, we definitely can't.
You can't unhear it.
Yeah.
Right.
It's very noticeable that you guys use it a lot.
We will literally, Darius and I, back and forth, and like when you guys say anecdotal, we'll literally say it anecdotal. And it's like we just say it and we move on.
So I think that's the problem, is that if we both use that word, then you're going to hear it inevitably a lot.
You would probably see us in the background after you use it. You'll probably see me and Ryan.
Well, that's how I
each
was
other.
wise to it.
Yeah.
Because, like, this is years ago now when we started as a show. But I'm like, what's going on? Like, you guys, and I'm like.
All of a sudden there's like a frenzy in the producer studio, behind me. I'm like, what is going on?
They act all the time like we can't see through the glass. And I'm like, what is the deal? And they're like, we're just counting how many times you guys say anecdotal. And I'm like, oh,
okay, great.
Cool. I thought you guys were doing something to help the show, you know?
There's no way is that disruptive.
Yeah, exactly. Like high five, like they did it. They're like putting another one on the board. But no, these are fun. These are very good. So anecdotal should be on here.
Mm-hmm.
There are a couple others I think that we could put on here. We could help Nate with probably. But this is
There's only 24 squares.
perfect.
I mean, there's a lot.
So
yeah,
this
well
is
done, Nate.
Awesome. Play a little bingo. Very, very good. But yeah, I definitely think we say that at least once a show. 100% anecdotal.
Oh, for sure.
So you guys can listen for those. Play along at home.
Play along at home. The home game. It's fun to listen along.
It's Grant and Danny Lingo Bingo at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny if you want to check that out. All right, let's get into the anecdotal matchup between the Commanders and the Giants here anecdotally. The intriguing matchups between the two teams, right? You've got a couple that stand out to me, but the first one would be Josh Connerly Jr. at right tackle against Brian Burns on the edge. Burns last year had his highest pressure total that he's ever had, 66 pressures. This is a guy who is one of the more underrated, I think, pass rushers in the NFL because the sack total doesn't always show his impact. If you look at his numbers, Danny, he had 12.5 sack season. He's never had 10 any other year. So it's mostly 8.5 sacks. It's kind of Brian Arakpo-ish numbers.
Yep.
But he is super impactful. And he's going to go head-to-head with Connerly a lot on the edge. I wonder how much they're going to help the rookie in his first start at right tackle.
I would anticipate early helpage, right? Just to get your feet wet, just to make sure that there's comfort there, and then they'll assess, right? I mean, there's going to have to be a time where you got to single block somebody. It's the league, dude. Just whether it's an audible to it, whether it's a check to it, whether it's by design, whether it's supposed to be something quick or otherwise, you're going to have to deal with Brian Burns. I think you touched on it very well. I mean, you look at some of the ancillary numbers, 17 tackles for losses, a whole mess of quarterback hits, some pressures there. He was really, really good, even if the overall sack numbers kind of belie that, where you go 8.5, there's a lot of 8.5 guys. I'm telling you, he's effective. And you can't just say, okay, well, isolate on him, because enter Abdul Carter, we'll talk about in a second, and Dexter Lawrence, one of the better players in football.
So let's move inside then to that point. I'm guessing Nick Allegretti is going to start. I've been saying I thought it was going to be Andrew Wiley to kick down to guard if Connerly plays every snap at right tackle, which just based on the depth chart they put out, if you believe that at all, then Connerly is going to go without any kind of a rotation. But in an event where Connerly's your full-time right tackle this weekend and then Allegretti starts at right guard, as the year went on last year, I thought his play fell off some at left guard. But he's going to have to deal with Dexter Lawrence a lot. That, to me, is the worst matchup in this game. You can help Connerly a bunch. You can chip. You can do things, as you're pointing out, with Burns to try to prohibit him from taking over the game. Lawrence is a better player anyway, though. And on the inside, the quicker path to Jaden Daniels, who, for all of his brilliance last year, is still a high-pressure-to-sack ratio guy. They're not... Oftentimes, if you get pressure, you're going to get him down to the ground. I worry about that part of it, the interior pressure from Lawrence working on Allegretti, and Brandon Coleman in his first ever start at guard, as good as I think he's eventually going to be as well. That is a big concern for me. Abdul Carter, star, going to be the defensive rookie of the year, I think. But my guess is he'll also rush from the interior. They're going to kick him inside because how else do you get Thibodeau on the field with Burns and with Carter if Carter's not moving inside some?
Yeah, I mean, in the way that in the old days, you think about defense where who lines up at the left end, who lines up at the right end, and let's see what happens. You're going to mix and match. You're going to move guys around. Now, what you can do if you're Cliff Kingsbury and company, you kind of run some of your tempo stuff. You don't let them substitute. If you feel like you got a set of matchups that you like, or you want to try to run Dexter Lawrence ragged by going old school, running a bunch of stretch plays and a bunch of outside runs and get right back to the line of scrimmage and go again. Maybe that's something to do there. But yeah, if you let them kind of dictate where you're doing a sub package, then they can too. And as you mentioned, Kayvon Thibodeau, who has destroyed Washington in his career. I mean, last year, for example, you didn't give up a ton of sacks to Dexter Lawrence or any, quite frankly, but by far his most tackles, how active he was, came against Washington. So think of the run game, think of some of the stuffs. I mean, he is wildly effective, and you have to pay attention to him, which gives some one-on-one matchups in theory to those defensive ends.
Yeah, and sacks aren't the way, I don't think anyway, to monitor Dexter Lawrence as it is. If you look at his double team rate last year, it was the highest in the NFL.
I believe that.
You got 4 hands on him at all times. That was like clearly almost a 70% double team rate for him last season on passing downs, which was the highest of the next-gen stats era for people not named like Aaron Donald or J.J. Watt, who we were talking about earlier today. The last one I want to bring up, Malik Neighbors. The numbers for Malik Neighbors last year were extraordinary against Washington. I mean, these are wild. I'm going to run through these and just read some of these for you. So in 2 games last season against the Commanders, Malik Neighbors was targeted 29 times.
Yeah.
2 games.
Mm-hmm.
That's 15 per just about. He caught 19 balls for 186 yards and a touchdown. Malik Neighbors was targeted in game 1 against Washington 55% of the time, which is unheard of, on the routes he ran. Week 2 was even more staggering. 69% of the routes he ran, they targeted him on. You just don't see that. That was the most in a game by a receiver since 2016 when they started tracking this kind of data. I say that to say I think they liked the matchup a lot last year, probably more even than they do this year. There's no Emmanuel Forbes or Benjamin St. Juste
or Michael Davis.
Yeah, out there just being feasted on by Malik Neighbors. But you're going to get some man coverage. They want to run more of it. They actually ran the 5th most man coverage in the NFL last year under Joe Witt Jr., and now that they have better personnel, I think that number could even go up this season. So I can't wait to see how their corners handle Neighbors. And do they travel Marshawn Lattimore? He was traveling in the playoffs with A.J. Brown. He was traveling with Mike Evans. It didn't go great, but he was. Do they move him around with Neighbors? Do they feel good about Trey Amos to just let him go one-on-one with a Pro Bowl wide receiver in his first game? That's going to be fun for me.
When you look at Neighbors' numbers, that's easy for me to say. There are 2 teams he feasted against like none other, Washington and Dallas. What did they have in common last year? Some pretty porous pass defenses, I would say. That was a theme there. So 20 catches, 184 yards against Dallas on the season, 19 for $186 and a touchdown against Washington. You're hoping, as you could see, some of the priority in this offseason was, yes, some beef up front to stop the run on first down, but secondarily was the secondary, right? They made some adjustments and some upgrades and some changes there. Enter Marshawn Lattimore late last season, hoping he's himself, or at least the guy that he was a handful of years ago. You enter Trey Amos, Jonathan Jones, year 2 for Mikey Sanders still, the growth of guys like Quan Martin and company. You feel better at this point now than you did last year.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll get you a double play next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. And we will blitz at 4 o'clock. Remember, that's 20 minutes from now. The blitz is going to be chock full today. We've got Mackenzie Gore of the Nationals, Bill Roth calling Hokies games. They've got a big one this weekend trying to get off the schneid. Mike Jones of the Athletic on the NFL. Michael Phillips on the Commanders. 4 guests all in one segment. Everything you care about jammed in to that 4 o'clock conversation. And we are an hour and 20 minutes away from Adam Peters, the GM of the Commanders, joining us on Grant and Danny right here on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here for my friends and my realtors. That's Reynolds and Power Home Team with Keller Williams. Listen, if you're thinking of selling your home, quite simply, they are the fastest and easiest route to get your home sold. Even if your home didn't sell the first time, it doesn't mean it won't sell this time. They've got the buyers, the marketing, and even cash offer options that can help you finally, and I mean finally, move forward. They don't just put your home in the MLS and wait. Nope. Reynolds and Power Home Team has a massive database of ready-to-buy clients, plus an exclusive marketing strategy that connects your home with serious buyers faster than traditional methods. Not every homeowner situation is the same. That's why Reynolds and Power Home Team gives you options so you're in control, right? Whether you want maximum value on the open market or the speed and certainty of a cash offer, they put you in control of the process. And then there's the game-changing guarantee. If your home doesn't sell, David Sarah will buy it at a price you agree on. That's the guarantee. So call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home Team now to find out more at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
live from MGM National Harbor and Tap Sports Bar, which opens at 5 this evening. So when you get out of the office, come on by. An hour and 15 minutes from right now, you can get some food, get some drink, and get ready for football with us. B. Mitch and Finley will be here deep into the evening, and we're live until 6:30 on the Fan. So come say hello if you are in the area. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Danny, my wife, has not had a cell phone for almost 2 weeks.
Oh, my God.
I don't know how this is possible in 2025. I'm going to give you some details as best I understand.
Give me some background here.
Her cell phone stopped working. Just stopped turning on. One night, it went from like fully charged to 2%. We're like, this is a problem.
Yeah, that's when the phone's old. That happens. That's usually the first thing to go is battery life, that kind of stuff.
There was like a 48-hour period where she would plug it in for hours. She could make a phone call or something, but then it would die, and it was just teetering. And then it just went dead and dark, and it never turned back on, right? So it was cooked. So here's what I do in that situation. My entire life, what I've done is I go to a phone store, and I say, my phone doesn't work. I need a new one. I'm not leaving here until I get a new one.
Okay.
I'm not going to be the one to program it. You're going to help me, sir. Thank you so much. And also, while I'm not leaving here until I get a new one, I need all my contacts and information and data brought over as well.
Quick interjection, because this is your story, not mine.
Sure.
Every time I've done that, I've actually had to do the thing where, you know when like certain adults feel comfortable like grabbing you by the wrist to give you like a little extra and you didn't ask for? I try never to be that person.
Oh, yeah.
But I've done that a couple times where I've gone, sir, just please hear me on this part. Because they always go like, yeah, no problem, sure. It'll be great, sir, no problem.
Yeah.
No. I make sure all those phone numbers come in. And he's like, check it. Well, I can't check every phone number. Is my kindergarten teacher in there? I have no idea. I need you to make sure. And sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't.
Well, every time that I've ever had this problem, probably 5, 6, 7 new phones over 12 years, whatever, it's been perfect. It's been fine. This last time, as you know, all my contacts didn't come over.
Yeah, they didn't.
I was never really able to get them to come over, but I've slowly but surely been adding them from like whatever I had backed up.
New phone, who dis?
I've lost some numbers. I'm not thrilled about it. There's people I don't have anymore that are contacts in sports that I would like. That was annoying. But anyway, I'm not going to grab their hand. I don't have the stones to do that. That's a lot from you. But I'm just going to say this is the most important thing ever. I know the next person that comes in is going to say that, but my thing is more important.
Right.
I'm kidding a little bit.
But kind of. Seriously.
We all need it, right? So anyway, my wife didn't do that, though. She did not go in. Like, I'm going in, and the guy's like, yeah, so call this number, and they'll take it. No. I'm sitting. Where's your desk? I'm going to go sit on your desk pretzel style and wait until you give me a phone. Like, I'm not leaving here without a phone. So my wife just did the thing where she's like, oh, I have insurance. I'll have them mail me one. So she fills something out, hits a couple of buttons, does whatever she does. They're going to mail her a phone. 3 days go by. What's going on? She doesn't know. Okay, no problem. I look it up. What we find out is, it wasn't processed correctly by whoever you talked to. They were sending it to a different place, or they didn't hit a button, and it's not being sent yet. So
Isn't
now
that a hoot?
we're going to redo that and restart our 5 business days. Boom, we did that, okay? Then she gets her phone. I'm thinking our long nightmare is over. The phone comes. Here's what I don't understand.
Okay.
In 2025, the year of our Lord, how is this possible? So to get her phone programmed, like to turn on to be able to use it, she needs, obviously, access to, like, Google or whatever it is. Well, because she'd only really used her phone to do her emails and stuff, like her computer is in the shop or wherever it is, she hasn't used it in a long time, they send a 2-factor verification thing to her phone. She doesn't have a phone.
Yes, right.
I can't use my phone because the whole reason for this is I don't have a phone. So they're like, we'll email another email account. But because that's not an email account that they already have, they wait 5 business days to send an email to my email account now to give her access to her email account.
Unbelievable.
So the 5 business days go by. We're past that. So that's great. We got our business days. We're done. When she got on her Gmail account to then program the phone, she now needs access to some type of Apple thing. The Apple thing said 5 days. On Sunday, before the Commanders game, we're going to give you, on Sunday, access to your Apple account again We will send you your new stuff, but as a security measure, we can't just do this to this random email. So you have to wait 5 days, and then we're going to send it to the random email. So that's another 5 days.
Wow.
So now we're waiting until Sunday. So
Wow.
we waited for the mailing, didn't do it correctly, and so now that was longer than it should have been. Then we waited 5 days for Gmail. Now we're waiting 5 days for Apple. Oh, my God, this is unbelievable. What you need to do is just go to the store and buy a new phone, in my opinion, which costs $1,000 or whatever. And you just got to put it on a credit card or just pay it off over a long time or act like you have, rich, which we're not. You got to do something, though. But 15 days or whatever it's going to end up being without a phone, this isn't it. I don't know what is, but this is not. So I just didn't even know this was possible. It's the worst situation ever. Don't let your phone break. And if it does, do not do anything other than go into the store and demand a phone at once.
It seems like this shouldn't be. I'm with you. Now, here's my question. I'm trying to tread so lightly here. I mean, this is I'm Laquan Treadwelling here as lightly as possible.
Careful.
Is there an imbalance in the frustration level between the two of you over
question.
this?
Good question.
Do you see what I'm saying? Where is
Yes.
does it not seem as important to one person
Yeah.
as the other?
That's a good question. I think there's an imbalance in urgency.
Yep.
If that's what you're asking.
Yep.
So my wife does want the ability to contact, we have a new baby.
Yeah, she'd like a phone.
One of her good friends was coming over to bring meals and to hang out and meet the kid and whatever the other night. And she's got to use my phone to coordinate that. That's annoying to her. But in general, my wife is not on social medias. She doesn't want to see what terrible things are being said and done.
Yep.
And so she's just kind of way less on her phone than I am. And so in some way, is there a little bit of her that's kind of enjoying this, not having a phone thing? Maybe a tiny bit. Do I think she wants a phone? Absolutely. She needs a phone. She wants a phone. I think we all agree there. My urgency for this to end is 99.9%, as evidenced by the fact it never would have started. I go to the phone store. If they said it's $14,000, I would have said, all right, let me call my financial guy and see if I can open up a credit card and we'll pay this thing off for a few years. Like that. They're like, or you could just wait 4 days, sir, and it could be free. And I'm like, nah, we'll do the $14,000.
What's the most amount of time you'd wait? What they're like, $14,000 versus, hey, 24 hours from now you'll get a phone. Would you do that?
Maybe 24 hours.
Yeah.
Maybe, but not 2 days.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It's not 48.
This is the real life. I mean, this is 2025. It's just the insanity of it all. It's not, and I'm not saying it's her fault. She's a victim in all of this, but
I can't believe the logins, man.
This is even possible.
All the logins.
This is even. I kept saying to her until I actually watched her go through it. I'm like, you're just doing something wrong. And I'm sure someone right now is going, oh, that's ridiculous. So you got to do this. That
all you have to do is
It's absurd. It's so insane.
I'm going to do a double play super quick. You don't even have to hit the sounder. I had a quesadilla last night. God, those are good. Just a toasted tortilla with some cheese in the middle. I had a little sour cream, a couple jalapenos, a little bit of salsa, right? There's no guacamole or anything, but I'm just sitting there eating cheese and bread, and it was awesome. You forget about the quesadilla sometimes. That's what I have for you guys.
Cheese quesadilla.
Yeah, just a cheese quesadilla.
Can't do a lot better. 4 o'clock Blitz starring Mackenzie Gore. That's coming up next. And at 5 o'clock, spread the word, tell a friend. GM Adam Peters, his annual preseason conversation with us on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, Commanders getting set for their first game on Sunday. Injury report, Andrew Thomas didn't practice today for the Giants after he was limited in practice yesterday with a foot injury. Also, remember, Adam Peters set to join Grant and Danny coming up at 5 o'clock. Also in the NFL, the kickoff game tonight, Cowboys and Eagles at 8:20 tonight. You can hear the game right here on 106.7 The Fan following Grant and Danny, coverage beginning at 7 o'clock. Also report today that the Eagles were a team that tried hard to trade for Micah Parsons before he was ultimately traded to Green Bay. Raiders wide receiver Amari Cooper retired. He signed with the Raiders just 10 days ago, but notified the team today that he plans to retire. Jets offensive guard Elijah Vera Tucker has a torn tricep, likely done for the season there. Some extension signed today in the NFL. The Broncos agreed to a 4-year extension with edge rusher Nick Bonito, 4 years, $120 million, $70 million guaranteed. The Seahawks agreed to a 3-year extension with right tackle Abraham Lucas, 3 years, $46 million. For the Nationals, they have the day off today. They'll begin a 3-game set against the Chicago Cubs coming up tomorrow. Next, Mackenzie Gore of the Nats set to join Grant and Danny on the Beltway Blitz. This September only, score 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Very rare, but much anticipated and celebrated. 4-member Beltway Blitz today on the Nationals, the Hokies, the NFL, and the Commanders. And we will kick things off right now on the diamond. And to help us talk about the Nationals, we've got our buddy Mackenzie Gore, presented by Main Street Bank. Your local bank local. Put their team in your office. Visit mstreetbank.com. For more information, member FDIC, equal housing lender. Our weekly appointment with the ace of the Nationals, Mackenzie Gore. We got a lot to talk about. Mackenzie, since we last chatted, you went to the injured list with the throwing arm barking a little bit. I guess it was the shoulder. What can you tell us about the injury and the timeline to get back on the bump?
Unfortunately, going to IL. But, I'm back throwing. I plan on being back as soon as I can. And, we're moving in the right direction. So, I didn't want to go on the IL, but it was probably something we needed to do, and but I plan on being back soon. So,
when did you first start noticing it, and what's that process like for folks that don't know?
Well, I think when you're getting into September, everybody, we've been playing for a while. But, the way I felt, New York start, and the way I recovered, we needed to make sure everything was, or see where everything was at before we pushed it to the next start, and we did, and everything structurally was solid, and and that's where we are. We figured this is the best thing to do, and like I said, we're back throwing. I feel better than I did, and pretty optimistic I'll be back out there as soon as I can. So.
That's good to hear. Were you nervous at all? I mean, anytime a pitcher gets an MRI on the throwing arm, shoulder, and I think it's the shoulder, is that right? It's not like the elbow or anything?
Yeah, it was the shoulder.
But, like, you're feeling something, even if you think this is not that big of a deal, until you get the results back, are you kind of holding your breath, or what's that like?
Yeah, I think anytime you have to say something, you're nervous. You assume that if you're able to play, it can't be so bad, but you never know. And when you get a picture of it, there's definitely some nerves. When you're waiting to hear from the doctor, and definitely with some nerves going in, but it was good news. So.
And you guys coming off a sweep of the Marlins, where it's a bunch of the youngsters. I just that kind of thing is fun for fans to see. I imagine it's probably neat and fun for you guys to watch a guy hit his first couple major league home runs in Asim Nunez the other day. But what's that like there in the clubhouse? Again, with some of the young guys who don't have the established big league bona fides that someone like you does. How cool is that to see some of the youngsters come up and do big things?
Yeah, awesome for Nas. I mean, I think everybody enjoys watching Nas play when he gets in there. and seeing him hit 2 homers in a game, one being his first career homer, was really special. And then at this point, when you see guys playing with energy, where we're at, that's really fun to see. I'm sure as fans, that's great to see. And he's definitely somebody that brings energy when he gets in there. And the 2 homer game for Nas was awesome.
Nats ace Mackenzie Gore with us here on Grant and Danny. The sweep was just the third of the season, the second at home. I know we're at a point of the year where, on the outside for fans, it's about development of young guys or watching a player like you try to finish an all-star season strong. But in the clubhouse, I know you guys still care a lot about winning even in a lost year here. What is that like to be able to pull off a sweep and to see that some of the work is actually paying off?
Yeah. Obviously the record's not, it's not good, but there's still you show up every day, whatever happened the day before is over, and you go in there to win a game. And we're at a point this year where, there's still a month left. You finish strong, and there's guys getting opportunity where they're trying to show that they can help us in the future, and also just improving off of what they've done for the season. So you can see the finish line now, but you want to run through it, and I think some guys are taking this, and they're making the most out of it. So. Just like I said, I finished strong this last month, and some guys are really got off to a good start this month.
I know you won't be able to throw in the series, but enjoy Chicago. This is my favorite time of year for one of the really cool cities in America, and what a historic ballpark. Have a good trip, man.
Yep, appreciate it.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Mackenzie Gore, weekly interview brought to you by Main Street Bank. Your local bank local. Put their team in your office. Visit mstreetbank.com for more information. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Let's talk Virginia Tech football. The voice of the Hokies is Bill Roth, who joins us now on Grant and Danny. Bill, I thought Virginia Tech's defense did everything they could in their game against South Carolina. How should Hokies fans feel about a close game? Offense struggled, but they hung with one of the top 15 teams in America.
Yeah, you're right. They played really well defensively. They got a bunch of tackles for loss. They had 4 sacks of a great quarterback, but offensively they didn't get into the end zone. The Hokies just got 3 field goals offensively, and that's not enough to win. And that's clearly the key here this week with the Vanderbilt coming in on Saturday night. The offense needs to click. They need a better game out of Kyron Drones and likely need to run the ball better.
Yeah, touch on that. The offense, number one, Bill, but number two, this Vandy Boys team. They were frisky last year, surprising people in the SEC, off to a 1-0 start. Preview that matchup for us.
Diego Pavia is their quarterback, and he's the guy that if he plays for you, you love him. If he's on the other team, you hate him. I think that's kind of the way people around the SEC feel. He made his debut against the Hokies a year ago and played great. He threw for 190 yards. He ran for 104 and scored 3 touchdowns. So he was the key to the game last year in an overtime Vanderbilt win in Nashville. But in Blacksburg, knowing what we have, game will be sold out. It's going to be wild here. It won't be 116 degrees like it was in Tennessee last year for the opener. So hopefully the Hokies will have a bounce-back game. But they need to get a better game out of Kyron Drones at quarterback. He struggled a bit. He was 15 of 35 against the Gamecocks. And the other thing that's a little tricky is playing 2 SEC teams in the same week. It was a short week for Virginia Tech's prep for this game, and that makes things a little bit unusual for coaches and players alike, but I'm looking forward to this game here Saturday night.
The Golden Pipes of Bill Roth will be on the call of Virginia Tech football on Saturday evening right here on 106.7 The Fan, and the crystal clear Comrex connection as well on the Beltway Blitz.
Talking about Bill Roth, man. Come on.
Bill Roth.
This man knows what he's about.
Moving and shaking. He knows what he's doing. Hey, I do want to go back to Kyron Drones for a second because you kind of led me to water there. He struggled. I mean, that was a rough outing. What did you see, and how do they get him going?
Well, I think, number one, they need to run the ball better. He was in a tough situation later in the game when he had to throw the ball and they were teeing off on him a little bit. But if it's always 2nd and 11 or 2nd and 9, it can be really hard. I think that he could, of all quarterbacks who need a good running game, particularly this week, it would be Kyron. But even when he was able to step into some throws and have some open guys, fellas, he misfired. There were a couple of balls that were dropped, and when we went back and watched the tape, they were a little low, or he threw the ball behind people. And he puts a lot of pressure on himself. I saw him earlier today. I visited with him over here in our facility. He's got a big grin on his face. He's ready to go. They've put it behind them. They had about 15 guys, including drones, that had a players-only meeting on my days are mixed up, on Tuesday. They had a players-only meeting on Tuesday just to say, hey, don't give up. It was an SEC team in Atlanta. South Carolina is going to beat a lot of people this year. We still have our whole season in front of us, the whole ACC slate. But let's get an SEC win here Saturday night at home. So he's ready to go. I look for a real good bounce-back game from him. And by the way, Terrion Stewart, who probably would have been the Hokies starting tailback had he been healthy, may go. We're going to talk with Coach Pry tomorrow when we meet. So the Hokies might have Stewart in the running game, and that'll really help.
Bill, really appreciate you, man. Have a good one this weekend.
Always, fellas. Thanks.
Sounds good. Hit that NFL sounder, please.
The NFL.
The NFL? I kept waiting. It didn't happen.
It's just a door.
Yeah, the door slammed.
That's how you talk NFL.
The door slammed on the offseason. Am I right?
The audio vault, NFL.
Our buddy Mike. Oh, now it's awkward. It wasn't before. All right, Mike Jones, our buddy from The Athletic, talk NFL with us. It kicks off this evening, Philadelphia at Dallas. I have no idea if this is a rally, a type situation for Dallas, like everyone's counted us out, or if we should count them out. I don't know what to feel about it, Mike. Your thoughts?
I mean, I think that it's probably not as bad, losing Micah Parsons is what it seems. They have a lot more problems than just, Micah Parsons was going to fix everything on their defense. They couldn't stop the run last year. Getting to the quarterback is going to be a challenge. But I think that the Cowboys are going to be somewhere around 500 this year. With or without Parsons, they probably would have been. I think it was stupid to get rid of him, but, again, he wasn't going to fix everything. It's going to be interesting to see how they do against the Eagles tonight. The opportunity is there for some of the young pass rushers to kind of try to, put themselves on the radar, but it's a really good offensive line you're going up against.
8.5-point spread feels like a lot to me in this game because they can move the ball and score on offense, Dallas can. How do you think the game plays out?
Yeah, that's what's going to be interesting. The one question area with the Eagles has basically been their secondary. Who's going to be opposite Quinyon Mitchell? Is the Cooper DeJean? Is he a cornerback? Is he a safety? Is Adoree Jackson going to be the veteran cornerback opposite Mitchell? And as we know, they have two talented wide receivers in CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, and they have a talented tight end as well. So, yes, the opportunity should be there for them to throw the ball around a good bit. But also, they've got to be able to stop the run, and the Eagles run the ball very well. And so I can see the Eagles really playing, controlling the line of scrimmage and having a very balanced attack, which is what they love to do.
Saquon Barkley, you may remember this, Mike, had a pretty good year last year. One of those all-time, oh my goodness gracious, I can't believe those numbers are real kind of years. How do you think, not just tonight, I mean, this may or may not be the harbinger for the rest of the year, how do you think they're going to use him this year? Are they going to kind of back off some of that usage to try to keep him healthy for maybe another Super Bowl run, or are they just going to say, damn the torpedoes, let's go?
I think as long as he is holding up under the workload, they'll continue to do it. What you have to remember is he was not touched at the line of scrimmage a lot last year. Their offensive line is so good. Basically, the goal was get him to the second level, get him through the line untouched, and then, let him go, rip off these runs. And so, yes, he carried the ball a whole lot, but he was definitely not having to grind out a lot of yards right at the line of scrimmage. And so it's going to be, like you said, it'll be interesting to see how they handle it. But I think that they're going to continue to try to do what they did, and yes, they'll be smart. They won't run him into the ground. But as long as he's rolling and it's helping their offense click, they will continue to do that.
Mike Jones of The Athletic on the NFL, blitzing with us on Grant and Danny. By the way, Commanders GM Adam Peters in 45 minutes at 5, and Kevin Harland, the great voice of Westwood One and one of the faces of CBS's NFL coverage, joins us at 6 as we get you ready for the start of the NFL season. Mike, give me a team that you think is going to be better than people think and a club that you think is going to be worse than expected.
I think Jacksonville is going to be pretty decent. When you think about what Liam Cohen did for Baker Mayfield, the concepts that their offense definitely makes life easier for a quarterback, which was not the case for the offense that Trevor Lawrence was running with Doug Peters. Basically, it almost seemed like Peterson didn't really evolve his offense a whole lot, and so they really kind of regressed. So they've got a lot of young, energetic coaches, a lot of creativity. I think that Jacksonville has an opportunity because they've got plenty of talent at wide receiver, at running back, on the defense. they've got the opportunity to challenge Houston for that conference there. Team that I don't think is going to be quite as good. I think Detroit's going to take a step backwards. Having lost your offensive coordinator and your defensive coordinator, that's a lot in the same year. And they've been working on a succession plan, knowing they're going to lose Aaron Glenn, but losing offense and putting more pressure on Jared Goff is probably, going to make them, take a slide back. I have them finishing second in division behind Green Bay.
Mike, thank you. Enjoy kickoff tonight and the weekend.
All right, thanks, guys. I'll see you.
Appreciate you, buddy. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. My God, that's Michael Phillips' music, Odyssey, Richmond, and the Richmonder. Miguel, will Terry McLaurin get a full workload in weeks 1 and 2, which is really Sunday and Thursday?
I don't see why he shouldn't. He's been working out. You heard the reports that he was at the facility in Ashburn working with the guys during camp. There's the injury question, right? I don't put a lot of stock in that. I've been wrong before on that. Micah Parsons has his injury lays on the table, and now he's in Green Bay and maybe actually has an injury. I don't know if he manifested that. I don't know what's going on there. I hope that didn't happen with Terry. I think absent any injury concerns, the conditioning should be fine, and it's the same coordinator, the same quarterback. I don't think there's any playbook concerns. I say let's play football.
What matchup do you want to exploit and feel good about Sunday? And what's something that worries you about this Giants game?
Well, I think you have to be worried about the Giants' ability to stretch the field with Russell Wilson. They've got very good receivers. They're going to try to go long. And, how many times have I been on the Blitz talking about explosive plays? We would need all day to count that. It's been a recurring issue for this team. We're not holding the faults of previous eras against them, but it's been a problem for this group that's going to take the field this year as well. They've got to find a way to limit that. I think if they make the Giants win the game 5 yards at a time, they'll be just fine. They'll be able to bend and not break. If Russ can stretch the field, if he can go vertical, I do think Marshawn Lattimore is going to be an important player here, right? If he can lock down the top receiver, that lets everybody else do their job down the line. Matchup I like against the Giants, I think you have to like Jaden Daniels, with the wheels, right? I know the Giants' defensive line is good, but if you can get Jaden out in space, if you can get him running, that puts everybody on their heels, and that creates a different conversation and a different game plan for them. I think if number 5 needs to win the game, I think he's fully capable of doing it.
To Michael's point, 17 touchdowns allowed by this team on what are considered deep passes in 2023, which was the most at that time in 8 years in the NFL. Last year, they cut that number way down to 8, so about half of them, but they were still bottom 6 in the league, so there's room for improvement. Who covers Malik Neighbors, or do you think everybody gets a chance?
I think you probably start with Lattimore and work from there. I think if he can do it, that's a good vote of confidence for the rest of the season. I'm really curious to see what this defense looks like, period. I'll call your attention, Grant, to the depth chart. The depth chart lists 12 starters on defense, which, by the way, if they can get away with that, I think they should. I think that would be a good strategy.
What a strategy.
I think it could pay off for them potentially. We're still waiting to see what this defense is going to look like. I think back to, remember the read option when we didn't see that all preseason, and then week 1 with RG3, boom, all of a sudden you see it out there. I'm wondering if there's some wrinkles here, whether that's additional zone looks, whether that's the penny look that is so popular right now, right? 5 on the line, 1 linebacker. I'm still curious to see what this group looks like. But if you go, man, I think you got to give Lattimore first crack at it, because your other option's a rookie and your other option's a second-year guy. You need your veteran holding it down in a key spot.
Miguel, we started this way. I want to give you a chance to weigh in as well. What is the hottest take about this upcoming season for the Washington 53 that you actually believe?
I believe this will be Cliff Kingsbury's last year with the Washington Commanders, and I believe that because of that, it is really, really important to take advantage of that. And what I mean is, you've seen Jalen Hurts in Philly. He's got a new coordinator every other year. There's steps forward, steps back. He's not any worse of a quarterback, but you see the reset. You're going to see that in Detroit this year. There's going to be a reset with 2 coordinator changes. It's an inevitable fact of life in the NFL, but you've got consistency, a quarterback and a coordinator who are on the same page most of the time. I think it gives a little juice, a little urgency to take advantage of this window, because you just don't know what the future is going to bring.
Michael Phillips, the Richmonder, and Odyssey in Richmond. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
See you Sunday.
Ladies and gentlemen, That is a 4-member blitz.
Yeah, 4 wide. That's what
very rarely done.
Yeah, hard to pull off, to be honest with you. We're like the Walendas over here.
We just talked. Those guys in the studio are making calls and putting people on hold.
Mm-hmm.
That might have been our best blitz ever. People have been trying to kill the blitz for years. They've been trying to kill this segment. It's segments like that one that makes it hard to kill it. When someone says, so you do this blitz, what's it all about?
What are you guys doing that
Cut
for?
that audio and send it to him, Toki. No, Toby, I don't need you to be mean to anyone.
Yeah, be kind.
Toki would be like, oh, you don't like the blitz?
To whom it
Listen
may
to this.
concern.
He would be cursing a lot because he's Toki with his hat backwards.
So has Ryan been trying to kill it, like corporate-wise? Is like that what you're getting at
I
there?
don't know if Clary's working behind our back on that or not. I just know that about every 6 months there's another effort to overthrow the blitz. And all I'm saying is it's a lot of information in one segment.
Yeah.
That's what the people come for to the Grant and Danny radio program. That was a blitz right there.
That's a blitz.
What's like extra blitz? That's like a double blitz. We just mugged the A-gap with 2 guys right there. We sent everyone. That was a zero blitz. Zero blitz.
The old Madden punt rush defense in Madden 96.
Send everybody.
Send everybody.
Man, that was incredible. Toby, take a bow. My God. Darius, Ryan, feel it. You're shaking. You're twerking all over the place. You guys are just feeling good right now. Wow, that was incredible. You guys need a cigarette. All right, next on Grant and Danny, we are getting closer to Adam Peters at 5 o'clock, the GM of the Commanders in 40 minutes. But let's make our Commanders predictions. We're going to go category by category, who's going to lead the team, who's a sleeper in that given category. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here for the Fanatic Sportsbook. It is here. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. For Dallas, Tyler Guyton is good to go, and for Philadelphia, Landon Dickerson's good to go. Now, why am I telling you about offensive linemen for both teams? Protection against a fearsome Eagles pass rush for Dak Prescott. Maybe some passing numbers might be affected. And for Philadelphia, all their skill guys think Saquon Barkley and company will have free reign to run against what should be a defense that's not so hot. That's today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. So Fanatic Sportsbook is the home of fair play, protecting all pro football player prop bets across straights, parlays, and SGPs all season long from any first half injury. That's 30 minutes of player prop protection on all bets, giving you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. So if you want to protect your players from injuries, switch to the sportsbook that will always have your back across the first and second quarter for all pro football every single game. Fanatic Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER-MD. Visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Cars for Kids, Cars with a K. In the NFL, the season opener tonight, Cowboys and Eagles at 8:20. You can hear the game right here on The Fan coverage beginning at 7 o'clock. Commanders and Giants coming up on Sunday. Injury report for today. 3 Commanders were limited to practice. Dorrance Armstrong and Noah Brown both dealing with knee injuries, and Jonathan Jones with a hamstring injury. One player did not practice for the Giants. That was left tackle Andrew Thomas. He didn't practice with a foot injury. He was limited in practice yesterday. Also, keep it tuned right here to The Fan and Grant and Danny. Adam Peters set to join the program coming up at 5 o'clock. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated. More than 100,000 kids helped to be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The general manager of the Commanders is on the show in just over a half hour. Adam Peters with us on Grant and Danny. Take note of that. All right, I want to go through various categories here and figure out where we agree and disagree on this Commanders roster. Some of these are going to be less interesting, so we can keep it moving, and then others I think we can let our hair down a little bit, Danny, on how this season's going to go. But let's start with rushing. The way I think this could be fun is we'll go with the leader in said category and then a sleeper. This one, because there's not that many guys and there's a pretty clear delineation between the top 3 and everybody else, there's not a lot of options. But let's do it anyway. Who's going to lead this team in rushing yards and who is going to be the sleeper in rushing yards?
Boring answer is Jaden Daniels. I think he ends up leading the team in rushing, and I wish it were not so, but I think that's what's going to end up happening. The sleeper is Chris Rodriguez. I know it doesn't sound like much of one because I think he's going to start and get more carries than anybody else in week number 1, but everybody has moved on to the next thing. We love behind door number 3. We love the mystery door. It's the most fun thing in the world, from the backup quarterback in this town to the running back that hasn't had a chance to stink yet or fumble or or not come through for your fantasy team or your bets or otherwise. The hype train has left the station on JCM. Not so fast, my friend, Lee Corso style. Chris Rodriguez, I think, will have the second most yards in the rushing game for this team.
So I'm going to say, just to be different then, I'm going to take Jaden out of the equation and make it more of a running back conversation. I'm going to say Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt leads him in rushing just to zig after you zagged, and I'll go Rodriguez as my sleeper. I don't think you can call JCM a sleeper, though.
No.
He's the only jersey among the top 5 highest-selling jerseys for the team right now that isn't Jaden Daniels. Did you see this from Nikki
I did.
Javala?
I saw that, yeah.
So Javala put this out today, who covers the team for The Athletic. I don't know if she had, reached out to someone at Fanatics or just gotten the info center or whatever. But basically the top 4 selling jerseys are the 4 different variations that they sell of Jaden Daniels. And then 5th is the Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt Super Bowl era jersey that's going like hotcakes right now. So people love him. You just can't call him a sleeper. But again, we won't spend as much time on that. Even though it's interesting, there's just less options. Let's go to receiving. Leader and sleeper. For the receiving leader, I think pretty easily it's Terry McLaurin. Be shocking if it wasn't. The only path to that is, frankly, if something happens injury-wise or soft tissue-wise where he misses 4 to 6 weeks or something, maybe because of not having an off-season. The sleeper, I think, is where we're actually going to have a little more fun. But do you want to go any other different direction than McLaurin?
So McLaurin is your 1 seed, then we move to the next thing. My sleeper is Noah Brown. Again, we always are after the next thing. There's a reason they were so patient. There's a reason they didn't go, ham and try to sign somebody else. This is their, in a more traditional sense, their number 2 receiver, even though the guy that's going to get the football more is Deebo Samuel. Noah Brown was on pace for just north of 50 receptions. That would have put him number 2 among receivers last year on this football team. I think he ends up right around that 50-catch plateau again if he's healthy.
Jalen Lane is my sleeper for receiving yards on this team, narrowly ahead of Ben Sinnott. The Sinnott path is really easy, so I'll go to that one first. Ertz isn't available. He becomes the lead pass-catching tight end. That's the story. As far as Lane goes, a little bit harder for him to get on the field, but he can be a vertical threat that Aldrick Robinson, love of the game route that turns into occasionally, he uncovered. Let's throw it downfield. Jaden throws as beautiful a deep ball, as accurate a deep ball as anybody in football based on his college career and last season. And then also, I just thought he ran more consistent, legitimate routes, the other stuff, not just the 9 routes, than I anticipated in training camp and in the preseason. You didn't see a lot of him, but I think Jalen Lane can really help them. I know you're huge on the Virginia Tech program. Back-to-back years for the Hokies where he caught 79 combined passes the last 2 seasons and broke out mostly on special teams. But they've already said, and Kingsbury's made this very apparent at press conferences, he is a better wide receiver and a better, more complete player at multiple wide receiver positions than they thought he was going to be when they drafted him to be a punt returner and a project pass catcher. So he's my sleeper receiver. Let's go to defensive side of the ball. Tackles this season. Who leads the team and who's your sleeper?
So the boring one again, that's Bobby Wagner. That's what he does. He was put on his earth to tackle people after not getting that much yardage.
Let's take him out of it because it's like minus 900 on FanDuel.
Yeah, so, sort of besides that. Frankie Louvu was just shy of 100 tackles last year. My answer to this is Will Harris. Again, this is nothing sexy about it. He's going to take that Jeremy Chin role. You'll never guess who had the second most tackles on the team last year. I'll give you a second. It was Jeremy Chin. I have someone playing that same role in this same defense. Kind of the maths right there, right? Will Harris is a glorified linebacker, box safety, coming downhill to make some plays.
So I'll switch it up and just go with the other safety. I'll say Quan Martin. I could see Harris ended up playing a little bit more in space and center field than Quan, who they bring down in the box. He did some good things in that regard in the preseason. But same kind of idea, right? If it's not a linebacker, probably a safety. So I'll go Quan Martin. This is fun, though. Who's your sleeper in terms of tackles?
I don't have a great feel for this one. I've kind of gone back and forth on a couple different guys to answer this question.
I'm thinking Jordan McGee. If he can play.
If he plays.
Like if he stays on the field, he has proven he's fast and he's physical and he gets guys on the ground. The problem is just, can he stay healthy? But in a world where he does, Louvu last year, I don't know if people realize this, only 22% of the time on first down was he at the line of scrimmage, but he was on the line of scrimmage 62% of the time on third down, fourth down, like passing downs, essentially. Over 60% of the time. So if they're going to do that again, and they got people in some longer down and distances, that's a lot of potential for McGee to play.
That's the path that you just laid out. So this is not going to be among the leaders just because of the nature of the position. But Javon Kinlaw, I think, will have more tackles than we think, right? I mean, a part of this is just you hold the point of attack. Their secondary had 1 million tackles last year.
That'd be a good
because
sign.
guys were running free. And, after obviously have reception, it's normally a member of the secondary. So he won't be in the top 3 or 4, et cetera. But I think Kinlaw will be the leader among the defensive linemen in tackles.
So I'm looking up these numbers now via Next Gen Stats. So my path is like a Louvu line of scrimmage coming downhill situation means you have another linebacker on the field, but they may not, Danny. They may go dime.
Right.
So nickel coverage, which is 5 DBs, they ran 88% of the time, which was 5th most in the NFL last year. They're actually number 7 in nickel usage on early downs. In yards per play allowed. They did a really good job when they had 5 DBs on the field on early downs. But if you look at dime usage, 34% was 6 DBs, and that was with the extra defensive back, that was top 13 in the NFL. And on third downs, dropped considerably. So they actually use nickel way more often early as kind of a base, and then they put another DB out there in lieu of a linebacker. I wonder if they might do that where we all think Jordan McGee's going to play more if Louvu's a rusher, but maybe it's actually just that they bring Louvu down and they add another defensive back.
Yeah, maybe. Well,
one of those big safety, like a Percy Butler, Jeremy Reeves kind of situation.
Yeah, you wonder if it's maybe unfortunately, and you don't wish this obviously, but the Ben Sinnott path where he'll be ready to play. It's going to require an injury to one of their bona fide starters.
Louvu, for the record, the Swiss Army knife who you brought up. God, I love Frankie Louvu. 10 snaps last year, again in run defense, in coverage, and rushing the quarterback. Most in the NFL. That happened for him in 13 games. In other words, there were not linebackers that rushed 10 times, that covered 10 times, and who played traditional linebacker against the run 10 times in the same game. He did it 13 times the most in the league last season. On the line of scrimmage, as I mentioned, 67% of the time on third and fourth down, which tells you a lot. And he also, from the linebacker position last year, Frankie Louvu rushed the quarterback more than anybody else in the league. 214 I guess you'd call them blitzes, although I don't know if
Yeah,
that's
is it
fair.
technically? How do you, yeah.
214 times from the linebacking spot, he went downhill at the quarterback. Third most since 2016 in the NFL. Most since Micah Parsons was listed as a linebacker back in 2021. So pretty crazy how they used him. And by the way, their linebackers are closer to the line of scrimmage, I didn't realize this, than any other linebacking group in the league. About 3.8 yards off the ball, so they track that now. Washington keeps their linebackers closer, I think because they send both of those guys a lot. Not at the same time always, but they're the only team that had two backers. So it was both Luvu and Wagner who had over 30 pressures last year.
How about that?
It's kind of an interesting thing I found about the Washington defense. All right, next, let's go to sacks. Who leads them and who's the sleeper? This one's actually kind of fun.
Von Miller. That's been my answer. I talked about that's my hot take that's going to
But you had him
materialize.
at 10-ish. You think that leads them?
I do. I think he ends up right around 10 and a half, doing what Dante Fowler did last year, and then it's a bunch of everybody else kind of pitches in and contributes. This is my sort of sneaky thing about this defense. I don't know that they'll have enough quality, consistent pass rush here. So the guy for me that's a little bit sneaky, this may be cheating. This may not be a great sleeper. I think Dorrance Armstrong, the way he finished last year, was really impressive. He was good in the postseason. I think there'll be enough attention paid elsewhere that he might thrive a little bit. Again, he's not a 15 sack guy. I don't think they have that on the roster, but I think he could supersede his total of 5 last year, and I think they could be meaningful.
He better. I mean, he's their D-end one, basically. All right, so leading them in sacks, I'll go Luvu because I love him. I'll say he has 11 sacks. Last year he finished second on the team with 8.
With 8.
Was it 8?
8.
So he was number 2 to Fowler. I think he leads them this year. And I'll say he gets, 10 and a half, 11, whatever that looks like. Sleeper, I'm going to be loud wrong on this probably because I keep finding myself leaning more and more into this as we get closer to the season. And this is not a thing that would have made any sense to me at the start of camp. Jacob Martin, the defensive end who played for the Bears last year, who made the roster. I liked his camp. I'm going to say he has like 4.5 sacks, which I think would be a career high. But if he were to do that as a deep down the depth chart guy, that's a pretty big deal. I mean, that's a half sack away from what Armstrong, who was a full-time end, did for them last year.
Yeah, so you think of that part-time Peter role, right, where guys can come in and be effective, be able to give max effort. Cleveland Farrell gave him 3.5 last year. Jalen Holmes gave him a couple last year.
2 of those were in week 1, I think.
Is that right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he had 2 sacks in the first game, and then he had 1.5 after that.
Good pull if that's the case.
All right, how about let's go interceptions. Leader and sleeper.
They didn't have many of those last year, if you recall. So you led the team if you had 2, which is what Mikey Sanders still did. And that's going to be my answer. It's Sanders still, I think, leads them again. I don't think this is a group that's going to pick off a ton of passes. I just sort of don't think they've got that ball hawk. I don't think they've got excellent coverage. I think in terms of forcing enough errant throws, or hurrying quarterbacks or otherwise. So I'm going to say Sanders still leads them again. My sneaky player, again, in this regard, is Will Harris. Everybody sort of thinks of him as this plodding zilch who, was kind of a part-time starter in Detroit and, sort of just okay in New Orleans. He showed me something in a very brief appearance in the preseason where I went, I didn't know you could cover like that. I think he'll be around the football enough, maybe your tip pass here or there, but he'll have more than people think.
They only picked off 7 passes last year.
It's astounding.
They should have played Jared Goff before the NFC playoffs. Might have helped with those numbers.
How many interceptions did he throw in that game?
Just making sure Ryan's listening, that's all. Sanders Stills 2 led them. You know who I'm going with is Trey Amos, the rookie corner. I think he gets tested, gets targeted. He's got ball skills. He made a bunch of nice athletic plays on the practice field. I'll say Trey Amos. My sleeper, does Quan Martin count?
All out.
He had a pick 6 in the playoffs.
Yeah, nobody had any interceptions at all last year. So, any name
I think
is good.
Quan picks off 2 or 3 passes. I think Amos with 4 or 5 or something leads the team. They're going to have a much better year in that regard. That's just one of those things. It's hard to only have 7 picks over 17 games. Like, that is really, really hard to do. Grant and Danny on the Fan. If you want to react to any of our predictions, you can do that now. 800-636-1067. What did we get right? What did we get wrong is the question. That's 800-636-1067. We are going to dive into a couple more Commanders categories and turn our attention to some NFL individual awards next as well. Remember, Adam Peters is on the show coming up at 5 o'clock. Guys, it's GP, big FanDuel guy here. FanDuel's making Week 1 even bigger with a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every game day. That's right, $2 million. Here's how it works. Opt in and place an anytime touchdown bet on any Week 1 NFL game, including tonight's matchup, using your profit boost, and if the player you pick scores either the first or the last touchdown in the game tonight, you're going to earn a share of $2 million in bonus bets. First touchdown, you're in. Last touchdown, you win. Both even better. It's just one more reason to love and bet with FanDuel. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP to get downloaded the app and get started today. That's FanDuel.com/GP to get started. Must be 21, present in Virginia. First online, real money wager only. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. Football coverage on the Fans presented by Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with a juicy Week 1 matchup between the Lions and the Packers, starting at $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Grant and Danny from MGM National Harbor and Tap Sports Bar. Welcome back. We've got the Cowboys and the Eagles tonight in prime time under the lights. We are getting closer and closer to the kickoff of the NFL campaign. This is actually a fun matchup, Danny. Good storylines here. Dallas obviously just traded Micah Parsons. They think they're better now than it seems like everybody else thinks. They feel like they can compete and contend. Meanwhile, the Eagles, unfurling a banner, won a Super Bowl last year. They did lose a lot on defense from a talent standpoint, but they're still loaded offensively. They've got a quarterback in his prime and great weapons. And I think they feel good about the fact that they're the best team in the conference.
Yeah, there's not much to dislike with the Eagles. I mean, again, they're layering talent each year. You go, oh, no, Nakobe Dean at linebacker. Enter Jahad Campbell, their first-round pick. They're really, really good at this, and this is Howie Roseman, especially building a roster, kind of continuing on the fly to sort of keep maybe, if not the most talented team in the NFL, maybe second, maybe third, whatever. But those train on the tracks. They got some continuity going, especially on the offensive side of the ball. They got weapons. They got one of the best offensive lines, if not the best. They got everything, man. They are really, really good and poised to, try to repeat.
Looking at the rest of the Week 1 slate here for some of the more fun matchups, I was all excited for Chiefs-Chargers when the schedule came out. I'm now not as convinced that L.A. is going to be as good as I originally thought. If already been handed a bunch of injuries, including their tackle, Rashawn Slater. But they're going to be well coached. They are at home. They're taking on Kansas City without Rashee Rice. And even though Kansas City's won 7 straight against the Chargers, 7 of their last 8 overall, only one of those 8 games has been decided by more than a possession. These two teams normally play really, really close games. So for a Friday night football game tomorrow night, that's an 8 o'clock East time kick, playing internationally. Last year it was Brazil. Where is this now?
I don't know.
Is it Brazil again? We're doing the Brazil thing? Brazil tomorrow night. Chiefs, Chargers. I think Kansas City wins, but I actually think it'll be tight.
Yeah, Kansas City always plays these tight openers, right? I mean, they've done that a bunch, whether it was Detroit years ago, Baltimore last year, it's by an eyelash, a whisker, a shoelace, whatever. So, and you mentioned the divisional opponents. They just kind of have this thing over the Chargers, right, where no matter what the Chargers do, it's got to be just exasperating. It's just the Chiefs are sort of like, yeah, they're there. You tried real hard, but we all know who's going to win.
Does anyone else think it's crazy that they play that game at 9 local? Basically, that game's going to end at like 12:30 in the morning, or if it goes into overtime, it's like a 1 a.m. situation. Have you ever been to a game that started at 9 local time in the DMV? I mean, that doesn't really happen. Maybe
think so.
Maybe like a Maryland game, college basketball game or something.
Maybe some sort of like special occasion college hoops game. Maybe.
I could see it.
Right?
Otherwise.
And that's after a rain delay?
Notable games on the Week 1 slate. How about the Raiders and the Patriots? People aren't going to be that excited for that. I find that game to be really compelling. Las Vegas, new quarterback, Geno Smith, new head coach, Pete Carroll, new general manager as well. It's kind of the Washington thing from 1 year ago. Patriots have added some weaponry, including Stephon Diggs for Drake May. They spent a ton of money on defense. They're favored wildly in 10 of their games, despite having a projected win total of 7.5. I can't wait to watch Raiders-Patriots. That's at 1 o'clock opposite Commanders-Giants.
Yeah, so two different stories here. The Raiders have gone all in for okay. You don't go get Pete Carroll to be bad.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know that there's great in there. I just don't think that's possible, quarterback situation, et cetera. But they've got some really nice pieces that you'd be excited about when you start thinking about Brock Bowers and Ashton Genty, one of the odds-on favorites to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. And you kind of go, I see what you're doing. You don't want to stink anymore. And maybe that's your path to be relevant and good and maybe the toughest division possible with the great big bully in Kansas City. For New England, they took their lumps, man. With Belichick, now post-Belichick, willing to get kicked in the teeth a few different times, starting this thing anew, and there's some excitement there for the first time that's genuine and probably well-deserved. I don't know what their ceiling is, but they're in a division with, again, one bully in Buffalo, but nobody else scares you. They could make some noise this year.
3 games in the 4-game, 4 o'clock window that I think could be among the best of the weekend. Lions-Packers, 2 teams that are considered the 2 best in the NFC North, head-to-head at Lambeau Field. That's at 4:25 East on CBS. Texans-Rams, I think, is fun.
Sneaky good.
Matt Stafford's healthy right now. When he's healthy and on the field, the Rams are a Super Bowl contender. As long as that back holds up, they're going to be one of the better teams in the NFC. Houston, great 2 seasons ago, made the playoffs, won a game last year in the postseason, and yet everyone viewed it as a massive disappointment. They're very, very competitive. And then how about the Sunday night football game, Ravens, Bills.
Yep.
Baltimore and Buffalo, your game of the week for sure. Take the Chiefs out of the equation. It's almost like UFC or mixed martial arts. They have the belt. They always have the belt. The top contenders that are always fighting at the top of the weight class to get to try to take them on for the strap. Ravens, Bills, who's going to start out 1-0 and take that one step closer?
Well, you got two games that feature teams that are pretty much in everybody's consensus top 6 to open the weekend, right? When you think about Ravens, Bills, again, depends on who you ask. One's 1, one could be 2 or 3 or 4. Same with Lions, Packers. These are top 5, top 6 consensus teams. You add in the Eagles, add in the Chiefs. But those two games starting 4 in the afternoon with Lions, Packers, and then Ravens, Bills. Hook me up intravenously to that.
Yes.
That is perfect divisional stuff. I know Ravens Bills isn't divisional, but that rivalry has been budding. When you go back recent history, the couple years ago, the Mark Andrews critical, oh my God, I can't believe you dropped that pass game there in Buffalo. You had them last year in the postseason that Buffalo won. Just phenomenal matchup between two of the best programs we got.
It almost makes me wish Washington was opening in the Meadowlands in week 1 so that I could be home for Packers, Lions, and then just settle in for Sunday Night Football.
Settle on it.
Because otherwise there's going to be a lot going on. I'm doing Take Command with Logan after the game. But you almost wish it was a road game just to get the NFL Week 1 juices flowing the right way. Speaking of the Commanders and their home opener against the Giants this weekend, the general manager of the outfit, Adam Peters, joins us next live on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by I-66 Express Lanes. NFL season kicks off tonight. Cowboys and Eagles at 8:20. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. For the Commanders, they'll get their season underway on Sunday. The injury report for the Commanders and the Giants. For Washington, 3 players were limited today. Defensive end Dorrance Armstrong and wide receiver Noah Brown were both limited with a knee injury. Jonathan Jones dealing with a hamstring injury. New York Giants left tackle Andrew Thomas did not practice today with a foot injury. He was limited yesterday. Also keep it tuned to The Fan. Adam Peters set to join Grant and Danny next here on The Fan. Also in the NFL, Texans wide receiver Christian Kirk is expected to miss week 1 and potentially longer as he deals with a strained hamstring. Raiders wide receiver Amari Cooper let the team know today that he's intending to retire just 10 days after signing with the team. Jets offensive guard Elijah Vera Tucker has a torn tricep. He's going to be out for the season. A couple of extensions today. The Broncos agreed to a 4-year extension with edge rusher Nick Benito. 4 years, $120 million, $70 million guaranteed. And the Seahawks agreed to a 3-year extension with their right tackle Abraham Lucas, 3 years, $46 million. The Nats have the day off today. They'll begin a 3-game series against the Cubs at Wrigley Field tomorrow afternoon. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is the answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, know more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. We will have Adam Peters, the general manager of the Commanders, on the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV in moments. We're live at MGM National Harbor at Tap Sports Bar, so as you get out of the office today, come on out and hang out with us. We'll be here until 6:30, and then B. Mitch and Finley will be here tonight watching the opener between the Cowboys and the Eagles. The show's brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murrah. They will take care of all the important stuff, last will and testament, living trust, medical power of attorney, whatever you need. Go to kmlawyers.com to set up a consultation for free with their attorneys. Mention us, get a discount on your work. That is kmlawyers.com. But speaking of work, Adam Peters, all offseason, grinding his way to an improved roster. The general manager entering year 2 with the Commanders joins us now on Grant and Danny on The Fan. Adam, thank you so much for the time. How you been?
What's up, guys? Been great. This is awesome. Really exciting week. Feels like it took really a long time, but at the same time, it was really quick. So pumped up to get on the field this week.
Yeah, 3 days away from getting things started against the Giants. I was in Ashburn when you said before training camp you thought that the roster was better, there was more talent, and I don't think that can be argued. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But what do you think as you hand this team over now and entrust it to your staff, to Dan Quinn and company, about the group you and the front office were able to put together for 2025?
Yeah, like I said before, and you heard that, but I mean, first it's everybody. It's the front office, the coaches, everybody. The whole organization helps put this team together. It's really cool the way we all work together, and but we're really pumped for the guys that are in this locker room. I think we're deeper. I think we're on both sides of the ball. We're better up front and secondary. I think really excited about the guys there. I think put a group of safeties against any group in the NFL, and the corners are really deep in experience too. So really just. Great job by everybody, scouting department, coaches, everybody putting their heads together and finding the guys that'll fit us the best.
After all the success last year, Adam, it was a blast for so many fans, and I imagine inside the walls of the Org, too, it was really, really cool to go on that ride. But then when you sit down, those emotions go away, and it's okay, let's get clinical. When you did your evaluation and you said, here's where I want to improve, and then kind of grade yourself and your team against that. What did you set out to say? Hey, we got to get better here, and how do you think you did?
Yeah, I think we sat down and really wanted to get better in the trenches, and getting a guy like Laramie Tunsil, and that really strengthens us a lot because we can bump in Brandon Coleman to guard at left guard, and that left hand side of the line is much better in terms of just I mean, it's hard to get better than Laramie Tunsil, and he's been outstanding in his training camp, not only as a player, but as a leader, in taking those guys under his wing, and then drafting Josh Connerly in the first round. And it was cool because he hadn't played any right tackle, so at the beginning, just getting his footwork and everything set, and then he just took off. And once we started playing preseason games, he really came alive. So up front, we feel really good on offense and defensively, getting in some bigger, stronger run defenders, Dietrich Wise, Javon Kinlaw, Eddie Goldman, adding those guys to the team we already had, and getting Vaughn to rush off the edge. I feel like we're deeper on both sides now.
Adam Peters on Grant and Danny. I don't know how many times a team year over year has had their tackles now starting at the guard spots potentially at some point this year, and then those backup guards end up becoming depth, right? And you're going to get Sam Cosmi back as well. So there's just no doubt the O-line so much better on paper going into the season. I wanted to circle back to the two guys you have experience with from San Francisco, though, and we'll stick with the size theme because a smart car-shaped human, one of the biggest dudes I've ever seen, Javon Kinlaw, what a preseason. I mean, he only was out there for a couple snaps, but he lifted up a guard like a forklift and threw him to the side in the Bengals game. What are you excited to see with him? I know the narrative out there about what he's been numbers-wise is one thing, but you had him in another organization, and you were licking your lips to get back with him. What do you see in Kinlaw and what he can provide?
Yeah, I think with JK, first and foremost, and I think this is what we look at for anybody that we bring into this organization, is the person and the human being. And he's an outstanding person, an outstanding competitor, an outstanding teammate. And so to know that ahead of time, a lot of times when you're in free agency, you're going off other people's opinions or what people tell you, and that's where teams that I've been on have made the biggest mistakes in terms of missing not so much on the talent but on the human being. So knowing what a great person he is first and foremost, and being together with him for 4 years, that made me feel really comfortable about bringing him in here into the locker room. And then as a player, he hadn't had a ton of development in his first few years playing. He came in, it was the COVID year, and so we didn't have any training camp in San Francisco that year, so really learning the techniques and everything we were trying to do. So he missed the training camp then he had been dinged up a little bit the next couple of years, so hadn't had a ton of training camp, hadn't had a ton of off season until really his last year when he was fully healthy. And he went to the Jets and had a really good year. And then, so we think, I guess, long story short, he's still ascending, even though he's been in the league for quite a while. He's still ascending and taking another step. And the way he's bought into our defense, the way he's bought into the way we play, and the way he's led in that meeting room has been awesome to see. So, and it came out and he saw it on the tape, like you said, on that goal line play. And we're looking to seeing a lot more of that. So, really pleased with where he's at, and I think really he's got another level.
Adam, another player from San Francisco that's now here in Washington, Deebo Samuel. A lot of folks, fans, are really excited, myself included, about what he might bring to this offense. But last year, I'm sure if you'd ask him, wasn't up to his standards in terms of his usual production. In terms of your confidence bringing him in, is it one of those things where you feel like that was kind of a blip and there are reasons for that happen, or is it start of a decline, regression? Just what did you see, and just walk us through what he's going to do for you guys.
Yeah, with Deebo, similar to JK, knowing the type of person and the type of competitor he is, he lights up a room, whatever room he's in. He loves football, loves everything about football. He loves coming into work. He loves being a great teammate. He loves hanging out with the guys. He'll come in and sit in your office and just chop it up. Just loves being around football and everything that comes with it. And then in terms of on the field, there's not too many guys that I've been around that have more competitive greatness on the field than Deebo in terms of the way he can will things to happen. And I saw that firsthand for a number of years. So I know the type of competitor he is. And, he did have a down year last year, but he's extremely motivated. It feels like he's rejuvenated here. He's having a ton of fun. And he got a chance to really get a lot of work with Jaden. That was kind of the silver lining with not having Terry here in training camp, is he got a lot of time with Jaden to really, just get a lot of work one-on-one with him, and then just put him in different spaces. And so Jaden can really develop a great chemistry with him. So really excited to see him and what he can do. I think he's going to have a really good year.
Deebo Samuel, one of 2 receivers in the entire league last year, who had 150 or more snaps, who was aligned in the backfield, in the slot, out wide, and in tight at least 5% of the time. He and Jaden Reed from Green Bay, and just gives you so many options offensively. You know, Cliff Kingsbury is fired up about that addition. Speaking of offense, though, as we talk with Adam Peters, the GM of the Commanders, on Grant and Danny, let's talk Brian Robinson for a moment. You end up trading him to San Francisco. When did you come to the realization maybe that would have been best for the ball club to just move on? And also, is that more about B-Rob or more about Rodriguez and Krosky-Merritt?
Yeah, I think, well, first and foremost, with B-Rob, we love B-Rob and the competitor that he was, and just the person that he is. And so, I think he came out and did a lot of great things for this organization. We thank him for that. But it really was just the confidence we had in that room and the depth in the room. Everybody's kind of a little bit different skill set in there, which we really like, and we're confident in all those guys in that room. And you go Eckler, you got McNichols, you got C-Rod, and you got Bill, and they all bring a little something different, but we're really confident in all those guys who come in and play at a high level for us. And so with B-Rob being in the last year of his contract, and there's a mechanism where if you really perform really well in the first few years of your contract on a rookie contract, that fourth year balloons up to a number that's much higher. And so that's an unfortunate part of this business where you have to make tough decisions like that. And we had a team in San Francisco that had a need, and they really liked B-Rob. And so I hope he has a great year there for them. And I'm confident in the guys we have in that room for us.
Well, you answered my question a little bit for me there, but I was going to ask, with Jacory, do you already just call him Bill, or does he have to earn that yet? No carries yet. You don't get a one name. You're not just your first name like LeBron yet.
Bill's the easiest for sure. It's a lot. It's a mouthful. Jacory Krosky-Merritt is a mouthful.
I've been going JCM until he goes for 100. Then I'll go Bill.
I'll call him whatever he wants. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. If he does that, call him whatever he wants. But yeah, Bill, that's what he's been going by, and it's a cool story. You have to ask him about it, but that's what everybody calls him, and that's what he answers to. So that makes it easy.
So looking at last year's against success, Adam, as it kind of portends what's going to happen this year. What was the thing that surprised you last year the most as you guys came together so quickly and had so much success and went on that wonderful run? As part of the roster that you'd assembled, and I know you guys wanted to be competitive, and you were upfront about that from Jump Street from the first minute you came on and started giving press conferences and talking about the team, and Dan Quinn kind of followed suit. But just in your heart of hearts and just kind of deep down, what surprised you the most about how last year went?
Yeah, surprised that I think what I was impressed by the most is probably how quickly DQ got the team to bond together. And that was, we brought in so many new people from so many different places, and not just talking about players, but coaches from front office staff, the support staff, across the board. And to get everybody to gel together that quickly, to be able to kind of get on the same page that quickly and to really play for each other that quickly, tip my cap to DQ and the way he was able to do that. He was extremely intentional about that, and the guys bought in. And I think that's what really carried us, because we weren't the most talented team or the second most talented team in the NFC last year. And for those guys, the way they worked together, the way they played for each other, I think, not so much surprised, but just proud and impressed by how quickly that happened. And I got to give a lot of credit to DQ on that.
Trying to do some quick math in my head, but we had 5 shows a week, every day of August, 4.5 hours a day. You'd be surprised to know that the majority of our show was spent talking about Terry McLaurin and the ongoing negotiation therein. A couple of things with that. Was that as stressful and exasperating for you as it seemed like maybe it would have been on the outside? Or was it calm and you knew all along that he'd be here against the Giants?
Yeah, I don't think we knew all along that was going to happen. Obviously, in a negotiation, you have your ups and downs, and times where you feel better about it, and times where you're a little less optimistic. But it is stressful, but it's also, it was really important to us. And so we knew we had to get it done one way or another. And to have Terry here for a long term, that's what we set out to do. And thanks to really Terry and his representation and our team here with Brandon Sosna and Rod Rogers, they really did a great job just keeping it above board and working together and trying to find something that worked for both sides. And Terry was outstanding throughout the process. We had a lot of meetings, a lot of conversations one-on-one right here where I'm sitting in my office in this chair. And I think those types of things help to get across the finish line. And, we couldn't be more thrilled. And to Terry's credit, coming out here, first few weeks of practice since he's been back, I mean, he hasn't missed a beat, and he's looked outstanding, and just shows the professional that he is. That no matter what, he came ready to play. So, that's a big deal for our offense to have Terry in there. I mean, just watching all the different highlights from last year and all the incredible plays that he made for this team last year, and so we're so pumped to have him back.
With something like that, and I know you haven't been through a negotiation like that in the seat that you're sitting in, but do you negotiate deals differently by person, like Terry McLaurin uniqueness, or is it more cookie cutter with age and position and projection? Like, how does that marriage work when you're trying to do what's best for him, but also, and more importantly, maybe what's best for the team?
Yeah, I think every deal is different, right? Some deals are more straightforward, you kind of know exactly where that is, and but other deals are more complicated. And I think that's one of the things that made this take a little bit longer than I think both sides would have liked, and just trying to figure out all the nuances of it and where it should end up. But yeah, every deal is different. You're dealing with a different player, you're dealing with a different agent, and so everybody's style is a little bit different, and so sure, you'd like to get every deal done, cut and dry really quickly. But as long as we get to where we want to get, and we still had a few more weeks to get Terry back on the field and acclimated and everything like that. That's really the ultimate goal. And so we're just, you don't want to have something where it goes sideways and trade somebody away or something like that. That's the last thing you ever want to do when you're not set out to do that. So, but yeah, every deal is different, and you'd love to have them all wrapped up in a week, but that's just not the case.
Adam, as you guys enter this season, what is your biggest question or kind of variable where, hey, if this works, we'll end up being really, really good? What's one of those big things that's got you up at night?
Oh, man. That's an interesting question. I've never really thought about that. I'm up at night every night. So
you're like me. You got a couple of daughters at home, so you don't sleep very much.
I got a 7-month-old. That's my excuse.
Yeah. No, but I think I'm really confident in this team and this coaching staff and everybody in this building. So, let the chips fall where they may, but I think the guys out there, the fans are going to be super proud of what we put together and the types of competitors we have there. So really confident. You never know what's going to happen, game to game, week to week. Every season's a little different. But I think, really excited to see these guys go out and perform. We haven't seen this team together yet. We had a couple drives in the preseason, and we still didn't even have the full complement of guys. So the team will be trotting out on Sunday. Will be the first time everybody's seen them together, and I'm thrilled to watch them play.
No, we're exhilarated. This is going to be a lot of fun come Sunday. Last one, we'll let you out on this. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you, though. I'm sure you've heard a lot about the age of the team. It's the oldest team in the league. I know this isn't long-term, maybe the plan, but it certainly worked last year. Dan did a great job keeping guys healthy with practice workload. But is that a concern for you at all? I believe it's the oldest team, for whatever it's worth, dating back to like 2011, 2012, by way of like years and months on average.
Yeah, I mean, not a concern, obviously, and people will kind of look at that and make a big deal of it. But, we have a great mix of young players and veteran players. And so, our quarterback's in his second year, which is a really good thing. But then we have a Hall of Fame player at linebacker and a Hall of Fame player at defensive end and a Hall of Fame player at tight end, and those are some of the older guys on the team, but they're really still really good players. So, I think those guys do a great job of not only playing really well on the field, but just passing along knowledge and leadership throughout the rest of the team. And so to have those guys, I wouldn't trade it for the world, having those guys on this team, and we're proud to have those guys on this team. So I'm not worried about that, and, I think it's an advantage in a lot of ways.
Adam Peters, GM of the Commanders, very gracious with his time here on Grant and Danny. By the way, I think the last time we had you on, the girls were big into Bluey. I want you to try to get them to watch Creature Cases. This is my kids' new obsession. It's really, really good. If they like animals, they're going to be all over Creature Cases.
Creature Kings? Okay, I'll because right now we got this K-pop Demon Hunter thing going on.
Oh, my God. Run away. Stay away.
Yeah. There's nothing. Every time in the car, that's all we're listening to. So, we have outgrown Bluey, to my chagrin, because I loved watching Bluey. That's really funny. But, K-pop Demon Hunters, there's no going back, I don't think, unfortunately.
Yeah, we let that, whatever animal that is, out of the cage.
Yeah, the toothpaste out of the tube. An entire elementary school, that song comes on, insanity. It was like the Beatles getting off the plane, man. I've never seen anything like it.
Adam, thanks.
Yeah, it's sweeping the world. But, thanks for the time, guys. It was good talking to you. I know it's been a while, so it's awesome to get back on.
So there you go, Adam Peters, the general manager of the Commanders, 3 days away from kicking off season number 2 of his tenure. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Let's dive into a couple of things that stood out about that conversation next. We'll also give you our predictions for some of the division winners and individual awards in the NFL in 2025, live from MGM National Harbor and Tap Sports Bar, next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the season gets underway tonight in Philadelphia. Cowboys and Eagles kicking off the season at 8:20 tonight. You can hear the game right here on the Fan coverage beginning at 7 o'clock. For the Commanders, their season opens on Sunday at home against the Giants. Taking a look at today's injury report, 3 Commanders were limited at practice today. Defensive end Dorrance Armstrong and wide receiver Noah Brown dealing with knee injuries. Cornerback Jonathan Jones dealing with a hamstring injury for the Giants. Just one player on their injury report. Left tackle Andrew Thomas didn't practice today with a foot injury. He was limited yesterday but did not practice today. Around the NFL, Texans wide receiver Christian Kirk is expected to miss week 1 with a strained hamstring. He could miss more time as well. Raiders wide receiver Amari Cooper retired, letting the team know that he does not have the desire to play anymore after he just signed with the team 10 days ago. And Jets offensive guard Elijah Vera Tucker has a torn tricep. A couple of contract things today. The Broncos agreed to a 4-year extension with edge rusher Nick Benito, and the Seahawks agreed to a 3-year extension with right tackle Abraham Lucas. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I'm really confident in this team and this coaching staff and everybody in this building. So, let the chips fall where they may, but I think the guys out there, the fans are going to be super proud of what we put together and the types of competitors we have there.
Commanders General Manager Adam Peters, minutes ago, right here on Grant and Danny. He was excellent and forthcoming with some meat and potatoes answers there, which was cool. Always nice to have him on before we kick off a season. Second straight year he's done that before week 1, and we know he's busy, so that means a lot.
The cool thing about talking to him is you're charmed right away. You're reminded that this isn't just a robot who's crunching numbers or who's a pocket protector style guy like has taken over baseball to some degree. This is a high emotional EQ, relatable guy. Like, it felt like after a couple minutes, like, I'm talking to my old friend Adam Peters, who wouldn't know me if I, barged in and sat on his desk. You know what I mean? Like, but it just makes you feel like you're worth it. You're $1 million, et cetera. Involves you, gives people credit when it doesn't have to. Just you understand why people would tab that guy and go, yeah, he's next. He's the next big executive in the NFL.
A couple of answers that he had that stood out to me. I like that one that Toby played coming back in there, which was basically his confidence in the team and, hey, let's just go play football now. We've done what we could do. It's got to be weird as a general manager because everything is on your desk all offseason, and now you just sit there like the rest of us. Sure, you can make some tweaks and some small adjustments on the margins, and you're calling players and bringing them in for workouts and talking to agents. For the most part, on Sunday, come 12:57 in the afternoon,
right,
when they're doing the anthem and running out of the tunnel in Landover, you're sitting in a suite eating a meatball like everybody else.
Right.
Like, there's not a whole lot you can do. But I loved his answer on the age thing because the age part of this is one of the biggest deals for me going into the season. And he said, yeah, we are old. We don't think that's going to be a deal breaker. It sounds like he agrees that Quinn is going to have to play an important role here, keeping guys fresh. We already saw Zach Ertz this week, not practicing in the middle of the week as they're getting him up to speed. But he also points out we have a Hall of Fame tight end who's still really good. We have a Hall of Fame linebacker who's excellent. We have a Hall of Fame edge rusher who's going to make us better. Like, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. I like that answer. It's true that those guys up until now have not lost anything.
Right.
You're just banking on the fact that it doesn't happen this year in their mid-30s.
So there was a great moment years ago where people were asking about, this is an obscure poll, people were asking Greg Williams about why LeVar Arrington wasn't playing. And I remember Greg Williams gave a snappy, snarky kind of response where he said, who do you want me to take out? Now, and that answer was actually Ronaldo Wynn, and that was my answer, is take out Ronaldo Wynn and put in LeVar. But anyway, that was kind of the point of that. And this would that's what jumped into my mind when he's like, yeah, I understand that certain guys are old, but you saw Bobby Wagner, right? The All-Pro. You saw Zach Ertz, right? Especially down the stretch. How awesome was he? You don't want Von Miller? I'm happy to get rid of him. He didn't say it that way, of course. He's courteous and kind and handsome with great hair. But that was kind of the point there. It's like, I'm happy to replace Tress Way with a 21-year-old if you like, but that guy's awesome. And then you kind of go down the line with a bunch, as he said, a bunch of future Hall of Famers still getting reps for you, still highly productive. Makes sense to me.
If you missed any part of the Adam Peters conversation, you will be able to podcast it when we are done tonight at thefandc.com. But that was awesome, and I'm glad we got to have him on. All right, let's go around the NFL with some predictions here on Grant and Danny. Earlier, we gave you some of our Commanders' individual thoughts. We are going tomorrow to give you our record prediction, some wins and loss breakdowns by quarter for the Commanders as well. But let's go into some of our individual awards. We'll start with MVP. Josh Allen finally breaking through, bringing a MVP award back to Buffalo with the Bills last season. Does he go back-to-back? Where are you going with the MVP honors?
He does not. I think the committee will realize that after the incredible year that Lamar Jackson had last year with all the bold ink and one of the great quarterback seasons in history, it's a boring answer because he's already won it a few times, but I think Lamar Jackson wins it this year.
Wow, third time. I think what we saw last year is it's going to be really hard for him to win it again because he's going to basically have his two held against him to the point where I think for him to win again, he's going to have to go above and beyond. I think Joe Burrow wins the MVP award this year. I think he has maybe not quite the year that he had last year when he crept up on almost 5,000 passing yards and almost 50 touchdowns. I think it's going to be 4,400 yards and 40 touchdowns for Burrow. And unlike last year when Cincinnati went 4-4 in games where they scored at least 30 points and their defense was one of the worst in football, defensively they're going to be in the 17 to 22 range instead of like 32. And they're going to make the playoffs as a 10, hopefully 11-win team for Burrow. But I think if they make the playoffs, even if he does not lead them to a division championship, which he probably won't, he's 6-1 right now behind only Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen. I think Burrow wins his elusive MVP award.
If they'd finished with 10 or 11 wins, won one of those games that they dropped inexplicably, early on in the season when they were just terrible, he put up an MVP caliber season. He's been in the conversation a bunch. It's about winning enough games. I actually think that's a pretty good pick.
By the way, on FanDuel right now, it's Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow in that order, top three guys. Mahomes is actually tied with Burrow for third. But then next up, Jaden Daniels.
This Jaden Daniels fella.
Top 5 in odds for the most valuable player award right now. All right, let's go to the offensive player of the year. So this is effectively, for those of you scoring at home, the best player on offense who's not a quarterback. That's what this has become.
Bijan Robinson. I think he has a monstrous, ridiculous, absurd, not quite Saquon Barkley year, but Saquon Barkley-esque type year. I think he is outstanding. I think Atlanta's going to be good enough whether they're trailing and to throw it, you're going to get him a bunch of receptions. I think they're going to be able to run it, take some pressure off Michael Penix. I think Bijan Robinson has himself around 1,800 total yards, 12, 13 touchdowns.
This is boring. I guess I'm black and orange Paulson over here. I'm Cincinnati Bengals Paulson. Jamar Chase, man. Last year, what Jamar Chase did was breathtaking. 127 catches, 1,700 yards, 17 touchdowns, averaged over 100 yards a game, which just doesn't happen at the wide receiver position. Averaged about 13.5 yards per touch offensively. I just think he is fairly uncoverable in how they scheme things up in Cincinnati. He's made 4 Pro Bowls. He's won an All-Pro already. This is a special weapon, and that offense is going to be elite again. You know they're going to throw it a million times.
Yeah, can't argue against it.
And you know he's going to be heavily featured. If I liked Minnesota's quarterback situation more or just was more confident in J.J. McCarthy, who's an unknown, I'd go with Jets. Justin Jefferson across the middle, and you can hear the horn. It's Jamar Chase, though, because I feel great about the quarterback. OPOY. Let's go defensive player of the year, Danny.
Aiden Hutchinson comes back with a vengeance. The injury robbed us last year of a guy that was going to sort of step into that Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, TJ Watt conversation. I think he has a monstrous year in Detroit. I think a couple different things. Detroit will still score points even without Ben Johnson, and he's going to have pass rushing opportunities. I think Aiden Hutchinson gets his 16, 17 sack season, kind of put a signature on it.
Micah Parsons is the favorite right now at 5-1. Hutchinson at 7.5-1 is second. Myles Garrett's not on a good enough team. What I found when I looked this up was to win the Defensive Player of the Year award generally, you've got to be on an elite defense, but it's also got to be a pretty good football team that has a plus record. I'm going to say TJ Watt. I'm going to say that the Steelers sneak into the playoffs at like 10-7-ish, something like that, and that they have a top 5 defense, and TJ Watt has 14.5 or 15 sacks, newly signed and under contract at 10-1. Sneaky one here would be Will Anderson of the Texans. Will Anderson's a badass.
A whisper quiet badass, by the way.
People sleep. They just don't pay enough attention to how good that guy is. And you want to be a year too early on some of this stuff than a year too late. Last year, he jumped from 7 sacks to 11 sacks. What if 11 becomes 14, 15 this year? They're going to be awesome defensively. They're going to be a playoff team in the South. By the way, he missed 3 games last year.
Yes, he did.
And he still had 11 sacks. So I'm kind of talking myself into that one being really interesting. Just a name to keep tabs on. Let's go to the Rookie of the Year award. This is on the offensive side of the ball.
Cam Ward. Everyone's forgotten. We've moved to Tet McMillan, who's an exciting fantasy pick for folks from Carolina. Marion Hampton, who's going to get the rock a ton for the Chargers. Ashton Genty, of course, is probably the favorite in the clubhouse because, Pete Carroll wants to run the ball and then try to run the ball, and then after that he'll run the ball some. But the quarterback that went 1-1, that's the guy that's going to end up putting up pretty decent numbers in Tennessee. It's a revamped offense. I don't think it'll be good per se. I don't think they're going to be particularly good. But I think Cam Ward, the quarterback, at any kind of award, if there's a quarterback involved, people cannot wait to give the awards to quarterbacks. So I think it's going to end up being Cam Ward.
I am admitting out loud that I'm basically trying to avoid chalk, and I also am zigging when you're zagging a little bit. But I'll go with the favorite. You want me to do it? You're daring me to do it? I'll do it. Ashton Genty. I haven't seen a lot of him because obviously I wasn't at their practices, and he barely played in the preseason. I'm not convinced in that offensive line. I think it's going to be a below-average offensive line for the Raiders. That worries me. But he's going to hit some home runs. And if he runs for it, it just takes a lot to win this thing if you're not a quarterback. It would almost mean that Cam Ward doesn't play 15-plus games or that he actually really struggles. But if he has any kind of a solid season, if the Titans overachieve in any way from a win-loss standpoint, it's a cakewalk. Look at every single year. Puka Nacua went for 1,500 yards as a rookie, and he didn't even get considered because C.J. Stroud had a pretty solid rookie year. Like, that's normally how it goes. Who is the best quarterback? You give it to them. But I'll raise the paddle here and say I'm going to put some money on Ashton Genty. Finally, Coach of the Year. Who will be your Coach of the Year? This is an interesting one because the way this award normally gets doled out is you can't be a coach of a great team that everyone knew was good. Like, Andy Reid has never been the Coach of the Year with the Kansas City Chiefs. Think about that. It's generally
Isn't that dumb?
The award basically goes to the coach of the team that surprised people. That's kind of the lens with which you have to look at this.
Sean Payton. So it won't be a huge surprise because everyone's got Denver. Everyone's kind of riding the Denver momentum train at this point. But if they are as good as the prognosticators and smart people think that they can be, as they are, maybe challenging I almost said the Colts, challenging the Chiefs in that division for the first time in what seems like a millennia. If they're 12, 13 wins, making that kind of a noise where Bo Nix makes a leap, this defense is outstanding. Offensively, they kind of show some of the growth that they had. I could see Sean Payton winning this award.
Surprised you didn't go with this, but I'm thrilled because I get to take him. Mike Vrabel of the Patriots. New England's going to go worse to better. I mean, they're going to probably go worse to second or something in their division. They go from a coach that seemed unprepared and maybe even, and I hate to say this because I'm not there, but possibly unqualified. Like, that was a gigantic leap for Mayo. It's not even his own fault. To one of the better coaches in the NFL in Tennessee for a while in Mike Vrabel. Plus 850, second behind only Ben Johnson in the odds right now for Coach of the Year. I think New England is going to be way better, way more competitive, and Vrabel will get a lot of credit for that.
You do that big leap, that makes sense, yeah.
So there you go, some of our individual awards on Grant and Danny. We hand them out before the start of the season, and the season starts in less than 3 hours, people. Cowboys-Eagles tonight under the lights on Thursday Night Football. Let's do this thing. Next, you asked Adam Peters what keeps him up at night about this Commanders group. I actually want to get into that with you next. What is the thing that you're most worried about 3 days from starting the season for Washington? We've got Kevin Harland, who's calling the game on 106.7 The Fans Westwood 1 tonight. He joins us at 6, live from MGM National Harbor, Tap Sports Bar. We're Grant and Danny on The Fan. Hey guys, it's GP for FanDuel. You know I love FanDuel. FanDuel's making Week 1 even bigger with a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every single game. That's right, $2 million. Here's how it's going to work. Opt in, place an anytime touchdown bet on any Week 1 game, including tonight. Cowboys-Eagles, coming up in a couple hours. So that's right. You're going to bet the touchdown. Who scores it? Then you're going to earn a share of $2 million in bonus bets if whoever you picked scores the first or the last touchdown. So touchdown number 1, you're in. Final touchdown, you win. Both, even better. FanDuel.com/GP. Download the app today and get started. FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code GP. That is how you're getting going. Got to be 21. Must be present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
Really confident. You never know what's going to happen. Game to game, week to week. Every season's a little different. But I think, really excited to see these guys go out and perform. We haven't seen this team together yet. We had, a couple drives in the preseason, and we still didn't even have the full complement of guys. So the team will be trotting out on Sunday. Will be the first time everybody's seen them together, and I'm thrilled to watch them play.
That was Adam Peters this hour right here on Grant and Danny, the GM of the Commanders, live on The Fan. Right at 5 o'clock. If you missed the interview, thefandc.com is where you'll be able to find it when we're done. Kevin Harland is on the show coming up in about 12 minutes. Harland will be on the call tonight of the Cowboys and the Eagles, Thursday Night Football. MGM National Harbor is where we're at today. We should remind everyone on Monday, after the Commanders open the season with the Giants, we're going to be at Pupatella Pizza in Leesburg for our Friday field trip series.
Friday, put on a Monday. That's how we do it. The Field Trip Fridays was such a smash last year. We had such an awesome time. And, the various bars, restaurants, locales around the DMV, we're going, hey, we'd like a piece of that. So we booked the entire year. It's going to be a blast. That's where we're kicking it off, though, Monday after the game. So normally it's Fridays. Tomorrow, that's Cubs Nationals. Don't worry about that. Come see us on Monday, Pupatella, Leesburg.
One of the larger attended events we did all last year was in Leesburg at Spanky's, where we're actually going to be next week.
Week 2.
So we'll give you more deets on that. But Spanky's, we're coming back your way as well. That was an awesome place. I'm going to get some of that blackened shrimp.
The shrimp.
Spanky shenanigans. Come on, man. But Leesburg did us well. They were kind to us, so we're going back. That's what we do. You take care of us, we're coming back to you. So we're going to Leesburg at Pupatella. That'll be on Monday. We're live from 2 to 6:30. Real quick, before we get into what keeps us up at night about the Commanders, you just heard what Adam Peters had to say about that when you asked him. I'm having this old guy problem, and I want to know how you do this or how other people do it.
Okay.
And if you guys have advice, maybe you could tweet me at Grant H. Paulson or send me a DM on Instagram or something, Grant H. Paulson. I find myself scurrying today to make sure that I've done all the stuff I need to do, like fantasy-wise. But everything's on different websites.
Yes.
I've got Yahoo leagues. My brother's big on this thing called Sleeper that I've never heard of. Now I've got an ESPN league, which I stopped doing 14 years ago. I have them all over the place. So I need almost like a checklist. I'm in this, I don't want to act like it's a lot of money, but for me it's like too much, honestly.
Yeah.
In this pick'em pool. But there's this guy, it's very, very hard to follow. He's got a big survivor and a little survivor. And then the big survivor, it's one, you lose once, you're eliminated, like pot for the big money.
What can be eliminated?
But the little survivors with the picks, and then there are 2 teams, and you get to lose 2 times. Just to keep everything straight, I need a spreadsheet. So I'm literally right now, I don't know if you've been watching, but in every break for the last hour, I'm like, all right, did I send that guy the money yet? Have I gotten in this? I got to imagine there's other people having the same issue today of just making sure. I feel like I've paid like 6 different people $25 or something via Venmo just to get into their leagues, and I know I'm going to get eliminated from 2 or 3 of them because I won't even remember that I'm supposed to be in that league. How do people do this?
I don't know.
This is such an old guy problem, but I don't know what I don't know about the. I feel like there's like 8 things I've got to figure out before kickoff.
Yeah, there's a lot of bookmarking tabs. There's a lot of, writing down login info and all that crap that annoys the hell out of me. Yeah, so I've cut down over the years. I'm still in 8 different fantasy leagues, only across a couple platforms now.
But here's where you're smart. You're not in pools. Like, you
No.
don't really get in any pools.
I never do the Jordans.
The gambling stuff. Like,
No.
you don't have to worry about that. You just have to do your fantasy lineups.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all the pools I'm in. It's the
pools.
emails with
Yeah.
this guy's like, I know you're never going to say no to a pool. It's like, it's only $20. And I'm like, great. But then you do 9 of those.
Well,
and it's
God,
not
I
only
hate that $20. Go away, $20. Yeah, so I
But what
lose
if you
those.
win it? Remember when I won Survivor and got thousands?
I do remember that.
That was fun. Don't you wish you did that?
That sounds great. I never do. So it's like it's like saying like, hey, don't what about surfing the 50-foot wave? Wouldn't that be fun? I can't do that. I'm not capable of it. I lose it. So I'm donating my money. So I stopped doing that. But yeah, I hear you. Like these weird like spreadsheet ones or Jason Bishop's like, all right, log in and in the next 48 hours make a pick. Then someone else will log in and make a pick. I'm literally never doing that again, despite my intimate, like innate desire to do stuff with the junkies and have them pay attention to me.
Yeah, that's
I
all
can't
you
do
want.
those again.
You're desperate for the junkies to
I
care about.
just want them to approve of me and talk about things that I like on the radio, not golf.
What how funny is it? So, without blowing up this guy's spot, no affiliation with Washington at any point during his playing career. Kind of just a random known NFL player who I joined.
The guy that you have to send the money to? Yeah.
I joined his Survivor League, and I'm like telling Danny about this, and he's like, that has the same name as a person from the. I'm like, that's him.
Yeah, that's
You're like,
him.
I need to understand, how are you in a league with this guy?
He had a 1,000-yard season, I think. You know what I mean? Like, you're texting that guy $20? Yeah.
Very weird, right? But yeah, he's like 10 years away from having played, so nobody needs to investigate anything. This guy has not played football in a long, long time. But I don't know, man. Like, I just got an email from this guy saying, don't forget to get your picks in. I've never heard of him. I don't know who he is. I don't think I've ever met him. And somehow I've already Venmoed him. Like, where did these people come from?
And you immediately Venmoed him.
Like, this is how I'm going to get got.
Uh-huh.
Other people, old people, if there's a different, my mom or my dad, I'm worried about clicking on something on Facebook. For me, some guy's going to be like, hey, man, you're in my pool. And I'm like, I am?
Yeah.
They're like, yeah.
Have you Venmoed me the league entry
yet?
yet?
You sent the $200 yet? And I'm like, no, not yet.
To verify it's you, just include your Social Security number.
We got a scary email today, you and I did.
Yes, we did.
We had to confirm that.
Yeah, we did. But it was confirmed. It was fine. But it scared both of us.
Real quick, this is how we're going to do it. The very detailed 30-second conversation here.
Yep.
What keeps you up at night about the Commanders?
That their plan wasn't a good one. In other words, they decided, I'm not talking about on offense. On defense, it's we're going to stop the run and run game and run defense and beef up front. What if that wasn't the thing you should have prioritized? What if you should have gone and got some pass rushers? What if passing on Devin Ezeraku or some of the other guys in the draft that could have helped you in that regard was the wrong call? That's the thing I'm a little bit worried about. They don't get enough pass rush.
Yeah. I've beaten this horse enough today, so don't need to keep going down the well. But the age, the experience of guys that they counted on last year and kept healthy, like Zach Ertz and Von Miller and those types, I mean, can you just keep them on the field? If you can for 15-plus games apiece, and everybody plays 15-plus, you're going to be really good. I worry about that some. All right, let's talk to Kevin Harland next. Nobody more entertaining, nobody who's got better pipes when it comes to the National Football League, or I guess basketball too. Eyes in the back of his head.
With no regard for human life.
Harland will join us on Grant and Danny, live from MGM National Harbor next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, season gets underway tonight. Cowboys and Eagles in Philadelphia. Kickoff set for 8:20 this evening. You can hear the game right here on 106.7 The Fan. The coverage will begin at 7 o'clock. For the Commanders, they'll take on the Giants on Sunday to open up their season. 3 players were limited today in practice for the Commanders. Defensive end Dorrance Armstrong and wide receiver Noah Brown were both limited with knee injuries, and cornerback Jonathan Jones dealing with a hamstring injury. For the Giants, left tackle Andrew Thomas did not practice today after he was limited yesterday. He's dealing with a foot injury. Another injury around the NFL, Texans wide receiver Christian Kirk is expected to miss week 1 with a strained hamstring. He could miss more time as well. Raiders wide receiver Amari Cooper just signed with the team 10 days ago, but he let the team know today that he intends to retire. Jets offensive guard Elijah Vera Tucker is going to be done for the year with a torn tricep. The Broncos agreed to a 4-year extension with edge rusher Nick Bonito, 4 years, $120 million, $70 million guaranteed, and the Seahawks agreed to a 3-year extension with their right tackle Abraham Lucas, 3 years, $46 million. For the Nats, day off today. They'll take on the Cubs for the first of 3 at Wrigley Field tomorrow. This September only, score 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan, live from MGM National Harbor, where Tap Sports Bar is open. Come on out and have dinner and some drinks with 106.7 The Fan tonight. We're here until 6:30. B. Mitch and Finley are here all night long watching the Eagles and the Cowboys kicking off the NFL campaign. The show is brought to you today by the law firm Kondorian Murad. They will help you to draft a last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. One of our favorite football guests is our buddy, Kevin Harland. You know him from Westwood One, nationally on the radio, and CBS television as well. He's on the call of Eagles-Cowboys tonight. He's got a game on Sunday as well, and then he is going to be broadcasting Monday Night Football from Chicago for the Bears and the Vikings. Very, very busy. For Kevin Harland, who's on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Kevin, I guess it's a good thing you're not the John Madden bit, where you got to jump in a car and go stadium to stadium here, broadcasting 3 games in 5 days.
I kind of feel like it, but great to be on with you. Thanks for your kind words, and I can only imagine how excited you all are in the nation's capital to get this thing going after what happened last year, what could happen this year. But this is the great thing about this time of year, is that everybody's optimistic. Every fan base is thinking, yep, we've made the changes. We got areas of concern. We've checked that box. We're moving forward. We love our draft class. We love the undrafted kid that made the team. We're ready to go. So I think there are 32 cities right now which are feeling pretty good about starting the season, but I can't believe anybody is feeling better about the start of the season than your fan base out there.
Kevin, I want to get to that, but first a nerdy broadcasting type question. 3 games in 5 days. How do you prep for that? How do you, what kind of meditation are you doing? How much honey are you putting in tea for those kind of 3 days to be able to bring that energy each time? 3 games in 5 days at the highest level there is crazy.
Well, it's an honor to be in that seat. This is my 41st consecutive year doing the NFL with play-by-play. And over the years, you learn ways to kind of get ahead. You learn maybe some ways to be more efficient. And I'm putting all those to work. I began typing my boards when they cut down to 53 last week. A little bit of tweaking as we've gone along. Then I print my boards. In fact, I'm heading to the Green Bay. We live north of Green Bay. And I'm heading to Green Bay Airport as we speak to go to Philadelphia tonight. And finished copying and printing my final board, which my spotting boards are just numbers and names. Then by longhand, I fill them out with the notes and the stories and the notes I've gleaned from those stories
over the last couple of weeks. So it's like all of us, when a new season starts, a new job is there, you try to work ahead as much as you can. You think about ways of trying to find not a shortcut, because that's not doing the job justice. But there are ways to be efficient, and over the years I've learned that. But very excited to get going, and can't wait for tomorrow to kick off the season.
Kevin Harland helping us get ready for the NFL season on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Kevin, as far as the Thursday night matchup to inaugurate a new campaign, the Eagles are the defending champs. They're unfurling a banner against their rivals, the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas just traded Micah Parsons. First of all, how much of a storyline is that in this game that Micah's not going to be there because of the recency effect? And then also, what do you make of an Eagles team trying to do something that's really, really hard, and that's go back-to-back?
Well, Parsons leaving clearly, I think it has a two-pronged effect. I think it's emotionally tough on those defensive players and the team, because he was your signature guy, and then just the physicality and that space that he filled on the defense. How do they compensate for losing a guy that was a game wrecker? And they've got someone they feel is going to help them stop the run, which was kind of the thing the banner they've been flying since the trade. But clearly, when you don't walk down the hallway of your high school with the biggest guy on campus, and now that guy is kind of left like saying, okay, who's going to pick up the slack? And I think so. It's an emotional and it's a physical void that team's going to have to learn to play with or without. And so that becomes their story. The Eagles have got a new offensive coordinator. It sounds like they want to pass a little bit more. They've got great talent at receiver, as we know, but they've got Barkley. And Saquon Barkley had a historic season last year in his first year with the Eagles, and they rode him hard all the way to a title. Can he do it 2 years in a row? Can he stay healthy? Can he, with what they've got and how they want to structure that offense, be the kind of complement again to Hurts at quarterback? And I think that's the biggest question for the Eagles. They've lost they lost somebody in the secondary in Gardner Johnson, who led them in interceptions. He's gone. How do they fill that void? That has been the big question for them. So both teams, and you can win a title, and we've seen this with Kansas City, you can win a title, but you're a different team. The names in the back are the same, but the feeling is different. New season, new things have happened, more notoriety, target on your back. These are all the things the Eagles will have to contend with.
Kevin, I want to fast forward till Monday. That NFC North is a meat grinder. I mean, Minnesota and Green Bay both, I think it was 14 and 11 wins respectively, and they're kind of overshadowed in a crowded NFC by Philadelphia, by Detroit, and maybe by the attention coming to Washington, et cetera. New look Chicago Bears, a lot of the same pieces, but now you add in a brand new head coach from Detroit, and you're looking at Minnesota with J.J. McCarthy taking over a quarterback. What's their outlook? Kind of walk me through that matchup.
Well, for McCarthy, it's the speed of the game. He didn't play last year, but he was in all the meetings, knows the offense, knows the coach, knows the rhythm of the team, and I think that will definitely play a part in kind of stabilizing him. But until you've been out there, it's a lot different from practice to joint practice to whatever preseason games you played to when the season starts to play for real. And how does he handle the speed, even for a team like Chicago, which is rebuilding and trying to find their signature? How does he handle what will be the speed of the game, which I think is just dramatically different when you hear these guys talk? And then for Caleb Williams with the Bears, that jump from year one to year two usually is pretty sizable. And I'm anxious to see if with a new coach and a more friendly head coach, a guy that can talk his language, an offensive-minded Ben Johnson, who has done a great job in his career with established quarterbacks and young quarterbacks, how does that translate to what the number one pick last year, how does he perform in year two? How does he perform with a new play caller, a new offense, a new scheme? but luckily for him, a more fortified offensive line with the Bears. And they're hanging their hat on that. I think they feel pretty good with a lot of their parts, and that division, as you alluded to, is a meat grinder. It is, I think, not without question, but clearly the number one toughest, most difficult division in pro football. And a couple others are right there with them, but I think the North and the NFC is right now number one going into this season. AFC West probably has something to say about that. I do think the Giants' defense makes them a little bit better in your division with the Commanders. The Eagles are the defending champion. That's a tough division. There's no doubt about it. But the North really seems to be, at least going into the year, the number one most difficult division in pro football.
One of the most recognizable voices in sports, a broadcasting legend, Kevin Harland, is with us. He's got 3 telecasts, including the 2 national Thursday night, Monday night games coming up over 5 days to kick off the NFL season. The one game we haven't really discussed is your Sunday slate for CBS, which is going to be Texans and Rams, 2 fascinating teams. We can get to Houston in a second because they're coming off of a slight regression last year, albeit in a year where they won a playoff game. But the Rams, Kevin, might be the hardest team to try to peg in all of football. If Matthew Stafford can stay healthy all season, I think a lot of people feel like they could get to a Super Bowl. And yet his back's been acting up, and if it's not right, then all of a sudden it's a very, very different math equation for them. So how do you see the LA Rams going into the year?
You're on it, Grant. That's exactly right. This is a team that has one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the NFC. He has not taken a snap in preseason, but he's 37. And the coach has, the most ultimate confidence in how he'll perform. And I do think that they gave the Eagles the most difficult time of any team they faced last year. That playoff game was tough, and they really had to battle. So I think, and a lot of people are picking the Rams in the NFC, which probably surprises people, but their defense, and they've added Devontae Adams on offense. They're tough. They're good. And they utilize the tight end probably more than any other offense in pro football. And that's what I'm going to watch. How much is that running game with Kyron Williams and those tight ends?
Kevin Harlan on Grant and Danny here on 106.7. The Fan will let you hear more of that conversation in just a moment as we caught up with Kevin leading up to today's Westwood One broadcast. And the Cowboys and the Eagles kickoff is slated for 8:20 East time. He will be on the call tonight with Kurt Warner in the booth. Ross Tucker, part of the broadcast on the sideline as well. You can hear the game right here in 2 hours and about 5 minutes. Philly's going to be the favorite. You knew that going in. The Cowboys, with Dak Prescott, have had their way with the Eagles, though. They've actually had a lot of success over the years in these matchups, many shootouts. That's starting to change a little bit, almost like the quality of your opponent matters a little bit to the quarterback win-loss record.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah, I saw that mark there on ESPN just up on the crawl, that Dak Prescott 9-4 over the years against the Eagles. I would not have thought that, by the way. I thought it would have been much closer to 500, but that takes into account those couple of years, were 3 in a row, actually, where Dallas was 12-5, and the Eagles were kind of retooling.
What are we expecting from this game tonight? By the way, we're at MGM National Harbor and Tap Sports Bar. You can come on out and watch the game with 106.7 The Fan. B. Mitch and Finley watching the game out here tonight. We're taking you up to 6:30 on Grant and Danny. 8.5-point line. That feels too big for me. I think this is going to be a closer game than that. Division rivals. I also, and this is just a general philosophy for me, maybe I'll end up being wrong, I think a team like Philly didn't really take the preseason all that seriously. Is going to have to use the first couple of weeks as August almost. Doesn't mean you're not trying to win. Doesn't mean you can't still make some winning time plays and beat your opponent and find a way to get off to a 1, 2-0, 3-0 start. But it's not like you hit the ground sprinting. With all their weapons, they're coming back. It's the same offense. It's the same. A lot of scheme stuff hasn't changed, but it is a different play caller. Kellen Moore has moved on. He is no longer with them at this point. He is the head coach of the New Orleans Saints. I just think beating the Cowboys by 9, basically running away with the game, is going to be difficult.
Yeah, I think Philadelphia wins this game. Now, again, week 1 results, weird stuff happens. You add in a Thursday, you add in all the hoopla, and you don't know how a team's going to react to a banner raising. Is the place electric? And then maybe, they run out of gas, talking about from the fans' perspective, or, from the players, the emotional high of hoisting that Super Bowl banner from last year. So you don't know exactly how week 1s are going to go. So to me, though, I think once we settle in, you're going to see a lot of points. I think this is a high-scoring game. I think Dallas has enough offense to keep this close, but I think Philadelphia triumphs.
All right, let's hear more of our conversation with Kevin Harland, the voice of Westwood One football, as heard here on The Fan tonight on the call of the Eagles and the Cowboys.
Go to their counterparts here in week 1. Houston, the hype train was out of control last year, and if it's possible for a group that just a few years before was terrible, a 10-7 season in which they won a playoff game was sort of viewed as a disappointment because everyone kind of considered them heir apparent to Baltimore, Buffalo, Kansas City, etc. Where are they kind of in the pecking order there in the AFC in your mind, Kevin?
By the way, just one more note on the Rams. It's the first time that Sean McVay has kept the same coordinators from the previous year.
Ooh,
of all the years that Sean McVay has coached, he's never kept the coordinators back-to-back years. This year he is. So, and that's a change in Houston. They changed offensive coordinators. Their offensive line was a mess. Bobby Slowick is gone. I think they feel like they've got some real sound offensive philosophy they're finding this year. And the quarterback, although his numbers, he still threw for over 4,000 yards. They still won the division, and they won in the playoffs. So this is not a team that's in total need of repair, but they had to improve some areas of need, and they think they've done that. The big question for Houston is going to be Joe Mixon, the running back, who is out indefinitely. Out for the first 4 games for sure. He was the engine for that offense. He made them go, helped the quarterback. They've got a dynamic wide receiver who missed a lot of games last year with a hamstring injury, but Collins is back, and Hale and Hardy and ready to go. I think the quarterback in his 3rd year will be dynamite. Can Nick Chubb take the place of Joe Mixon until Mixon gets back healthy running the ball? And if he can, and if he's anything like he's been, Mixon and Chubb, and if Chubb can stay healthy, that offense could be absolutely dynamic in every way, and they could be one of the top teams actually in the AFC. So we've got 2 division winners going head-to-head in Los Angeles on Sunday, and both feel very confident heading into the regular season.
Kevin, we'll let you out on this one, but in D.C., I want to go full circle to your kind words about the Commanders to kick off the conversation. You'll actually have them on a short week coming up on Thursday Night Football in Lambeau against the Packers to kick off week number 2. What do you make of Washington with Jaden Daniels entering year 2? And while they do have the oldest roster in the league, pretty aggressive offseason, bringing in Deebo Samuel, Laramie Tunsil, and some other key pieces.
I agree with all the names you've rattled off. I think they've gotten better. I think the quarterback, to do what he did last year, was just phenomenal, as everyone that follows this league would attest. I think he'll be even better this year. He doesn't blink. He wants more. From talking to people around him, he's kind of like a bottomless pit in terms of wanting information. He wants more all the time. He wants more read that he can make. He wants more in the playbook. He's been terrific in that regard, and I think with everybody in the second, season with the scheme and the head coach, it can't help but be as good. The problem is your division. I don't see it with the Cowboys. I think the Giants will be better, and we know that the champion is in that division. That will constantly be a source. And listen, you mentioned, for instance, they go to Lambeau week 2 and play on a short week on that Thursday night game, coming up against Green Bay, which feels they have fortified themselves with the addition of Parsons, and they feel like the general manager for the Packers came out and said, we're done just looking at the division. we need to start playing for championships. So he kind of threw it down there in the preseason and in training camp that the expectations are incredibly high for Green Bay. So they're feeling like they're going to offer every team that comes into Lambeau a real challenge. And there's not a bigger challenge than the Commanders. What they did last year, I do think will carry over. Dan has been down this road. He knows exactly what's around the corner. I expect big things. I think this may be, if they're not the best team in the NFC, they're 2 or 2A, and that says a lot in what I think is a stronger overall conference.
Kevin, have a great call tomorrow, and then a great call Sunday, and another great call on Monday, my friend. Thank you so much for joining us.
But don't forget about another great call the following Thursday.
Well, that's a long layoff for him. 3 days.
I'm looking forward to it. It'll be a lot of fun. I can't wait to cross paths with you guys later on, face-to-face in the season.
Our buddy Kevin Harland on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Cowboys at the Eagles, kicking off in 2 hours. Philly at home, 8.5-point favorites. Danny, touchdown scorers. Who do you like tonight? You get Barkley at -210. Doesn't really help you a whole lot. Jalen Hurts at -160. Tush push in waiting.
Yeah, Hurts is the easy and obvious answer.
As far as the guys that aren't already kind of put in pen to score touchdowns, kind of like CeeDee Lamb at +150, A.J. Brown at +155.
Both, or all three rather, are good picks for Dallas. They're going to score. I keep hammering this. Now, watch them come out and get shoved on because I called this, but I think this offense is for real. I think they're also going to be trailing a lot, and they're going to have some pretty prolific numbers as the season goes on because I think their defense is going to be terrible. But I could see CeeDee Lamb get in the end zone, Jake Ferguson in the end zone, whoever's carrying the ball for them at this point, which is not very enticing or exciting, whether it's Jadon Blue or somebody else. I could see some scoring of points for the Cowboys today in a losing effort.
You just said it, but this is the part of the Cowboys I just don't understand. CeeDee Lamb, 236 catches over the last 2 years, most in the league, is going to be heavily involved. The offense will go through him. I know what the passing game is mostly going to look like, although the insertion of Pickens is pretty interesting. Mm-hmm. Like, is that just back shoulder sideline throws? Like, how involved is he? Is it crossers, drags? What are they going to do? What about the running game? Javonte Williams is a guy that
I liked 5-6 years ago out of Carolina.
Before his injury, like there was a time where this is a pretty good player. It seems like the fantasy community has kind of moved on and doesn't think anything of him anymore. Are we sure he can't go out tonight and rip off 70, 80 yards and help them be balanced? I mean, that's certainly not the expectation, but to me, that's the most interesting storyline of the game. How much better will the Cowboys be running the football this year? Because you know that is going to be what Brian Schottenheimer wants to major in.
That's a good point. I hadn't even thought about that angle of it, but you're right. I mean, to me, the storyline, I know what you're talking about, but is what's this defense like without Micah Parsons, and how sure are you that anybody up there knows the hell they're doing? And my answer is they don't know what they're doing. But if that group struggles, then, you'll have a lot of questions to answer, certainly if you're Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, et cetera. But that running game, you're right, has been pretty much non-existent and not really a threat, partly because the defense has been terrible and it's sling it time, but that is an X factor for them.
All right, people, we made it. It's football season. The next time you hear our voices, which is going to be tomorrow after the Nats play at Wrigley Field, we're going to be discussing an NFL game that is already final and in the books. We will be looking ahead to the Commanders and the Giants on Sunday in Landover, Maryland. If you missed any part of the show, Adam Peters, GM of the Commanders, excellent. Kevin Harland, awesome. Ian Eagle live with us earlier today, fantastic as well. TheFanDC.com is where you can find all the pods. Speaking of a podcast, new Take Command drop, myself and Logan Paulson. If you're into the football stuff, you like baseball, Bustin' Loose Baseball, starring Toby Altizer. Available for you wherever you get your audio. Danny, I know inexplicably and unacceptably, you have a fantasy football draft to do coming
Drives me crazy.
In about 30 minutes.
They will not change it. I hate it so much, but I'm a minority partner for my team, what I do with one of my best buddies.
Mitch Rails over here,
yeah,
minority partner.
Yeah, I'm like Mark Ian over here, so I don't get my way.
Enjoy your draft.
Thank you, buddy.
Good luck to you. Let's do the football.
Football.
Toby's got overtime coming up next.
Overtime.
Big thanks to all the folks out here at MGM National Harbor for their hospitality today. Come on out to Tap Sports Bar. B. Mitch and Finley will be here watching the game tonight. You can hang with 106.7 The Fan. Keep it locked right here for overtime.
Thank you for coming.